Ding! 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 Their battle sabers collided brutally 1,000 times within a moment, as if thousands of golden threads were drawing something in midair. Thousands of deep dents appeared on the edges of the sabers. After thousands of clashes, both of the sabers crumbled heavily. Although the sabers were broken, they maintained their original form, bound by the surging spiritual energy of the two parties engaged in the battle. They were even more untamable and daunting while they mauled each other like two dragons that were trying to swallow one another. Their spiritual energy continued flooding out into a dazzling blast that decimated all the metal scraps into powder. The powder was then condensed into silver pearls because of the high temperature and the high pressure, which then darted out quickly, piercing through dozens of grand illusionary soldiers and multiple cultivators. In the meantime, a mental attack that was much sharper than the edge of the saber slashed into Li Yao's brain. Although Li Yao's soul was extremely solid, he intended to mislead Xiao Xuanzi for a while longer. Therefore, he screamed and flew backwards, crashing into a bunch of grand illusionary soldiers. On the back of the crystal suit, Black Wing was eager to act. If Xiao Xuanzi followed, Black Wing would immediately trigger two enormous wings and help him bring his speed to the maximum so that he could launch the most furious counterattack with his saber. Yet, Xiao Xuanzi did not go after him any further. The 7 streaks of golden brightness retreated and condensed into a blinking, intimidating man again. However, his crystal suit was now on the verge of collapse because of the brief but bloody battles. The crystal suits of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were not any better. They were also riddled with shocking gashes and would crumble suddenly if somebody touched them lightly. Xiao Xuanzi, you are too arrogant. Luo Xingzi struggled to laugh. We are all in the nascent soul stage. Even if you are the best exert of the flying star sector, you cannot defeat all 7 of us at the same time. You are doomed to failure in this battle. Xiao Xuanzi sneered and continued summoning his spiritual energy. The golden flames around him were burning more and more furiously, until in the end, he seemed to have completely melded into the fire of spiritual energy. His crystal suit, muscles, bones, and internal organs seemed to have turned into translucent crystals, except for the baby-like entity in the depths of his body that was glittering clearly. That was the nascent soul. By passing through the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, and the core formation stage, the spiritual energy had shifted from a gas to a liquid and then to a solid. In terms of effectiveness, it had arrived at the peak now. In the training that followed, the cultivators had to combine the spiritual energy in nature with their own will and consciousness. They would polish the purest, truest, and most original ego and toss it into the spiritual energy in order to produce a self in the state of pure energy. The self of pure energy was the true self. The purpose of cultivation was to build up the true self. Right now, Xiao Xuanzi was releasing his innermost strength. His determination that had been accumulated for hundreds of years would be let out within a moment. It was obvious that he was going to fight everybody head-on. Boom! 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 The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators all released their strongest spiritual waves too, and their bodies were crystallized into translucent appearances, too. A strong will that was different but equally resolute appeared in the center of their bodies in the form of babies. Xiao Xuanzi, we are from the same sect. I know exactly how many techniques you have. Luo Xingzi had almost gone mad. He and Xiao Xuanzi had both come from the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. After Xiao Xuanzi's rebellion, the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood would definitely suffer heavy losses, if it could survive the disaster at all. It was too painful to think about for Luo Xingzi, who was an elder of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. Therefore, he had made up his mind. You are the best in the Flying Star sector. I'm no match for you. But today, I'm going to stall you for 1 minute even at the cost of my own life. Fellow cultivators, leave Xiao Xuanzi to me. You break through the jade wall and destroy the star brain right now. Luo Xingzi burst into laughter. His strongest will turned into a cluster of whiteness, which consumed his body from the inside. When the whiteness expanded to the limits, a shadow more than 3 meters tall surrounded by endless stars suddenly jumped out. An Ares extension. Normally speaking, the nascent soul stage cultivators hardly resorted to one-off magical equipment such as an Ares extension at the beginning of a battle. Because the speed, strength, and intensity of spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage cultivators were too high, if they equipped an Ares extension too early, it was likely that the Ares extension would quickly become scrap metal. When a nascent soul stage cultivator put on an Ares extension, it was often a sign that they were ready to do their best. Xiao Xuanzi sneered and raised his right hand. 9 spiritual shields that looked like transparent glass immediately appeared in front of him. Luo Xingzi, who was rushing close, slowed down as he passed through every spiritual shield. Xiao Xuanzi took the opportunity to retrieve an Ares extension from his Cosmos ring and fixed it on his body. His Ares extension was unique. It was like the purest gem. When it was on the crystal suit, it seemed to be non-existent except for the glimmering spiritual stripes. But because of the diffraction, refraction, and reflection of the gem, the blinking crystal suit looked even more magnificent. The 2 nascent soul stage cultivators who had put on their Ares extensions and motivated their combat ability to maximum collided. However, the immense blast that everybody expected was not triggered. Instead, they were like 2 black holes that had crashed, and a fatal attraction force was generated. The scraps, debris, and grand illusionary soldiers were all drawn close to them. When they were 2 to 3 meters from the 2 of them, they would all be blown into smithereens because of the high-frequency vibration. Luo Xingzi roared in the communication channel, "Hurry and attack the jade wall." The 5 nascent soul stage cultivators gritted their teeth and bypassed the 2 of them, focusing their attention on the jade wall. Xiao Xuanzi's shrieks were almost painful. He turned into dozens of streaks of golden brightness, darting in various directions, trying to attack the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, only to be blocked by Luo Xingzi each time. Li Yao's eyes shuddered. He felt that something was not right, but there was no time to think about it carefully in the middle of the fierce battle. He did not join the group to attack the jade wall. Instead, he stood behind them and dealt with the endless grand illusionary soldiers together with the core formation stage cultivators. They destroyed thousands of grand illusionary soldiers within a minute, but there were countless grand illusionary soldiers deployed on Heavenly Phantom. The grand illusionary soldiers crowded in through the pathways, the damage, and the fractures like an incessant tide of iron. Under the blow of the iron tide, the vitality of many core formation stage cultivators was withering. Several cultivators even burnt furiously into gray statues in midair before they perished silently. "Professor, how long till you activate the virus and paralyze the star brain?" Li Yao shouted in his personal channel. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Professor Mo Xian was shouting coarsely, too. Right then, a cracking noise echoed behind Li Yao. Under the collective attack of the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, the jade wall was finally blown up. All the cultivators were exclaiming joyfully in the communication channel. However, behind the crumbling and collapsing wall was not the star brain but another wall. Thousands of broadcasting rune arrays had been installed on the wall. They looked like thousands of densely distributed swirls. In the center of every swirl, a weird bluish crystal was glittering, as thousands of deep eyes were gazing at them without blinking. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. They had all been fooled. They had thought that the jade wall was translucent and that they would see the star brain after the wall was broken. But the fact was that the jade wall was not translucent. It was a large rune array that displayed illusions. What exactly were, hum, 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 hum. Before Li Yao get to sort through his messy thoughts, the thousands of broadcasting rune arrays all started shaking violently. High-frequency sound waves indistinguishable to the human ears swept across the entire bridge like tornadoes. Countless tiny bubbles were appearing in midair like thousands of mini swirls that were crashing and combining. What the heck? Li Yao was greatly surprised. The abrupt changes must have been Xiao Xuance's arrangement. The problem was that, except for the impressive visual and sound effects, he did not feel in the least harmed. On the other hand, he felt quite refreshed and energetic. But unceasing grunts and screams were echoing inside the communication channel. All the nascent soul stage cultivators, including Luo Xingzi, seemed to have suffered a critical strike. Their auras were lower than ever. The nascent souls that had been glittering were now flickering like candles in the wind. They shrank in size and soon disappeared inside their bodies. Our nascent souls have been suppressed. I cannot enter the nascent soul stage right now. What is this array? Suppressed by the ultrasounds, Xiao Xuance was not able to summon the capability of the nascent soul stage either. Yet, he burst into laughter crazily. Luo Xingzi and the rest of the brainless brutes, you didn't see this coming, did you? I spent decades perfecting the New Era plan. Of course, I considered the possibility that I might be attacked by several, or even more than 10, nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time. Although I'm the best expert of the Flying Star sector, I've never overestimated my combat ability. I was scared that I would be harassed. Very scared. It would be quite a nuisance if 3 nascent soul stage cultivators attacked me together, not to mention 6. That's why I devised this trap to treat you guys. This array is named Great Empyrean Soul Stirring Array. It has been developed by the Imperium of true human beings over several decades for the purpose of taming the nascent soul stage cultivators. There are thousands of broadcasting rune arrays here. A dragon demon crystal is installed in the center of every one of them. I have allocated almost half of the spiritual energy of the main crystal reactor of Heavenly Phantom to stimulate them. The ultrasounds that they trigger are enough to suppress any nascent soul stage cultivators within the range of the sound waves to below the nascent soul stage. Before the crystals are broken, they can work for at least 1 minute. During that minute, none of us can enter the nascent soul stage and can only stay at the peak of the core formation stage at best. Hee. You wanted to play the decapitation move on me because you thought that the immortal cultivators were short of top warriors. We had too few nascent soul stage cultivators, and the regular grand illusionary soldiers are not enough to stop you. Right now, neither side has nascent soul stage cultivators, but I still have thousands of grand illusionary soldiers. How are you going to fight me? The faces of Luo Xingzi and the other nascent soul stage cultivators paled. We've been tricked. Li Yao was dazed. At this moment, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators finally realized that Xiao Xuance had summoned his nascent soul and fought against 7 by himself, not because he was arrogant, not because he thought he could defeat them alone, but because he was baiting the 7 of them into releasing their nascent souls so that the array would cause the greatest shock to their soul. The core formation stage and the nascent soul stage had a vast difference. If they were restricted to the peak of the core formation stage, it was quite possible that the torrent of grand illusionary soldiers would drown them. Besides, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of immortal cultivators suddenly flew out from various directions of the bridge. They were all wearing crystal suits and Ares extensions. Their auras were as intimidating as the nascent soul stage cultivators. Heavenly Phantom, as the home camp of the immortal cultivators, was naturally not guarded by Xiao Xuance and the grand illusionary soldiers alone. There were a lot of experts on aboard, too. Those experts might not have been in the nascent soul stage, but now that the Great Array had created a special battlefield where there was no nascent soul stage, the cultivators' advantage of having top warriors was lost, while the immortal cultivators' advantage in numbers was maximized. Xiao Xuance has been long aware that the only way to win the battle is the decapitation strategy. Therefore, He set up a fatal trap with himself and the star brain as the bait, one that was designed to hunt the best warriors in the world of cultivators. And we've conveniently stepped into the trap. All the cultivators realized what was going on. Their brains and their hearts were grasped by desperation as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Ah! Luo Xingzi struggled to form the nascent soul under the suppression of the array. However, just when his will was melted with his spiritual energy and about to take the shape of a baby, it was minced apart by invisible waves. His soul was shocked again, and his brain was cast into a surging ocean. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, and his face was paler than that of a dead person. Hew! 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 Thousands of mystic rays, bolts of lightning, and blade auras attacked the dozens of cultivators. A great array that could suppress the nascent soul stage cultivators could not last for long no matter what. Xiao Xuanzi only had 1 minute before the array was broken. Therefore, he did not give any moment of rest to the cultivators and simply asked the immortal cultivators and the grand illusionary soldiers to launch the strongest attack. All the cultivators were caught in the tide of destruction. The half-gloomy half-sunny face on the breastplate of Xiao Xuanzi's heavenly lord battlesuit laughed and shrieked together with all the other grand illusionary soldiers. Stop struggling. I've planned this for decades. Every tiny detail has been calculated. All the changes are within my control. You stand absolutely no chance. Boom! Luo Xingzi was blown away by 3 immortal cultivators, only to be surrounded by more than 10 grand illusionary soldiers. Although he gritted his teeth and slashed the grand illusionary soldiers into scraps instantly, he was half a second slower. One of the grand illusionary soldiers detonated itself near him. The spiritual energy resembling a volcanic eruption almost knocked him over, and the flames flooded in through the holes in his crystal suit, biting his flesh crazily and burning his bones. In its unfortunate days, a tiger might be bullied by a dog. The strong cultivator in the nascent soul stage was likely to be seriously wounded by several immortal cultivators and dozens of grand illusionary soldiers when his nascent soul was suppressed. If so, even if he persisted for 1 minute, his bones would be fractured, his internal organs would be torn apart, and his soul would be damaged. By then, even if he was able to condense the nascent soul again, there would be nothing he could do anymore. Luo Xingzi was dizzy and anxious. He spared part of his attention to observe the battlefield. The other nascent soul stage cultivators were displaying a similar performance to him. They were all drowned in the torrents of grand illusionary soldiers, and their spiritual energy was continuously weakened because of the self-detonations. On the other hand, the performance of the core formation stage cultivators was much better since they were used to fighting in the core formation stage. It was because of their struggles that the defense line of the cultivators did not collapse. However, as more and more grand illusionary soldiers rushed into the bridge, they had almost occupied every inch of the room. Everybody could tell that the cultivators were on the losing side. Another half-minute was the best they could do. However, Luo Xingzi thought of something. He had not seen Bai Xinghe for a long time. Where had the cunning guy gone? Scanning the battlefield with his telepathic thoughts, Luo Xingzi felt his heart turn heavy again. Maybe because he was wary of the cunningness of the space pirate, Xiao Xuanzi had selected Bai Xinghe as a primary target. The man had been surrounded by hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers, which sealed him like a giant iron ball dozens of meters in diameter. Even Bai Xinghe has been blocked. Luo Xingzi was suddenly grasped by desperation. Was today really the end of the cultivators of the Flying Star sector? Since the attack of the great Empyrean soul-stirring array was indiscriminate, Xiao Xuanzi's own nascent soul had been suppressed, too. Therefore, he was very prudent and stayed out of the battle. He triggered his endless computational ability together with the star brain and commanded the grand illusionary soldiers to launch suicidal attacks, while he jeered at everybody to disturb their mind. 6 of the 7 Nascent Soul Stage cultivators triggered the full capability of the Nascent Soul Stage just now because of my temptation. Your nascent souls were locked onto by the Great Array, and your souls have all been severely shocked. But Bai Xinghe was sleazy enough to keep himself in the peak of the core formation stage just now and did not expose his nascent soul. However, it is useless, Bai Xinghe. You've just reincarnated. Your soul is very unstable right now. My array has the effect of suppressing the soul in the first place. You won't persist for long before you are burnt to ash. As you did not show your nascent soul just now, you will not be able to see it again. Ha. Ha ha ha. Boom. In Xiao Xuance's wild laughter, another grand illusionary soldier held Luo Xingzi's leg and detonated itself. The close-distance explosion dealt serious damage to Luo Xingzi. His entire right leg was almost blown apart. Although he managed to maintain the functions of his bones and his veins with his immense spiritual energy, the excruciating pain made him unable to stay in the peak of the core formation stage. Luo Xingzi's capability plummeted, as did his desperate mood. The other cultivators were all groaning in pain in the communication channel, not just for themselves, but also for the dark future of the Flying Star sector. However, just when everybody's heart hit the rock bottom, they heard music. The music that was more and more loud, violent, and passionate. The suffocating drumming, the flawless flutes, the soul-stirring pipa and huqin one. They seemed to be being played together with hammers, anvils, flames, and blood. Every listener felt that they had to roar and bring out the brilliance of their life. Moreover, in the simmering music, they could vaguely hear a coarse voice singing with unfathomable fervor. Look, the dense clouds cannot stop the running sea of stars. Endless darkness will disperse. Lights of life will illuminate the sky. All the cultivators and immortal cultivators were dumbfounded, including Xiao Xuance. Why is there music? Somebody is singing? What is going on? After a moment of hesitation, everybody looked at the big, iron ball that enshrouded Bai Xinghe. They had all distinguished that the music of iron and fire was coming from the ball. Do excuse me. This is my own BGM. It's called, Conquer the Universe. A clear and peaceful voice echoed inside the giant iron ball made of hundreds grand illusionary soldiers, piercing through the steel, the explosions, and the spiritual waves and shocking every cultivator and immortal cultivator. BGM? Luo Xingzi slashed a grand illusionary soldier into pieces, dragging his bleeding leg, while he roared, "What is that?" Surrounded by the hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers, Li Yao explained calmly, "My core is different to yours. When it is triggered to the maximum, it will spin at a speed of more than 9,900 revolutions per second while it pulsates like a heart. All in all, it is in an extremely unstable state, and it will emit ear-splitting noises. I estimate that it is a side effect from when I surpassed the peak. I was troubled and worked hard on it for a long time, but I was not able to keep my core stable or eliminate the ear-splitting noises. I could only guide it and make its vibrations more rhythmic. It sounds much less annoying when it is a piece of music. It can't be helped. I don't want to so arrogant that I play a long clip of background music whenever I trigger my best capability, either. But it really cannot be removed. Please try to ignore back. Just consider it as a battle hymn to cheer us up." Luo Xingzi and the other cultivators present were struck speechless. Xiao Xuance burst into fury. "You are still acting all mysterious toward the end of your life? I'm going to blow you up right now." Boom! The dozens of grand illusionary soldiers that constituted the giant iron ball were detonated at the same time. The scraps and the flames condensed into a giant metal rose. However, from the depths of the flower, an enormous hand more than 10 meters long suddenly extended out. With the debris of the grand illusionary soldiers as the bone and the spluttering electric arcs as the veins, the giant hand snatched at Xiao Xuance. All the grand illusionary soldiers standing between the giant hand and Xiao Xuanzi were torn to pieces immediately. Xiao Xuanzi was greatly shocked. It's Impo. Before he finished the last word, the best expert of the Flying Star sector was smacked away by the giant hand brutally, crashing into 4 grand illusionary soldiers, 1 immortal cultivator who was almost killed, and the cabin wall after an ear-splitting explosion. All the crystal processors in the dozens of square meters nearby were pulverized into powder. Shocked. All the cultivators and the immortal cultivators would not have been more shocked even if the world was overturned right now. They did not realize until this moment that the hundreds of grand illusionary soldiers did not surround Bai Xinghe, but were attracted by the bizarre force inside his body and unable to move. They had formed the best shield and protected him while he triggered the unparalleled capability that far exceeded anybody else's without any worries. Z. 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 The grand illusionary soldiers near Li Yao had all been melted into orange mud by the extremely high temperature and blossomed like petals. In the center of the petals, a crystal suit slowly rose up and stood in midair, surrounded by thousands of grand illusionary soldiers. It was entirely different from the Dragon King battle suit that everybody had seen just now. How did you? Xiao Xuanzi exerted his strength and jumped out of the cabin wall. He found it hard to believe his eyes. All the mist on the crystal suit in front of everybody was gone, revealing a shell that was as deep as the night sky and as brilliant as the stars. There was not the slightest joint on the entire crystal suit, as if it were made of an entire piece of liquid metal. On the elbows, knees, waist, and groin, where flexibility was most needed, metal was flowing and appeared as soft and smooth as silk. The surface of regular crystal suits was often carved with tremendous rune arrays, especially the power rune arrays to control the direction and the attack rune arrays to trigger the spiritual energy. However, all the rune arrays on this particular crystal suit were protected by half-round jade covers. At first glance, dozens of bright golden pearls seemed to have been embedded on the surface of the crystal suit. The spiritual energy transmission tubes among the pearls were all golden lines that looked like the veins and nerves of the crystal suit. The 6 dragon heads that had been raging on the back of the crystal suit were gone. But the right arm of the crystal suit was now adorned with 6 crimson stripes that looked like dragons, as if the will and demeanor of the 6 dragons had all been condensed into the patterns lurking on the right arm and could lunge out at any moment. Voila! Black Wing, which served as the support axis on the back of the crystal suit, released black flames in 2 directions. The flames expanded like tides and formed 2 black light wings that were dozens of meters long. The edges of the wings were mixed with thousands of golden feathers that were vibrating at a high frequency. They looked like vivid, sharp flying swords. The crystal suit boasted the mysteriousness of the night sky, the dominance of the Dragon King, and the brutality of Skeleton Dragon from 40,000 years ago. Mystic Skeleton plus Dragon King, unparalleled in the universe. When the specifications of the crystal suit quickly appeared in everybody's crystal processor, all the cultivators and immortal cultivators were greatly shocked. Compared to this crystal suit, even the nascent soul stage cultivators' tailor-made crystal suit seemed to have become wasted iron and copper. This crystal suit has adopted a lot of components and units of the Dragon King battle suit, but it is not the Dragon King battle suit. Its performance is much better than the Dragon King's. Bai Xinghe has been preserving his strength all this time. The specifications of the crystal suit are even higher than those of Xiao Xuanzi's Heavenly Lord battle suit. You are just bluffing. You can't fool me. Xiao Xuanzi roared. His spiritual energy surged out. All the debris and scraps within 3 meters were blown into smithereens, highlighting his outrage more clearly than ever. No matter how pretentious you are, you only wield the combat ability of the peak of the core formation stage. Besides, you've just reincarnated yourself. I don't believe that your soul can take such a blow. Xiao Xuanzi turned into a streak of golden brightness, and a hammer of soul power that was extremely sharp was thrown out, which was even faster. Over the past month, Bai Xinghe had been the primary target of study for the immortal cultivators. Other than Xiao Xuanzi, 6 experts of mental attacks had been practicing a cooperative attack very hard. Therefore, when Xiao Xuanzi launched the attack abruptly, 6 experts in mental attacks took action at the same time, too. The soul power of the 6 of them was like 6 iron walls that blocked Li Yao's soul from all directions and formed an extremely solid cage. Boom! The hammer of Xiao Xuanzi's soul power hit the cage heavily. The cage immediately echoed like a bell that had been tolled, producing deafening sounds that were inaudible for ordinary people but could tear apart their soul. According to Xiao Xuanzi's calculations and the countless simulations of the star brain, the soul-striking bell and spirit-splitting hammer were more than enough to completely drive a soul that had reincarnated within the past several years and had not fully merged with the body out of its shell. Even worse, the soul might be completely torn apart and would not be able to condense again for another several hours. However, Li Yao had no intention to dodge or defend when they launched the mental attack. Instead, he counterattacked in the most brutal way, boosted by the black light wings that were dozens of meters long. Attack versus attack. The golden feathers on the edges of the light wings dispersed at an amazing speed, but they were still linked to the light wings with tiny golden threads. Like thousands of thin blades, they darted tracing back to the source of the mental attack in midair and quickly locked onto the 6 mental attack experts. How could it be? Why is his soul so solid and cannot be driven out of the body? Not good. Most cultivators were only best at specialties. Since they were experts in mental attacks, they were naturally mediocre in real sword and saber combat. How could they resist Li Yao, who was as ferocious as a wolf and a tiger? Amid the exclamations and screams, one of the experts in the lead was pierced through by hundreds of golden feathers, turning into a cluster of blood mist. The rest of the experts, seeing that it was not good, hurried to flee to the Grand Illusionary soldiers. However, they were not fast enough. Hundreds of feathers swirled rapidly around their bodies, chopping off the heads of 2 experts, which flew up to the ceiling due to the pressure of the blood. The other 3 experts paid a price of one of their limbs before they managed to run to the behind of the Grand Illusionary soldiers. In that moment, 3 immortal cultivators in the core formation stage were annihilated, and 3 were heavily wounded. Such a terrifying combat ability far exceeded the limits of the peak of the core formation stage and the category of concealed capability. Even the cultivators who were his temporary teammates were sweating hard. One of the nascent soul stage cultivator could not help but speak to Luo Xingzi in private. Luo Xingzi, isn't Bai Xinghe a bit too magnificent? Why does he give me a feeling that he is actually the final boss? Luo Xingzi. There was no time for Li Yao to deal with the 3 shrimps who had just gotten away. His target was Xiao Xuanzi, the best expert of the Flying Star sector. Schwa. For a moment, blurred shadows were appearing in midair. Almost 20 Heavenly Lord battle suits showed up simultaneously, each equally dominating and splendid. However, every Heavenly Lord battle suit was harassed by a mystic skeleton battle suit. The 2 parties were fighting with their sabers and swords, shooting each other with crystal cannons at a super close distance, confronting each other with perilous soul attacks, or even crashing into each other's fists, feet, knees, and elbows like the most primitive, barbaric warriors. The speed of their movements, the sharpness of their techniques, and the immensity of the power released made all the cultivators and immortal cultivators dazzled. They could not analyze the real traces of the 2 parties in the battle even when they used up all their computational ability. Suddenly, after a series of ear-splitting explosions, all the blurred shadows of the Heavenly Lord battlesuit condensed again, and he was blown backwards. The shining surface of the crystal suit was now wreathed in a lackluster color, as if it had turned from gold into bronze. The best expert of the Flying Star sector had failed in the head-on clash that was devoid of any tricks. "You are not Bai Xinghe," Xiao Xuanzi roared both in shock and in fright. "Who are you exactly?" All the cultivators gasped at what he said. When the mysterious man reached out to them through the glorious sunlight group, they had been suspicious of his identity, too. But everything he had said and the unique dragon-like artificial arms on his crystal suit had finally convinced them. Later, the capability that he demonstrated, and especially the step-by-step fatal traps, made them relieved of their worries and acknowledged that he was Bai Xinghe, the old and cunning pirate potentate. But right now, when the mysterious man triggered his real capability, the cultivators also found that the man's fighting style was slightly different from the real Bai Xinghe's. He was even stronger than the real Bai Xinghe. The cultivators were both surprised and delighted, if not baffled. They did not have the slightest clue where such a super expert in the world of cultivators had come from and how he could have improved his speed, strength, and soul to such a shocking degree in a battlefield where the nascent soul could not be condensed. His eyes bloodshot, Xiao Xuanzi shouted desperately, "Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. It doesn't matter who you are. Nobody can wield the combat ability of the nascent soul stage in my great array. You are in the peak of the core formation stage, and I'm in the peak of the core formation stage, too. There's no way you can be so much stronger than me. Who says that I'm in the peak of the core formation stage?" The mystic skeleton battlesuit vanished into thin air, only to reappear above the Heavenly Lord battlesuit the very next second. "Let me show you the invincibility of the superlative height of the core formation stage." Boom! Xiao Xuanzi was bashed to the ground like a cannonball. Dozens of grand illusionary soldiers quickly moved forward and triggered powerful electric arcs and formed an electromagnetic web whose buffering saved him from the fate of hitting the ground. However, he could not have looked more disgraced. With its vast computational ability, the Star Brain finally finished comparing Li Yao's fighting style and the features of the mystic skeleton battlesuit with the files stored inside its database, which were as boundless as an ocean. A shocking conclusion had been reached. The crystal suit is very similar to Li Yao's crystal suit, which appeared in the Iron Plateau space zone before. The guy's fighting style is 73% similar to that of Sand Scorpion, the best warrior of Iron Plateau who disappeared 5 years ago. Li Yao, Sand Scorpion, Iron Plateau, Glorious Sunlight Group. You are Sand Scorpion. Sand Scorpion is Li Yao. It's been you all along. Xiao Xuanzi immediately thought everything through. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, making the signs of age on his face more conspicuous than they should have been. Li Yao. Sand Scorpion. It's him. It's him. All the cultivators, including Luo Xingzi, were overjoyed and felt like shouting and crying. Their computational ability was all extremely high. If they had not found out the truth after getting so much information, they would have been too ashamed to be called nascent soul stage cultivators anymore. Sand Scorpion or Li Yao, the bottom line is, it's time for our counterattack. Motivated by Li Yao's shocking performance, all the cultivators initiated their counterattack with higher morale than ever. Xiao Xuanzi grunted and fled to the grand illusionary soldiers, quickly vanishing into the iron torrents. The wings of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, on the other hand, minced all the grand illusionary soldiers that were rushing over into pieces with auras almost 100 meters long that looked like 2 black sabers. Xiao Xuanzi. Li Yao's body seemed to have turned into dozens of streaks of blackness and appeared in various locations at the same time, locking onto Xiao Xuanzi's position precisely. Roars resembling storm and thunder echoed inside the black streaks. Your grand illusionary soldiers are grandly illusionary. At this moment, there were 17 seconds to go before the great Empyrean soul-stirring array collapsed. The battle hymn of the superlative height of the core formation stage had just reached the loudest note. In the last 17 seconds, faced with Li Yao, who was in the superlative height of the core formation stage, Xiao Xuanzi chose to run away without any hesitation. Other than the Heavenly Lord battlesuit, he also had multiple Ares extensions and endless grand illusionary soldiers to cover his retreat. Even though your capability is higher than mine at the moment, it is unlikely that you can kill me in less than 20 seconds. In the meantime, the overwhelming Grand Illusionary soldiers on my side can seriously wound the 6 Nascent Soul Stage Cultivators on your side. In another 20 seconds, the Great Empyrean Soul Stirring Array will collapse, and I will be able to trigger the combat ability of the high level of the Nascent Soul Stage again. My chance of winning is not slim. Those thoughts quickly flashed in Xiao Xuance's brain. His body disappeared among the countless Grand Illusionary soldiers like ice melting in water. 16 seconds remained. Dozens of streaks of blackness gathered from various directions and formed the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit again. While Li Yao's spiritual energy surged out, silver brilliance was beaming out of the blackness, which covered the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit and condensed a glamorous shell. At first glance, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit seemed to have doubled in size and painted with a silver camouflage. The silver lacquer looked like the clearest lake in which ripples were spreading out peacefully. It was the unparalleled extension, an Ares extension tailor-made for the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit that Li Yao had refined himself. Boom! The air surrounding Li Yao was entirely shattered and covered in a white fog. In 1 second, he slightly altered his direction 66 times at a supersonic speed. The white fog was actually the combination of the dozens of sonic booms. Now that Li Yao had locked onto Xiao Xuance, there was no way that he could run off easily. 15 seconds remained. The 2 super crystal suits that were both equipped with the Ares extensions crashed into each other quietly. For experts in the level of Li Yao and Xiao Xuance, they could have launched hundreds of sharp attacks within 1 second, but they simply stuck to each other like 2 of the softest feathers. However, the air around them was twisted, as if it had turned into dirty seawater. The ball of seawater that appeared out of nowhere continued expanding. All the Grand Illusionary soldiers swallowed by the ball would be crushed into pancakes by the super pressure, as if they had really been placed in a deep ocean tens of thousands of meters deep. The head-on clash lasted 3 seconds. Cracks finally appeared on the surface of Xiao Xuance's Ares extension. Then, scraps the size of fingernails burst out. 11 seconds remained. Dozens of Grand Illusionary soldiers behind Li Yao detonated themselves at the same time. The flames they generated were manipulated by Xiao Xuance's telepathic thoughts and turned into a giant fire snake that stabbed Li Yao's spine. Li Yao had to focus his attention on the fire snake. Xiao Xuance took the opportunity to flee. He stored the Heavenly Lord battlesuit and the Ares extension into his Cosmos ring and put on a crystal suit that was in exactly the same in appearance to the Grand Illusionary soldiers. 10 seconds remained. 9 seconds remained. 8 seconds remained. The Grand Illusionary soldiers around Li Yao were exploding one after another. They were not blocking Li Yao but merely jamming the scanning of his telepathic thoughts so that he would not be able to locate the real Xiao Xuance. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. All the other Grand Illusionary soldiers and immortal cultivators lunged at the cultivators crazily without a care for themselves, for the sole purpose of inflicting more wounds to the Nascent Soul Stage cultivators before they recovered. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Li Yao frowned. He diminished the range of his telepathic thoughts. 3 seconds remained. Li Yao had locked onto Xiao Xuance again. He threw out a batch of powerful terror bombs, which mixed with the most worrying thought for Xiao Xuance in the bottom of his heart. Xiao Xuance, your Imperium of true human beings is screwed. Then, 99 golden feathers pierced through the wall of flames and outlined a special Grand Illusionary soldier neatly. When all the other Grand Illusionary soldiers were marching forward fearlessly and detonating themselves one after another, a Grand Illusionary soldier that looked very prudent became very distinctive. The last 2 seconds. Realizing that he had been seen through, Xiao Xuance summoned the Heavenly Lord battlesuit and the Ares extension again. However, before he finished installing the Ares extension, Li Yao had shown up right before him and blown it into pieces. Pooh! Xiao Xuanzi suffered a heavy kick to the chest. Despite the protection of the Heavenly Lord battlesuit, almost 10 of his ribs were broken. He had never suffered a heavier wound in the past dozens of years. However, pushed by Li Yao's heavy strike, he flew as far away as he could. Hundreds of Grand Illusionary soldiers stood before him and formed a full enclosing giant shield connected by the electric arcs and the magnetic field. The last second. Li Yao raised his right hand. Countless pieces of the Grand Illusionary soldiers were attracted to him and condensed into a metal saber more than 40 meters long. He waved the saber and slashed at Xiao Xuanzi's shield. After a thunderous explosion, both the saber and the shield exploded. However, the effect of the great Empyrean soul-stirring array had run out. The tens of thousands of crystals embedded at the center of the broadcasting rune arrays cracked and exploded in 1 second, turning into colorful powder. Xiao Xuanzi had been waiting a long time for that moment. He regained the immense cultivation of the nascent soul stage instantly. When the aura of Li Yao's blade left the saber and rushed toward, he grabbed and crushed it amid crazy laughter instead of dodging. The invincible aura of the blade was crushed in one grab. Now that you've failed to kill me in 1 minute, you are doomed. At this moment, countless Grand Illusionary soldiers were still crowding into the bridge from various directions. Luo Xingzi and the other 5 cultivators returned to the nascent soul stage, too, but their nascent souls were much smaller in size than before. Just now, the Grand Illusionary soldiers had protected Xiao Xuanzi. Except for the heavy strike at the end, he did not suffer any injuries, nor did he use too much of his spiritual energy. Therefore, he still possessed the ability to fight. The 6 cultivators in the nascent soul stage, on the other hand, were not only heavily wounded but also running out of spiritual energy because of the fierce battle against the Grand Illusionary soldiers just now. The stronger you are, the quicker you become exhausted. Li Yao, how long can you stay in the superlative height of the core formation stage? You raged for an entire minute so magnificently and killed quite a lot of my Grand Illusionary soldiers. You must be reaching your limits, right? More than 100,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers have been deployed on Heavenly Phantom. How many more can you take down? I'm going to exhaust each and every one of you with the pure advantage in numbers. Xiao Xuanzi was extremely cautious. Although he had regained the capability of the nascent soul stage, he was still hiding among the Grand Illusionary soldiers, healing his wounds, making new strategies, and striking at the cultivators' belief, because he was quite wary of Li Yao's weird superlative height of the core formation stage. The situation was indeed not in the cultivators' favor. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators had been surrounded by infinite Grand Illusionary soldiers. It was impossible to reduce their number. Amid Xiao Xuanzi's crazy laughter, the crystal cannons on the shoulders of the Grand Illusionary soldiers released dangerous electric arcs. Their chainswords and vibration sabers were triggered to the maximum, too. Breathing heavily, the cultivators stood next to each other, faced with the surging tides raised by the iron torrent. Li Yao laughed, too. Professor Mo Xian lost his cool and shouted in the secret channel, "Well done, Li Yao. We've made it. In the 1 minute just now, you successfully distracted Xiao Xuanzi's attention and forced him to concentrate most of the computational ability of the star brain on you. It was a great opportunity for our infiltration. Because of your intense attack, we've finished the planting and the activation of the virus 1 minute faster than we expected. In 5 seconds, we will be able to control the central area around the star brain. Not only will we be able to paralyze all the Grand Illusionary soldiers, we can even control all of them in the bridge. But we cannot control them for long. You must seize the window to take down Xiao Xuanzi and destroy the star brain. Understood. Li Yao licked his lips. In 3 seconds, the Grand Illusionary soldiers would be out of Xiao Xuanzi's control. Then, he had to find a way to buy him 3 seconds. Li Yao took a deep breath. He suddenly pointed at Xiao Xuanzi, who was hiding behind the Grand Illusionary soldiers, and yelled, "Xiao Xuanzi, if you have any guts as the best expert of the Flying Star sector, do you dare to duel me? Let's see whether the high level of the Nascent Soul stage is better or the superlative height of the Core Formation stage is more awesome." Xiao Xuanzi laughed aloud. "Did you break your head when you formed the core? Right now, my thousands of Grand Illusionary soldiers have surrounded you. Victory is all mine. A duel? Do you think we are in a movie or what?" Li Yao sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "All right, it is you who refused the proposal of a duel. Don't say that I didn't give you the opportunity later." After the conversation, 3 seconds were up. In a moment, the star brain had been bright gold in the beginning, but part of the virtual neurons at the core turned into a weird gray and then transformed from gray into black. Twisted and tampered telepathic thoughts darted out of the star brain in all the directions in the sea of stars. On Heavenly Phantom, in space, and inside Heavenly Saint City, all the Grand Illusionary soldiers, whatever they were doing a second ago, came to a weird standstill. Many Grand Illusionary soldiers that had been flying fell and hit the ground, leaving giant pits. Their arms that had been waving swords and sabers a moment ago put down the blades and placed them on the 2 sides of the body. Then, the Grand Illusionary soldiers crouched into the shape of balls, entering their idle mode. They were like an army that had lost their vitality. The sound of slaughtering and explosions ended abruptly. Inside Heavenly Saint City, many cultivators and Qi trainers were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the vaguest clue what had just happened. In the meantime, on the bridge of Heavenly Phantom, the tens of thousands of Grand Illusionary soldiers, after a moment of silence, opened their eyes again. Starry brilliance was beaming out. But the brilliance turned into a strange gold. Shua! The tens of thousands of Grand Illusionary soldiers turned to Xiao Xuanzi at the same time. The hundreds of them that were guarding around Xiao Xuanzi aimed their crystal cannons at Xiao Xuanzi. Dangerous brightness was flashing in their weapons. Xiao Xuanzi was dumbfounded. Inside the Heavenly Lord battle suit, the crystal processor that was connected to the star brain was in chaos, too. The information streams projected to him were like scattered swirls that he could not make anything out of. The star brain has been planted with a virus. How is it possible? Li Yao extended his right hand and pressed down, while he said, "Kill him." Swoosh! 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 The Grand Illusionary soldiers that had been loyal to Xiao Xuanzi suddenly turned into Li Yao's dutiful dogs and lunged at Xiao Xuanzi without any hesitation. The crystal cannons were roaring, the chain swords were slashing, and the vibration sabers were uttering desperate screams. Xiao Xuanzi made a poor decision himself, too. With the capability of the Nascent Soul stage, he should not have been locked onto by the Grand Illusionary soldiers so easily. However, he had regarded the Grand Illusionary soldiers as his own shield a moment ago. Therefore, the Grand Illusionary soldiers around him were particularly dense with barely any gaps. When the Grand Illusionary soldiers rebelled and attacked their master, even Xiao Xuanzi was bewildered for a moment, before he was drowned in the iron torrent quickly. All the cultivators were shocked. Exclamations echoed non-stop in the communication channel. Countless Grand Illusionary soldiers passed by them like the fiercest piranhas and dispersed when they were about to hit the cultivators, as if the cultivators were covered in an invisible shield. The cultivators who were breathing hard because of the shortness of spiritual energy watched the Grand Illusionary soldiers lunging at Xiao Xuanzi, their fear not entirely gone. They felt their heads going dizzy, and they failed to come up with any comments. Luo Xingzi and the other Nascent Soul stage cultivators were the fastest to realize what had happened. They were overjoyed. "You planted a virus in the star brain?" Li Yao nodded. "There's no time to explain. The star brain can automatically detect and annihilate the viruses. We cannot keep the star brain paralyzed for long. We have to seize every second to exterminate Xiao Xuanzi and destroy the star brain. Li Yao charged at Xiao Xuanzi, closely followed by the other 6 nascent soul stage cultivators who apparently considered him the core of attack. 6 cultivators in the nascent soul stage and 1 in the superlative height of the core formation stage were attacking the best expert of the flying star sector together. With Xiao Xuanzi's capability, if he was determined to run away, the Grand Illusionary soldiers would not necessarily have been able to stop him, but the situation was different when several super experts were monitoring him in the periphery. Manipulated by the spectral cultivators, countless Grand Illusionary soldiers flew to Xiao Xuanzi and detonated themselves. Even the Grand Illusionary soldiers that did not detonate themselves were also improving the output efficiency of their crystal reactors to the maximum. As a result, the crystal reactors together with their entire bodies were all melting into molten iron. They all smashed at Xiao Xuanzi like clusters of magma. 16 6-barreled revolving Vulcan machine guns appeared around the mystic skeleton battlesuit again. But this time, it was not the highly heated explosive bullets that were triggered, but the freezing bullets that contained frost rune arrays. Qi! 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 Every bullet would explode into a vague, icy mist when they reached Xiao Xuanzi. The melted, twisted iron and alloys were frozen by the icy mist and turned into an extremely thick shell after they were combined. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators all saw through Li Yao's tactic. He was building an iron cocoon around Xiao Xuanzi in such a way so that Xiao Xuanzi would be restrained inside and could not get out of the siege. Let's do it together. Of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, 2 were adept at temperature manipulation techniques. They blew rain and ice quickly toward the target. The other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators, although not as good at the temperature manipulating techniques as their other 2 companions, mostly brought a few crystal bombs of the ice class with them. For a moment, cold, bluish colors were flashing crazily, and the air was freezing. Hardly had the Grand Illusionary soldiers around Xiao Xuanzi been melted in the high temperature when they were condensed into ugly shackles again. Ah! This time, Xiao Xuanzi truly burst into fury. The flames outside the Heavenly Lord battlesuit gradually expanded into a giant almost 5 meters tall whose face was as vivid as that of a real person. His fury could be clearly seen on the giant. The self-detonation of the Grand Illusionary soldiers and the reforged iron shackles seemed to have no other effects except stalling him for half a second in his craziness. However, half a second was enough. The self-detonation of the Grand Illusionary soldiers delayed him for half a second, and the collective attack of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators delayed another half. And when the half-second was over, new Grand Illusionary soldiers had crowded close again. The Grand Illusionary soldiers and the nascent soul stage cultivators were like 2 giant hands that was smacking Xiao Xuanzi in turn unceasingly. Xiao Xuanzi felt lightheaded but had nowhere to run. Xiao Xuanzi suffered heavy wounds in that minute. His spiritual energy was burning up, too, in the prolonged battle. The giant of flames seemed intimidating, but they were shaking like a torch in the billowing wind. Occasionally, long streams of fire were thrown out, but they would often collapse after swallowing less than 10 Grand Illusionary soldiers despite their awe-inspiring appearance. Seeing through Xiao Xuanzi's fatigue, Li Yao flapped his wings and dashed to dozens of meters away where he stared at the villain who was coming to his doom. When Xiao Xuanzi released furious flames of spiritual energy for the 7th time, trying to break out of the siege, only to be smashed back by Luo Xingzi doggedly, Li Yao finally raised his right hand and opened his fingers, aiming his palm at the prey. The 6 dragon-like spiritual stripes on the right arm of the mystic skeleton battlesuit spiraled to the center of his palm. In the palm was another golden stripe in the shape of a dragon head, as if an enormous dragon was lurking right inside Li Yao's hand. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and mumbled spells. The 6 dragon stripes on his right arm and the golden rune inside his palm were flaring in dangerous brilliance at the same time. Shwa! When the dragon stripes were the brightest, 6 dragons suddenly appeared out of nowhere and span rapidly around Li Yao's right arm. The right arm of the mystic skeleton battlesuit underwent shocking changes, too. The plate continuously extended, and his fist was consumed by a golden light beam from which an exceptionally majestic dragon flew out. The highlights of Bai Xinghe's Dragon King battlesuit were the 9 dragon-like artificial limbs that were passed on from the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. In the battle against the Temple of Immortals, 2 of them had been damaged. The remaining 7 had been heavily modified by Li Yao and transformed into a piece of very awesome aggressive magical equipment. The artificial limbs could be placed on the back or returned to the Cosmos Ring. At the crucial moment, the 6 artificial limbs could be activated at the same time and revolve rapidly around his right arm, boosting the drill of mystic rays that had been installed on the mystic skeleton battlesuit earlier and increasing the power of the drill to the maximum. Hiss! 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 With the most majestic dragon as the axis, the other 6 artificial limbs were revolving at the highest speed. Endless spiritual energy spurted out of Li Yao's palm and constituted a gargantuan drill with the 7 dragons as the bones. Glamorous flames as if a starship crashing through the atmosphere were triggered while the drill was spinning in the air intensely. Even Li Yao found himself barely able to perform such a violent attack. He felt that his entire right arm was about to be torn apart. He extended his left hand and grabbed his right arm to help maintain the stability of the giant drill. Far away, after fighting hundreds of rounds with the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators and destroying thousands of grand illusionary soldiers, Xiao Xuanzi was burning his life and soul to the limits, too. At this point, the flame surrounding him quickly expanded into a magnificent man who was wearing a crown and a battle robe. It was a shame that his soul had already started dispersing. The magnificent sight did not last half a second before it turned into a bloated monster who was laughing crazily in desperation. But the crown on his head was equally delicate and still glittering splendidly. "Go to hell!" Li Yao roared. He pushed his right arm forward brutally. The drill of mystic rays mixed with 7 enormous dragons instantly turned into a giant pillar of light that rushed toward Xiao Xuanzi. Boom! Xiao Xuanzi's spiritual shield held back the attack for half a second. The collision of the immense spiritual energy triggered such a sweeping blast that countless grand illusionary soldiers nearby were blown to smithereens. Half a second later, Xiao Xuanzi's spiritual shield together with his Heavenly Lord battlesuit completely collapsed. The pillar of golden light pierced into his chest and out of his back. A shocking giant hole was left on his chest by the drill of mystic rays. All his internal organs were gone. Even the blood all over his body was vaporized in an instant. The mystic rays faded out. All the attacks came to an end. Xiao Xuanzi was still floating in midair, holding his saber high, with the same unbendable demeanor as before. However, the color on his skin had gone, turning him lead-colored. "You may stop me." Starting from his feet, Xiao Xuanzi's body turned into ash, flying into the air inch by inch, as if 10,000 gray butterflies were dancing gracefully near him. "But you cannot stop the evolution. Long live the evolution. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the civilization of mankind." When his saber turned into ash, he tried to raise his hand high and roar. But hardly had he moved his arm when his fist collapsed as if it were made of sand. He could only wave his bare wrist and shout desperately, "Love live the Imperium of true human be," before he made the final declaration. Xiao Xuanzi, the best expert of the Flying Star sector, the commander-in-chief of the Imperium of true human beings, and an immortal cultivator, completely turned into ash, dispersing in the air. None of the cultivators who saw the scene would be calm again until a long time later. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators were looking at each other in bewilderment. They were asking the same question: is this the end of everything? It is not. We must destroy the star brain. Li Yao's face was pale, and his temples were pulsating after performing his strongest move. He gritted his teeth and closed his right hand. The 7 dragons that had pierced through Xiao Xuance's body just now took a turn in midair and rushed toward the thousands of broadcasting rune arrays behind him. Boom! The high wall that was embedded with broadcasting rune arrays had been on the verge of collapse in the first place. Under the scourge of the 7 dragons, the wall exploded and revealed the vast control room behind it, where the Star Brain, the most crucial device for the immortal cultivators, was hidden. The control room of the Star Brain was as vast as the bridge, but most of the space was occupied by giant crystal chips, computational rune arrays, and ventilation tubes. However, at the center of the room, in a vertical room that looked like a shaft, loose light spots were floating in midair and outlined what seemed to be a brain. A lot of immortal cultivators were surrounding the Star Brain, but most of them were experts in crystal processors. Suppressed by the Grand Illusionary soldiers and the 7 super experts, they were unable to fight back at all. We must be careful, everybody. Do not think that everything is over now that Xiao Xuance is dead. If my guess is correct, an even more formidable enemy is probably lurking in this place. His eyes as sharp as lightning, Li Yao locked onto a meat mountain right below the Star Brain. It was Xiao Tianbao, Xiao Xuance's foster son, the creator of the Star Brain, and the mentally retarded genius known as the Star Child. What? Xiao Tianbao, the Star Child, was the creator and the first operator of the Star Brain. If the cultivators wanted to gain control over the Star Brain, their best choice was to coerce him. After all, other than his talent with crystal processors, his IQ was very low. It would not be a problem to force him to give up the keys of the Star Brain. Luo Xingzi and the other nascent soul stage cultivators were about to charge at Xiao Tianbao, only to come to an abrupt halt when they heard Li Yao's words. After everything that had happened, especially when Li Yao finished Xiao Xuance quickly and neatly in one move at the last moment, none of the nascent soul stage cultivators dared to disregard his opinions, despite the mystery surrounding him. Stop pretending, Xiao Tianbao. I don't believe that you are a retard. Li Yao extended his right arm. A deep purple light ball, surrounded by pale, spluttering electric arcs, was being condensed inside his palm. He remarked, "For a man of your cultivation who is capable of producing a super crystal processor like the Star Brain, how can you really be a retard? The immortal cultivators are too few. Your entire plan is dependent on the Grand Illusionary soldiers, and you are the key to the Grand Illusionary Soldier project. I don't think that is a coincidence. Since the very beginning, you immortal cultivators have been doing things in an onion-like style. Mask after mask, and camouflage after camouflage. The space pirates are a disguise for the Temple of Immortals, and the Temple of Immortals is a disguise for the Imperium of true human beings. Both on Iron Plateau and on Spider Den, the greatest villain did not show up easily until the last moment. However, Xiao Xuance, as the commander-in-chief of the Imperium of true human beings, violated the pattern. He was the one to put forward the Grand Illusionary Soldier project, not to mention that he was the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group. He kept himself in the spotlight almost since the very beginning. As it turned out, when the Grand Illusionary Soldier project was proposed, many people, including me, grew suspicious of the project and even doubted that Xiao Xuance had other ill intentions. Although Xiao Xuance managed to win the other cultivators' trust by sacrificing one of his sons and throwing out a series of false conspiracy theories, all of which were quite effective, his actions were too risky. They did not seem to be the real style of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, I made a bold assumption that Xiao Xuance is not the real commander-in-chief of the Imperium of true human beings, at least not the only one. You, Xiao Tianbao, the Star Child, the creator of the Star Brain, and the pivot of the entire plan, are the real controller of the Imperium of true human beings behind Xiao Xuance. His deductions were reasonable and logical. All the nascent soul stage cultivators were nodding their heads in approval, convinced. But Xiao Tianbao burst into tears, his legs kicking crazily and his fat shivering. Li Yao was not fooled. He sneered and said, "Do you feel that it is funny to keep acting when everything has reached this point? If you do not reveal your true face, don't blame me for my brutality." Xiao Tianbao was still crying and even farted loudly. Li Yao sneered. Redness suddenly beamed out of his eyes, and he threw out the purple light ball in his hand, which hit Xiao Tianbao's chest precisely. After a thunderous sound, Xiao Tianbao turned into a pile of ash before he had the chance to grunt. What a quick, clean death. Li Yao. Luo Xingzi. All the other cultivators. Everybody was looking at Li Yao in silence. Blinking rapidly, Li Yao quickly made certain gestures with his hands. Deep green flames of spiritual energy flew out into the air, dispersing into a bright green mist. It was a technique to detect ghosts and spectral cultivators. If the remaining soul of a dead person ran away, it would leave traces on the green mist. However, Li Yao searched far and wide, only to find no traces of any lingering souls at all. Xiao Tianbao was as dead as anyone could ever be. There was no way that he could cause trouble anymore. Luo Xingzi couldn't help but observe, "Well, fellow cultivator Li, have you overthought the whole thing? Maybe Xiao Tianbao was really a retard, that was particularly handy with crystal processors?" Li Yao ground his teeth so hard that sparks were almost bursting out. He frowned hard and murmured to himself, "It's unreasonable. Xiao Tianbao must have been an important person of the Imperium of the true human beings even if he wasn't the controller of it. How could he have been killed by such a harmless attack? There's no other choices now. Xiao Tianbao is dead. We cannot turn off the star brain through him, we can only demolish the big guy now." In the urgency, Li Yao did not have too much time to think. Together with the other 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, they flew into the shaft in the center of the control room. Above their heads, the translucent, golden brain was fluctuating like a heart. The brain cells were flashing and then dwindling. They looked both like stars and eyes that were staring at the unannounced visitors indifferently. Li Yao gritted his teeth and summoned the 16 six-barreled revolving Vulcan machine guns again. After a series of cracking noises, the magazines of super bullets made of marrow crystals were locked and loaded. Right then, Professor Mo Xian suddenly shrieked in the communication channel, "Not good. Run away quickly." Abrupt changes took place. In a moment, countless bubbles began popping up in the depths of the translucent brain. The dead gray area that had been invaded by the virus suddenly shone brilliantly. The translucent brain kept expanding until it passed through Li Yao's body like a weird wind. Li Yao suddenly felt greatly alarmed. He pulled the trigger subconsciously and raised 16 fire snakes. However, all the fire snakes seemed to hit a black swamp like statues made of mud being pushed into an ocean. They did not even raise any ripples. This is, when Li Yao soared up in the mystic skeleton battle suit, he seemed to break dozens of invisible walls and break out of heavenly phantom instantly. What appeared before him was a universe in a fierce battle, but not around Heavenly Saint City and in a completely foreign space zone. Thousands of enormous starships were fighting against a fleet of a hideous-looking alien civilization. Blood was shed in space, and countless souls perished. Li Yao had never felt feebler. He lowered his head and noticed that black materials were being secreted by the dark universe and quickly crawled on the legs of the mystic skeleton battle suit. They wriggled upwards and spread out like a combination of leeches and centipedes. What is this place? Behind Li Yao, Luo Xingzi and the other nascent soul stage cultivators appeared in the weird space, too. They were also wreathed, drowned, and swallowed by the black liquids leaking from the universe. Weren't we attacking the star brain? How did we end up in this place? Looking at the weird scenes around them, the crystal warships that were more splendid than palaces and the ferocious beasts larger than starships that were attacking each other, even the nascent soul stage cultivators felt that their blood was freezing and exclaimed in shock. Countless stars rushed close from various directions and condensed into a deformed kid whose head was extremely huge and whose body was as slim as a skeleton. The kid looked at them and said casually, "This is the world of my brain. Didn't you want to destroy me? You are welcome to try." His words made all the cultivators feel horrid. The world of your brain. Li Yao pondered for a moment, only to shudder violently and realize why he had shown up here all of a sudden. You are the star brain. The star brain is alive. Xiao Xuanzi was not the real controller of the Imperium of true human beings, nor was Xiao Tianbao. It is you who has been controlling the organization all along. You've launched a mental attack at us. This is not a real world but an illusion that you made up. Li Yao suddenly felt extremely cold. The fact that the star brain had self-awareness was already dreadful enough. He had never expected that the star brain would boast enough soul power to trap him and the other 6 nascent soul stage cultivators in an illusion without alarming them. Li Yao could not even begin to fathom how immense the star brain's soul power was. The star child looked at Li Yao for a while. There was a hint of praise in his indifferent voice, as he said, "Li Yao, you are very smart. You've almost guessed everything right. I assume that the virus in my head must have something to do with you, right? 5 years ago, when the Grand Illusionary Soldier project was just activated and all the cultivators were allowed to scan my brain, I sensed that some reprobates seemed to have other plans with my brain. As it turned out, your virus really took effect at the critical moment. It took me quite a long time at a cost of astronomical computational ability and spiritual energy to annihilate the virus and fix the loopholes. I did not even have the time to rescue Xiao Xuanzi. However, I am much more than the star brain. I am also Xiao Tianbao, the Sea King of the Temple of Immortals, as well as another dozen roles. All in all, you may call me, the Star Child. This is my name in the Imperium of true human beings. Star Child number 19. Li Yao was genuinely stunned. He finally realized that his suspicions about Xiao Tianbao were not groundless. However, Xiao Tianbao was merely a reincarnation of the Star Child, and the loss of a reincarnation mattered little to the Star Child. As it turned out, the Mountain King, the Sea King, the Black King, and the Lotus King of the Temple of Immortals all existed, and the Sea King was actually the real supervisor of the entire scheme. However, what was the meaning of Star Child number 19? Were there another 18 terrifying creatures such as the one right in front of him? Li Yao's mind was in a mess as he considered the question. Luo Xingzi, on the other hand, burst into laughter and said, "It matters not whether you are Xiao Tianbao, the Sea King, or the so-called Star Child, the scheme of the immortal cultivators has been foiled. We will not allow the so-called Imperium of true human beings to be established even at the cost of our lives." Star Child number 19 looked at the 7 cultivators calmly. Although his face and eyes were all made of stars, Li Yao could easily distinguish the amusement and contempt in them. "There's something that all of you, including Xiao Xuanzi, have mistaken." "Completely mistaken," Star Child number 19 said calmly. The New Era plan launched by the immortal cultivators was not meant to establish the Imperium of true human beings but to bathe Flying Star Sector in the glory of the Imperium. In fact, 1,000 years ago, the Imperium of true human beings, the second magnificent Imperium that is going to lead the civilization of mankind, was already established in the Imperial Terminus Sector, the old capital of the Star Ocean Imperium. The Empyrean Terminus Sector, Planet Empyrean Terminus. It had once been the capital of the Star Ocean Imperium and the heart of the civilization of mankind. It was also the place where the final battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon, 2 unparalleled experts of mankind, had taken place 10,000 years ago. In the legends, because the battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon was too fierce, the whole of Imperial Terminus, and even the entire sector, had been shattered into countless fragments. But right now, the weird Star Child number 19 claimed that the Imperium of true human beings was established on the debris of Imperial Terminus 1,000 years ago. All 7 cultivators, including Li Yao, gasped at the shocking news. Their brains completely went blank. Is he fooling us? Is he trying to buy himself more time? But what is he buying time for right now? Li Yao thought quickly and tried to escape from the weird illusion. However, the soul power of the Star Child was too tremendous. The illusionary world he had built was so vivid that Li Yao could not find any loopholes. He even felt that this was the real world and he had been in a dream until then. Li Yao was very clear that, when the black liquid that was spreading on his legs completely consumed him, his brain would be occupied by the will of the Star Child, and he would become the Star Child's puppet. He had to break the illusion. In order to break the illusion, he needed to find a loophole first. Star Child number 19 seemed to see through what was on his mind. He said casually, "Are you suspecting that I lied? Believe me. There is no need for me to lie right now. I'm very interested in a sincere communication with the 7 unparalleled experts of the Flying Star sector and showing the formidability of the Imperium of true human beings to you. If possible, I do not want to burn the Flying Star sector to the ground, either. After all, every cultivator in this place can be an excellent warrior of the Imperium of true human beings to fight for the future of the civilization of mankind. Wouldn't it be a shame if you are killed in internal strife? If you are worried that I'm deliberately procrastinating, or if you are deliberately procrastinating, then just stop wasting your time. You are in the world of my brain. In this place, our communication is established purely telepathically. No matter how much we talk, it will be only several seconds in the real world. 99% of my plan has worked out. The glow of the Imperium will soon illuminate this dim world. Nobody can stop it. There are only 2 roads in front of you. You either bend and integrate, or you are obliterated." Ripples suddenly spread out in the space behind Star Child number 19. Like an overwhelming light beam, it displayed something brand new. It was another space zone that was plagued by the fire of war. The crystal warships of countless cultivators and space pirates were involved in a gory battle. Corpses and debris were floating in space, reflecting eye-catching colors under the illumination of mystic rays. Li Yao and the other 6 cultivators were no strangers to the space zone. It was the Spider Den space zone, the nest of the space pirates. Behind the battlefield, the space gate was particularly attention-grabbing. The lighthouse, made up almost 100 super-star beacons, was adjusting its structure and being manipulated by a mysterious strength, changing from a perfect tube into a lozenge that looked like a diamond. Starting from the bottom of the diamond, star beacons were illuminated one after another. The intensity of their brightness far exceeded everybody's imagination. Star Child number 19 smiled and said, "You think that the Grand Illusionary Soldier project is the focus of the immortal cultivators and that the space gate is just a piece of insignificant magical equipment that has only been repaired because the Grand Illusionary Soldiers and the cultivators need to be mobilized to the Spider Den space zone, don't you? You are terribly wrong. The Grand Illusionary Soldier project is, of course, very important. If it works out, I will be able to control the Flying Star sector decades in advance. Then, in a few more decades, I will be able to transform the Flying Star sector into the Imperium of true human beings and all the cultivators into the immortal cultivators. The Imperium will have a lot of backup soldiers. However, it is not the key of the plan. The real key is the space gate that none of you have ever paid attention to. 10,000 years ago, Spider Den was one of the most important mining planets of the Star Ocean Imperium. At that time, the Imperium built a lot of super-star beacons that allowed the crystal warships and carriers of all the other sectors to jump to his place instantly. However, after 10,000 years, most of the star beacons have run out of their spiritual energy or are seriously damaged. Right now, the super-star beacons are shining again. With my precise calculation and distribution, the resonation of mystic rays and the radiation they send out will not only illuminate the entire flying star sector but also reach the Empyrean terminus space zone, where the signals will be caught by the stargazers of the Imperium of true human beings. He. You think that the space gate is meant to guide the way for the army of the flying star sector so that they can jump to the spider den space zone simultaneously? No. Its real purpose is to guide the way for the army of the Imperium of true human beings and to inform them of the precise coordinates of the flying star sector. With the precise coordinates, it won't be long before the expedition army of the Imperium marches to this world. You and your sector alone are far from enough to compete with the Imperium. You have already lost. His words frozen all the cultivators' heart and brain instantly. In space, in Heavenly Saint City, in the Spider Den space zone, and in dozens of other space zones of the Flying Star sector, countless Grand Illusionary soldiers, which had just entered their idle mode, stood up again after a period of beeping sounds, with coldness beaming out of their eyes, surrounded by dazzling electric arcs. It was the same on Heavenly Phantom. Except for some of the Grand Illusionary soldiers on the bridge and inside the control room of the Star Brain, which were still under the control of Professor Mo Xian, the majority of the Grand Illusionary soldiers fell into the Star Brain's hands again and charged at the bridge. Both parties were Grand Illusionary soldiers, and the battle was quite evenly matched. However, there were far more Grand Illusionary soldiers under the Star Brain's control than those under Mo Xian's. It would only be a matter of time before they broke into the bridge. What has happened? The enemy's computational ability soared all of a sudden and annihilated the virus we planted. I sensed that the enemy's thinking pattern underwent drastic changes. It seems that the Star Brain possess self-awareness now. Huh? Would that make it just like us? The 5-star spirits looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Yao and the other cultivators must be in an unimaginable crisis. The Star Brain is much more terrifying than we expected. We are definitely no match for it in the competition of computational ability. There was unwavering determination in Professor Mo Xian's voice, as he said, there is only one way to counterattack now. We march inside ourselves. Professor? The other 4-star spirits were confused. The enemy's computational ability is higher than ours. It has most of the spiritual nexus under its control, too. Fighting against it online is a dead end. But don't forget, Professor Mo Xian smiled and then continued. Don't forget that the body of the Star Brain is just regular metal and crystals. But our bodies are made of the mustard seed liquid metals from the Star Ocean Imperium that can swallow other metals and crystals to reproduce. We are definitely no match for the Star Brain in terms of computational ability, but physically, we can totally devour it. Devour it? The 4-star spirits were dazed. They then waved their hands merrily. Right. Right. We will swallow the crystal chips and the computational arrays that constitute the body of the Star Brain. Let's see what it can compute when all its materials are gone. Its life form is similar to ours. Chances are that our ability will be increased a lot after we swallow it. Swoosh. 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 Liquid metal that looked like mercury leaked out of the 5 artificial bodies and quickly flowed to the control room of the Star Brain along the tubes and gaps of the starship. The 5-star spirits were very clear that, as easy as the process sounded, it would definitely be the most perilous battle since they had become Star Spirits. Nobody was sure whether they would swallow the Star Brain or be manipulated by the Star Brain with its immense computational ability. But this was their only choice right now. If we digest the Star Brain and improve our computation ability to the maximum, we will certainly be able to activate the Super Crystal Processor system in the Star Prior's house. Then, we will locate the Heaven's Origin sector and find our way home. Let's go, cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector. In the illusion built by the Star Brain, a grandiose new world was slowly rising in the endless flames of war. 10,000 years ago, the final battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon almost destroyed the Imperial Terminus sector. However, this place was the heart of the civilization of mankind. We had the most powerful magical equipment, the most advanced training facilities, and the most sophisticated techniques. Soon after the final battle, countless experts of mankind crowded into the Empyrean Terminus sector from various places and struggled to survive the disaster. However, it was not just the human beings who were aware of the value of the Imperial Terminus sector. The demon race, the extraterrestrial devils, and all kinds of bizarre alien species in the universe discovered it, too. The collisions between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon was too powerful. They ignited a torch in a dark forest. As a result, countless hunters lurking in the shadows discovered traces of new prey. Therefore, for the 10,000 years, fighting has never ceased in the Empyrean Terminus sector. The Imperial Terminus sector became a world of bloody battles. Wars, massacres, and destruction have filled every second of the past 10,000 years. The Imperium of true human beings was established exactly in such a world of bloody battles. The illusion behind the Star Child suddenly changed into magnificent metropolises, sky-blocking warship, and countless experts that were soaring up and roaring in the sea of stars. Crushed by the experts, the hideous demons and the alien species were all blown to smithereens and ended up as meat patties and oceans of blood after miserable screams. We are the brand new human beings that have evolved in the bloody battles of 10,000 years. The Imperium of true human beings is a new summit of the civilization of mankind as well as the only future for humanity in the dark forest. The universe started shaking violently along with the Star Child's roar. The stars were all shooting close and congregated into overwhelming torrents of information that penetrated through everybody's body. Ah! His face twisted, Li Yao felt his every cell brimming with overlapping scenes. He seemed to see great cities in metallic colors rising up from the ground, crystal warships being produced from the keel to the shell, and countless brawny, gloomy experts receiving the harshest training. Conquers and slaughters. If the endless blood was gathered together, it would be enough to extinguish a burning star. In such a way, the Star Child poured the history of the creation and expansion of the Imperium of true human beings into Li Yao's and the other 6 nascent soul stage cultivators' souls. The Imperial Terminus sector was the center of the civilization of mankind. It was a world with the most heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the most abundant resources, and the most abundant spiritual energy. Although it had been broken apart by the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon 10,000 years ago, the great battles between the super fleets under their command led to an ancient battlefield that was 100 times more precious than that of the Flying Star sector. In the 10,000 years that followed, mankind, the demon race, the extraterrestrial devils, and the alien species in the universe fought an unceasing bloody battle for the resources, the secret treasures left by the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon long time ago, and even the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. The Imperium of true human beings born in the 10,000-year bloody battles was brewed in the boundless killing intent. It was crueler, more resolute, and more merciless than any civilization of mankind in the past. The Imperium of true human beings expanded very fast. In several thousand years, it had already absorbed almost all the prosperous districts of the Star Ocean Imperium. Then, through the stargazers, it extended its tentacles in various directions to search for the more remote sectors. Countless sectors bent their knees to the brilliance of the Imperium and provided infinite resources, magical equipment, and warriors for the Imperium. Nurtured by those sectors, the Imperium of true human beings grew larger and larger like a rolling snowball, and its capability soared exponentially. The so-called stargazers were a very special profession of the immortal cultivators. They were a sort of combination of astronomers and historians. They examined and searched for unvisited space zones with the most advanced observational magical equipment. But at the same time, they were familiar with all the ancient classics and could find traces of a certain sector from ancient records, thereby determining the rough location of the sector. With the continuous endeavors of the stargazers, the lost sectors were rediscovered one after another, and their precise coordinates were soon ascertained, too. Then, the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings would immediately set off to jump to those sectors and demonstrate the glory and the power of the Imperium. However, such a practice was only applicable to the prosperous areas of the Star-Ocean Imperium. As for the sectors that were billions of light-years away far from their reach, the stargazers could barely do nothing about them with their own capability and the probe magical equipment. The universe was too boundless. Only 1 in a billion space zones might be suitable for the survival of living creatures. The spiritual energy to transport an expedition army of a reasonable scale billions of light-years with a space jump would be astronomical. Strong as the Imperium of true human beings might have been, it could not allow an expedition army wander around in the vast universe aimlessly like headless flies when the precise coordinates of the destination had not been retrieved yet. It was difficult to transport a fleet, but it was not easy to transport a piece of magical equipment, either. In fact, during space jumps, 1 gram of additional weight meant the consumption of tons of crystals. In order to explore the remote area far from the Imperium of true human beings, the immortal cultivators had come up with many unconventional approaches. In a certain plan, they even dissected the brain of a human being from the body and installed it into a piece of special probe magical equipment that was teleported through a space jump. Since it was only the brain that was teleported, the load of the weight was minimized. However, even a brain still weighed 1 to 2 kilograms, and hundreds of space jumps were often required before a sector habituated by human beings was discovered. Such low-efficiency searches consumed too many resources. When the territory of the Imperium expanded and all the sectors that were relatively obvious had been discovered, it became trickier and trickier to find the remaining sectors. After hundreds of years of research, the experts of the Imperium of true human beings finally invented the cheapest and most convenient method to explore the universe. The entire brain was too redundant. Only the soul needed to be teleported. The star children were thus born. Every star child used to be a stargazer with an extremely high cultivation who had dedicated their entire life to the exploration of the sea of stars. When they were old and their body feeble, their soul was at the most powerful point of their life. Then, their soul was extracted from their body through secret arts, with the complicated memories and unnecessary emotions removed, before the soul was refined together with the purest souls of hundreds of children. There were chances that a special spectral cultivator, namely the star child, would be produced. The toughness of the star child was 100 times higher than normal spectral cultivators, which allowed them to ignore the side effects when they were teleported through space jumps. Moreover, they could absorb the spiritual energy in the universe and sustain their consciousness for a long time. The star child was essentially just a weightless ghost. Therefore, at the cost of the least spiritual energy, they could be teleported to dozens of space zones away within a breath in search for the traces of the civilization of mankind. When a new civilization of mankind was locked onto, they would observe quietly for a while and record the features of the sector before they returned to the Imperium of true human beings with the information. Then, the expedition army of the Imperium would march off and arrive at the heart of the sector. That was how the Imperium expanded. Liao's body was shivering when he heard the story. There was no telling whether it was out of fear or fury. He had heard of the brutality of the demon race and the extraterrestrial devils in the stories of the seniors many times. However, he had never thought that a nation of human beings could be so inhuman that they could kill hundreds of children to produce a star child simply for the exploration of more space zones and the expansion of the Imperium. No. This was only the mature process of production. Before the plan succeeded, countless more innocent children must have been sacrificed to run the horrendous experiments. Bright red flames appeared on Liao's body and burnt the black liquid, which had gradually crawled to his torso, into ash. Don't judge the methodology of the Imperium of true human beings with your boring criteria of moral or mercy. In the 10,000-year battles, we had no other options. If we were as soft and hesitant as before, the entire species would have been wiped out a long time ago, the Star Child said coldly. For the continuity of the civilization, every human being must be prepared to sacrifice themselves. It is exactly because of the sacrifices of so many people that the Imperium has been growing so fast. It is a pity that I was unfortunate enough to encounter an unprecedented cosmic storm after a super long-distance space jump, even though I did find the prosperous world of human beings that is the Flying Star Sector. That was 120 years ago. 120 years ago, an unprecedented cosmic storm? Li Yao quickly thought of the storm in which Xiao Xuanzi and Bai Xinghe were involved in. The Star Child said, at that time, I had just crossed a distance of billions of light years. My soul was feebler than ever before, and there was no way that I could resist such a violent storm. In the raging radiation and electromagnetic waves, my soul was battered, and I lost 99% of my soul power and computation ability. My connection to the Imperium of true human beings was cut off, too. I was on the brink of destruction. When I was about to perish, I accidentally discovered two crystal warships that were attacking each other. It was not until later that I discovered that the captain of one of the starships was named Xiao Xuanzi and that he was a promising young man in the Flying Star Sector. The rest was history. The Star Child lost 99% of his soul power and could not return to the Imperium of true human beings. The prosperity of the Flying Star Sector far exceeded his expectation, too. The apocalypse that occurred 5,000 years ago seemed to have brought fresh air to the world even though it was almost destroyed. After the catastrophe, the Flying Star Sector had a completely different attitude to other sectors. The Star Child snuck into Xiao Xuanzi's crystal warship. He was a high-level cultivator with amazingly computational ability in the first place. For the sake of investigation, he had also practiced many secret arts to influence other people. Since Xiao Xuanzi had just experienced a dark forest situation, his mind was disturbed, and his brain was unstable. The Star Child easily planted a seed named Imperium of true human beings in Xiao Xuanzi's head. In the decades that followed, the Star Child lurked in the darkness, recovering and building up his soul power. With his help, Xiao Xuanzi rose to power and became the leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. In the meantime, the Second Imperium and the Temple of Immortals were both being brewed. Finally, when the Star Child recovered part of his capability, he carefully selected a Down syndrome patient in which to reincarnate himself. The soul of the Down syndrome children was incomplete congenitally. The odds of a successful possession were very high. As it turned out, the Star Child made it in one attempt. Then, with some tricks, he manipulated Xiao Xuanzi to foster the retard and started developing the Star Brain. In fact, he was merely expanding his computational ability by combining countless crystal processors. In the meantime, he met Xiao Xuanzi on the spiritual nexus under the identity of the Sea King and guided him to establish the Second Imperium, the Temple of Immortals, and the Grand Illusionary Soldier project step by step. Affected by the seed that he had planted in the beginning, Xiao Xuanzi felt nothing wrong. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was the creator of the Imperium of true human beings. If Xiao Xuanzi's New Era plan worked out, we would have been able to transform the Flying Star Sector into the Imperium within 100 years and provide unlimited resources and soldiers for the Imperium. It would not have been necessary for the expedition army of the Imperium to come such a long way here. It's a shame that he failed. But it doesn't matter. Although Xiao Xuanzi failed, there are still the 7 of you. Among you, there are the elders and experts that can speak for the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City. We even have the real controller of the glorious Sunlight Group and the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau here. Communicating with you will do, too. Luo Xingzi was more than angry. Flames of spiritual energy surged out as he pointed his long sword at the Star Child and shouted, "Shut up. Men of different beliefs should go separate ways. You immortal cultivator consider ordinary people to be ants and would do anything in order to achieve your purpose. Even newborn babies can be sacrificed under your regime. The cultivators will never be your accomplices. Besides, the Imperium of true human beings raised a storm of blood in the Flying Star sector before you officially show up. In the Sky Hill domain, Heavenly Saint City, Iron Plateau, and dozens of other space zones, tens of thousands of innocent victims have been murdered by you. There's nothing worth communicating between us. Let the sword in my hand decide whose path is the righteous one. The Star Child's voice was as calm as before. Luo Xingzi, there is no need to burst into such fury. It only indicates the weakness and fright in your heart. I sent so much valuable information about the Imperium of true human beings to you without keeping anything to myself because I want us to settle our differences and stop attacking each other. Cooperating with the Imperium brings you only merits and absolutely no harm. According to the traditions of the Imperium, remote sectors such as yours are usually reigned in a semi-autonomous regime. As long as you submit to the Imperium, you may be the governors or the masters of the Flying Star sector. The Imperium will not destroy your sections. Instead, a lot of magical equipment, resources, and techniques will be offered to you so that you can become even stronger. You may even have the privilege of studying more advanced techniques in Empyrean Terminus, the capital of the Imperium, and step into an unimaginable new level. The 6 of you are all in the nascent soul stage. Have you never dreamed of ascending into the divinity transformation stage before? Divinity transformation stage? The 6 cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment with complicated feelings. It was not because they were tempted, but because, if experts in the divinity transformation stage did exist in the Imperium of true human beings, the capability of the Imperium was unfathomably high. Li Yao, your training methods are quite unusual. You are only in the core formation stage, and yet your combat ability is equal to the nascent soul stage. It is truly incredible. However, I assume that you must have encountered a lot of difficulties during your training, mustn't you? It must have been troublesome and perilous for you to advance into the core formation stage from the building foundation stage. Your chances are really slim if you want to break into the nascent soul stage from the core formation stage on your own. I can even say that, without very special fortuitous events, you are never going to enter the nascent soul stage. But if you join the Imperium of true human beings, you can study with the immortal cultivators of the Imperium and form your nascent soul with the help of experts in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. Wouldn't it be a shame if such a genius is restricted to the superlative height of the core formation stage forever? Moreover, for highly developed worlds such as the Flying Star sector, the Imperium will even ask you to conquer the underdeveloped sectors nearby. You will gain tremendous benefits from the conquered sectors, too. How does it sound? If you agree to cooperate with the Imperium, your own cultivation will soar exponentially, and you may break into a new level. Your sex will thrive, your progeny will be stronger, and with the help of the Imperium, you will expand forward, until every one of you becomes the master of a sector. Luo Xingzi laughed. If there are so many benefits, why didn't you come up with the offer 120 years ago? There are no 3-year-olds here. We are all clear that no lunch comes free. What are we going to pay? Simple. Resources and warriors, the Star Child replied. I have observed you for 120 years. I cannot help but conclude that the Flying Star sector has been treating the ordinary people too mercifully. In fact, most ordinary people are parasites to the civilization of mankind. They waste resources and make no contribution. Yet, you've been protecting and indulging them, which will only stagnate the entire civilization. For example, there are dozens of space zones in your territory. A lot of planets boast high reserves of resources in those space zones. Yet, the development has been slow because of the harsh environment on them. But in fact, as long as you modify the body of the ordinary people slightly, they will be transformed into slaves with infinite strength. Then, they can be sent to those planets for mining. Tremendous resources will be excavated at an extremely low cost. The price is merely the lives of some slaves. Nothing more. Another example. The weird eggs of Apocalypse on Iron Plateau can swallow animals and transform them into strong apocalyptic beasts. Such a mysterious technique will be highly valued in the military. With some human experiments, I believe that strong, apocalyptic warriors can be produced, which will further increase the capability of mankind. But you did not do that, either. What a waste of such treasures. When the Flying Star sector becomes part of the Imperium, the parasites will not be allowed to live such comfortable lives anymore. The Imperium will teach you hundreds of amazing methods that will exploit the potential inside the bodies of ordinary people and turn them from idle parasites into beings that are useful to the civilization of mankind. Hee hee. Although ordinary people are just ants, they will still be a tiny bit of fuel when they are tossed into the fire of our civilization. By then, as long as the Flying Star sector provides a certain number of warriors, slaves, and resources for the Imperium every year, you will receive a huge amount of assistance. Everything will be better for the 6 sets of Heavenly Saint City and the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. Your interests will not be harmed at all. Understood. Luo Xingzi took a deep breath and said, "You are saying that, as long as we give up the interests of ordinary people of the Flying Star sector and connive while they turn into cannon fodder for the Imperium of true human beings, the cultivators such as us will gain astronomical benefits?" No. Hee hee. If we agree to such a deal, I'm afraid we can no longer be called cultivators. By then, we will be just like you, the immortal cultivators. Maybe you find such a proposal hard to accept for now, the Star Child said calmly, but when you reach Empyrean Terminus and experience the real meaning of the true path of immortality, you will definitely figure out that this is the inevitable future of the civilization of mankind. Shut up. By no means will we select such a future. Luo Xingzi's eyes were bloodshot. Colorful brilliance burst out of his body as he rushed toward the Star Child. The Star Child made of billions of stars was almost 100 meters tall. He was like a magnificent Buddha in front of everyone. Luo Xingzi charged at him like a firefly charging at the radiating, furiously burning sun. Boom! The Star Child blocked Luo Xingzi's attack by extending just one of his fingers. Then, he curled his finger and flicked Luo Xingzi away as if the cultivator were a fly. This is the world of my brain, a palace constructed by my soul power. How can you expect to defeat me in this place? The Star Child's voice suddenly turned thick and heavy like roaring thunder. From the battlefield in space far away, which had been the Star Child's background, the debris of almost 100 crystal warships suddenly flew toward him rapidly. A dozen crystal warships collided and interweaved into hands and feet several thousand meters long, and the remaining crystal warships formed a monolithic torso. An iron giant made of hundreds of crystal warships stood up slowly in the illumination of the stars. All 7 cultivators gasped sharply. Although they knew that it was an illusion that the Star Child had made, they could not help but feel gloomy and desperate. Do you see? This is my power. This is the power of the Imperium of true human beings. There is nothing that your sector can do to resist such power. Come on. Join the Imperium and become an immortal cultivator. One day, you will be as strong as me. The debris and scraps on the chest of the giant that was almost 10,000 meters tall wriggled into an enormous face. That face was what had just spoken. Compared to the magnificent giant, Luo Xingzi was as insignificant as a random speck of dust floating in the depths of the universe. But the dust lunged at the giant for a second time. A furious roar echoed against the thunderous sounds that the giant made. What's the meaning of strength if you can't protect the weak? We are cultivators. We burned out life and soul, paid everything, and embarked on the path of cultivation to protect our home and every ordinary people in the sea of stars. We will sacrifice for the civilization of mankind, but we will only sacrifice ourselves. We will not sacrifice other people for our glory and greatness. Sacrificing yourself or sacrificing other people is the biggest difference between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. I, Luo Xingzi from the Feathered Snake's Brotherhood, will always be a cultivator, and I will fight against the immortal cultivators and the dreadful future of the Imperium of true human beings until the end of my life, even if my body perishes and my soul is cursed forever. Swoosh! Luo Xingzi turned into a straight golden line and stabbed at the chest of the Iron Giant like an extremely narrow, long sword. The Star Child sniffed. A third metal arm suddenly protruded out of his chest, opened, and slapped at Luo Xingzi brutally like a collapsing mountain. Boom! This time, Luo Xingzi was not blown away. Instead, it was the giant hand of the Star Child that was showing signs of crumbling, because the moment before the collision occurred, another 6 streaks of brightness darted close and resisted the attack together with Luo Xingzi. All 7 cultivators made their choice. Looking at the 6 cultivators who flew to his side and helped him block the giant hand of the Star Child, Luo Xingzi felt that his nose itching, and his eyes welling up. He could not help but laugh aloud until his tears dropped. Do you see? This is the choice of the Flying Star Sector. This is the answer of the cultivators. Poor choice. The Star Child's voice was louder than before and more outraged. The debris of various kinds of starships flooded out of his body incessantly and strengthened his third arm, which was protruding out of his chest. The arm was now full of thorns and hooks. The fingernails on the 5 fingers were longer and brought the 7 cultivators more pressure. Cultivators like you have lived a peaceful life in the remote area of the Sea of Stars for 10,000 years. You are like the flowers in a greenhouse, and you have never seen a real storm before. That is why you are insisting your hilarious beliefs. Protecting the weak is just a boring hypocrisy. It is just a way to satisfy your vanity when you are praised and adulated by the ordinary people. For your vanity, you've protected the ant-like ordinary people but buried the future of your entire civilization. This is your righteous path that leads to the abyss. This is what you think to be justice. Boom! 1,000 crystal cannons suddenly emerged in the giant hand formed by the star brain. The balls of lightning were raining, and the electric arcs were pouring down. All 7 cultivators lost their sense of direction and were drowned in the ocean of flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the crystal cannons finally ceased fire, 10,000 iron chains darted out of the palm of the giant hand and pierced into the 7 cultivators' crystal suits brutally. They were bound up by the thorn-like chains and were unable to move at all. Open your eyes and see the universe. Together with the Star Child's roar, countless shadows appeared in various corners of space, as if all the deities and devils in the entire universe had arrived at the same time. They were as magnificent as mountains and as boundless as oceans. The 7 cultivators were completely overpowered in front of them. The billions of shadows formed billions of crazily growing trees, which constituted a dark, cold forest that occupied the entire universe. Do you see it? The cold universe is a dark forest. If you want to survive, you must abide by the cruelest rules. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. In order to be stronger, leniency, moral, pity. Everything can be abandoned. Everything must be abandoned. This is evolution, just like the fish changing into amphibians by abandoning their bladders and fins after they climbed onto land. Evolution, evolution, evolution. Evolution is everything. You evolve, you survive. You don't evolve, you die. Schwa. The thorns that pierced deep into the 7 cultivators' bodies suddenly turned into black vipers that injected the venom into the depths of their souls incessantly. The souls of the 7 of them had all been suppressed, and they did not have the strength to struggle. The black venom even flowed out through their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears, forming a thin seal on the surface of their bodies. Li Yao felt the fire of his soul becoming weaker and weaker, and his computational ability plummeted because of the corruption of the black venom. He even found himself agreeing with the Star Child's principle from the bottom of his heart. He does seem to have a point. We've been living in the remote area of the universe and never been through much trouble. That's why we believe in protecting the weak. If we had been living in a cruel world of bloody battles for 10,000 years, what would we have chosen in order to protect the civilization of mankind? Li Yao suddenly shuddered coldly, realizing that he almost lost control over his mind. No. 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 A civilization where the majority of the people are sacrificed for the benefits of the strongest few is absolutely not the real civilization of mankind. Li Yao wanted to shout, but the black venom filled his throat, and he could not say anything even after coughing for a long time. Do you see? I can easily suppress the souls of the 7 of you with my strength and turn you into my obedient slaves. The Star Child suddenly stopped torturing them and said coldly, without you, I can still control the entire flying star sector with the Grand Illusionary soldiers. But if that is what I must do, a prolonged war will definitely be raised. The flying star sector will be crippled, and billions of people might be killed. In order to maintain the full functionality of the flying star sector, so that it can provide soldiers and resources for the Imperium dutifully, I am not willing to do that. Also, I believe that you are not willing to see the flying star sector plagued by warfare either. So, I'm going to give you one final chance. The 7 of you all boast tremendous influence in the flying star sector. With your power and prestige, and together with the Grand Illusionary soldiers, the flying star sector should be able to be conquered with no blood shed. You can run the world in the way that the Imperium does. I know that you are too pig-headed, and you are absolutely not scared of death. However, you might want to consider the ordinary people even if you are not considering for yourselves. If you don't resist and surrender nicely, the flying star sector will retain part of its independency. In the future, when you become the real controllers of the flying star sector, as long as you provide a certain number of soldiers and resources, the Imperium will not meddle in the internal affairs of the flying star sector. You will be able to shelter many people. By then, you can establish certain reserves on some planets and migrate some of the ordinary people to those places where they will continue living their peaceful lives, if you think your hypocrisy and vanity can be satisfied in such a way. This is the greatest concession that the Imperium can make. If you are determined to resist and refuse the generosity of the Imperium, you will be considered enemies of the Imperium of true human beings and traitors of the civilization of mankind. The Imperium has never shown mercy to the traitors of mankind. When the expedition army of the Imperium arrives, the flying star sector will be crushed. Not only will all the cultivators be wiped out, the ordinary people will also be punished in the harshest of ways. They will be refined into the lowliest slaves and sent into the roughest resource planets in the edge of the Imperium. They and their posterity will be forever doomed. Is that the future that you want? Is that the price you are willing to pay for your stubbornness? Luo Xingzi and the other cultivators were all dumbfounded, unable to come up with any response. They were definitely not scared of death, but if the Imperium of true human beings was really so strong, resistance would be meaningless. If anything, the ordinary people of the flying star sector would only end in a more miserable situation. It was definitely not the outcome that they were willing to accept. The souls of Luo Xingzi and the rest of them shivered slightly. Gaps as thin as hairs appeared on them. The black liquids took the opportunity to march deep into the souls of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, sabotaging and seizing control over them. The 6 of them struggled helplessly as if they had been mired in a swamp. Li Yao was the only one who gritted his teeth and managed to keep his head clear despite the corruption of the black venom. He felt that something was off. That's not right. If the Star Child's soul power is as strong as it appears to be, he could have suppressed us from the very beginning. Why did he waste so much time talking to us? Or rather, if he is really so tough, there was no need for him to control Xiao Xuanzi to launch the so-called New Era plan at all. He could have found an excuse to concentrate all the nascent soul stage cultivators in the control room of the Star Brain on Heavenly Phantom before he launched mental attacks and brainwashed everybody. Would that not have been much more straightforward? Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. By logic, since he knows that we are all the most hardcore cultivators and that our beliefs to protect the ordinary people were not formed yesterday, he must know that we are not likely to be persuaded by a few words of his. Then, there is no reason why he should describe the brutality of the Imperium of true human beings so elaborately. Unless... Li Yao suddenly thought of something. Unless he has been bluffing in order to make us overwhelmed by anxiety and dismay. Yes. Yes. Up until now, everything is just this damn kid's own story. The rise of the Imperium of true human beings, the control of the prosperous areas of the Star Ocean Imperium, countless sectors bowing to the brilliance of the Imperium. That's all bulls asterisk it. All the claims are not supported by any proof. Is he really so strong? We have 6 cultivators in the nascent soul stage here. Together with my soul, it's 7 versus 1. Even though the soul of the Star Child used to be a divinity transformation stage cultivator, he might not be able to suppress all of us right now. Don't forget that he has to spend a lot of computational ability controlling tens of thousands of grand illusionary soldiers and fighting against the Star Spirits. Right, the Star Spirits. The 5 Star Spirits must be doing the best they can outside right now. All things considered, the Star Child is definitely not as strong as he appears to be. That's why he has been exaggerating the invincibility and the horror of the Imperium of true human beings. He means to scare us and shake the stability of our souls. In mental confrontations, the solidness of the souls was very important, but what mattered more was the determination and the fighting will. The source of strong determination and fighting will was a firm belief. When 2 cultivators of a similar level were engaged in a mental battle, their beliefs could not be more important. The cultivator with a firmer belief was more likely to secure the final victory. Whether a belief was firm or not in many cases depended on the facts that the 2 parties believed in. For example, if a nascent soul stage cultivator launched a mental attack against a refinement stage cultivator and forced him to believe that the sun is square, it would be quite an easy task. But if the 2 parties were both in the nascent soul stage, with one of them believing that the sun is round, while the other accepting the sun is square to be true, the former would definitely secure the victory when their beliefs collided in a mental war. Since the very beginning, the Star Child has been expounding on the opinion that the Imperium of true human beings is invincible and that there is nothing we can do to stop it. He has turned the opinion into a fact without us knowing. Disturbed by such false facts, our beliefs are being shaken. We do not have faith in ourselves anymore. How can we expect to defeat him? The new discovery greatly refreshed Li Yao. However, his beliefs were not getting any firmer because of the new discovery, because everything was just his speculation. He did not have any evidence to prove that the Star Child was lying. No solid proof, no firm belief. And without a firm belief, he could not utilize the full strength of his soul. What do I do? Li Yao was anxious. The Star Child held the advantage. The palace of his mind was already indestructible. Unless he found solid evidence, Li Yao could not even completely convince himself, much less wake up the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators to fight against the Star Child together. If you are still not willing to give up, I might just as well give you an even more desperate message. Deep inside the body of debris, the soul of the Star Child slightly shivered, indicating that it was a bit unstable, too. There was a hint of unpredictable earnestness in the indifferent voice, as the Star Child said, the Imperium has almost recovered all the sectors habituated by human beings after 1,000 years of expansion. Many sectors were extremely harsh environments. The experts there had abandoned the idiotic ideology of protecting the weak a long time ago. When the army of the Imperium appeared, they joined us without the slightest resistance. Those sectors too foolish to shift from the path of the cultivators have almost all been destroyed because they could not adapt themselves to the competition in the dark forest. The lucky survivors are merely breathing their last breath right now. You are the last cultivators in the dark forest. Hee hee. In the cold, boundless universe, you fools are fighting on your own. What? Harassed by the black venom, the souls of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were significantly weakened, and their computational ability had hit rock bottom. Besides, they accepted that the Imperium of true human beings was a powerful nation from the beginning and, therefore, believed the Star Child's last statement without being able to judge it at all. The statement was the straw that broke the camel's back. The souls of the 6 of them were pressed down and slid toward doom. In the middle of the black venom, the flickering fire of souls was moaning desperately. We are, the last cultivators? So many sectors have embarked on the cruel, survival of the fittest path. We are the only survivors. We are alone in the dark forest. The struggles of their souls grew feebler and feebler, and their bodies, which were wreathed by the venom, turned rigid and stiffened. Starting from their fingers and toes, they slowly became black statues. But deep inside Li Yao's soul, a fire was bouncing more and more fiercely and crazily. He stared the Star Child in the eyes like a gambler who was going to win everything or lose everything. The loophole had appeared, but the loophole was not big enough for him to crush the Star Child in one shot. He had to rip open an even larger loophole and boost the confidence of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators with undeniable facts by unveiling the real face of the Star Child and the Imperium of true human beings. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Li Yao suddenly burst into crazy laughter. Even the stars in the universe were somewhat shocked by the madness. The black venom that stuffed his throat was blown away by the laughter. He burnt his life and soul without a care. Finally, he regained the ability to yell and shout. The Star Child looked at him peacefully, as if he had known that the man had prepared other tricks. Fellow cultivators, do not believe what he just said. He was lying. Li Yao shouted desperately. In the prime years of the Star Ocean Imperium, the civilization of mankind extended to thousands of sectors. How could the Imperium of true human beings have conquered so many worlds within only 1,000 years? Let me tell you, a piece of top confidential information. In fact, there is an enormous observatory below Spider Den that boasts advanced technology and allows the user to communicate with other sectors. Over the past 5 years, I stayed below the surface of Spider Den because I was looking for other sectors through the underground observatory. Besides, after 5 years, I've successfully discovered 3 sectors, namely the Rising Sun sector, the Black Moon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector. The 3 sectors are still guarded by cultivators. There are no immortal cultivators, much less traces of the Imperium of true human beings. So, the only conclusion is that the Star Child has been lying. That is, the soul power of the 2 parties was very close to each other. Therefore, the mental confrontation was a confrontation of will and belief. Li Yao's confident and convincing declaration somewhat restored part of the belief in the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators. The black venom that surrounded them faded away a little bit. Believe me. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Even if the universe is truly a dark forest, even if countless sectors have been conquered by the Imperium of true human beings, the Flying Star sector is definitely not fighting alone. There are bound to be other sectors that persist in the path of the cultivators and will fight side by side with us. Ji. 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 The black venom on the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators' body screamed miserably. Like thorns that were being burnt, they turned into ash and quickly dispersed. However, when the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators recovered part of their computational ability, they immediately recognized that Li Yao's words were rather groundless and lacked solid proof. Hee hee. He 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 he. Behind the debris of countless starships, the fire of the Star Child's soul grew weaker and weaker, too. Li Yao was quite right. The Star Child was indeed not strong enough to suppress 6 nascent soul stage cultivators and 1 in the superlative height of the core formation stage simultaneously. He had gone through all the trouble to build the Mind Palace, render so many deities and devils, and elaborate on the formidability and horror of the Imperium of true human beings at a huge consumption of computational ability for the sole purpose of shaking the belief of the 7 of them. Now that he was about to succeed, naturally, he would not allow Li Yao to sabotage his endeavor at the last moment. The Star Child smiled casually and talked in a matter-of-fact tone. Li Yao, in only 7 years, you've grown from a Mr. Nobody into a top-tier expert and now control one of the most important forces of the Flying Star sector. You are indeed not easy to deal with. No wonder nobody saw through you when you pretended to be Bai Xinghe for an entire month. That is because you are as cunning and foxy as him. You are doomed to failure right now, and you are dreaming to reverse the situation by bluffing? Li Yao swallowed hard and roared drily, I have indeed found the Rising Sun sector, the Black Moon sector, and the Heaven's Origin sector. You must believe me, fellow cultivators. The souls of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were flickering and fluctuating. They were like the candles in the wind and seemed like they could perish at any moment. The black venom came back again and gnawed at their souls like thousands of snakes. Of course, they wanted to believe in Li Yao, but honestly speaking, his declaration seemed to be made up randomly, because there were too many loopholes. The Star Child was amused and said calmly, now that you are not willing to give up, allow me to point out the loopholes in your statement. Firstly, it is true that there is an ancient observatory below Spider Den's surface, but according to the files of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the observatory was built by Lu the Prior, an ancient scholar whose main research field was the apocalypses. Lu the Prior was the first to come up with the dark forest theory. He is quite famous in the Imperium of True Human Beings, too. We all know a thing or two about his life story. We are aware that he once built an observatory in his hometown, but the purpose of the observatory was not to communicate with other sectors but to study the apocalypses. Therefore, even if you were fortunate enough to find the observatory, and even if it hasn't been ruined by the passage of time, it is impossible for you to have reached out to other sectors with the observatory. Besides, if you had talked to other sectors, there would have been very intense spiritual waves. But the immortal cultivators on Spider Den detected no anomalies. Therefore, I assume that you might have indeed found the ancient observatory, but the observatory must have been abandoned a long time ago, right? You found the names of several sectors in the files stored in the observatory at best, and you are hoping to bluff me now that you are in peril. But you are very unlucky. The Star Child smiled and said, Rising Sun, Black Moon, and Heaven's Origin. The 3 sectors you just mentioned were discovered by the Imperium a long time ago. How could you? Li Yao's voice was shivering. The Star Child continued. 554 years ago, the Imperium of True Human Beings discovered the Black Moon sector. It was taken into the territory of the Imperium with no blood shed. 434 years ago, the coordinates of the Rising Sun sector were determined by the Imperium. There were some obstinate cultivators in this world, but after the army of the Imperium was sent out, the Rising Sun sector was conquered only 3 years later. As for the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Child paused for a moment and said, let me see. It was a small, barren sector at the edge of the Star Ocean Imperium, wasn't it? The Imperium of True Human Beings discovered the Heaven's Origin sector 219 years ago, but the sector had been completely wrecked with no living creatures left. It was not worth developing at all. Therefore, it was abandoned by the Imperium. Well, Li Yao did not know what to do and was lost for words. The Star Child burst into laughter. So, just admit it. You were lying. You didn't reach out to the Rising Sun sector, the Black Moon sector, or the Heaven's Origin sector. Everything was made up by you just now. 2 of the 3 worlds are now governed by the immortal cultivators, and the last one has been forsaken. You are the last cultivators. The souls of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were shaking violently. Liao, were you really lying? Did you not find any new sectors? Liao was quiet for a long time. Like a balloon that had just been pierced through, he gradually collapsed and mumbled, "You are good. Even such a neat story has been seen through. There's nothing I can do now." His words cast the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators into absolute desperation. They could not even move their fingers. The Star Child chuckled. "Now, have you realized the invincibility of the Imperium?" Countless tentacles suddenly expanded, and the black venom poured into the bodies of the 7 cultivators non-stop. Liao was like a puppet whose string had been cut off. He stood in a daze and simply allowed the black venom to swallow him and turn him into a giant, black cocoon. Sensing the fear and desperation of the 7 cultivators, the Star Child's soul was burning furiously again. It was even stronger and solider than in the beginning. Right now, the belief of the 7 cultivators had been completely suppressed. Nothing could stop the true path of immortality from transforming the world now. However, the Star Child suddenly sensed that, inside the black cocoon that wreathed Liao, there was a tiny bit of a belief that was too hard to be swallowed or digested. What is that? The Star Child was baffled. He had discredited Liao's story. Why was there such a firm belief deep inside Liao's soul? Liao's somewhat weird voice echoed inside the black cocoon. Wait. I have one last question. Now that the Imperium of true human beings is really strong, if you want me to submit to the Imperium and become an immortal cultivator, it is not undoable in principle. However, I want to make sure of something one last time. Did the Imperium of true human beings discover the Heaven's origin sector to be a wasteland 219 years ago? The Star Child was dazed for a moment. He intuitionally felt that it was a tricky question. However, he had made the declaration before. His suppression over the 7 cultivators was solely based on the validness of his words. If he hesitated right now and the 7 cultivators sensed his weakness, he would be done for. Therefore, the Star Child simply said coldly, "That's right. How could there be any tinder of civilization on a desolate, sterile sector at the edge of the universe that had been floating alone for 10,000 years? Okay." Liao could not help but chuckle. "If so, I have no further questions." In a moment, the firm belief expanded into a furious tornado. Before the Star Child was able to do anything, the black cocoon had been ripped apart by hundreds of golden rays of light from the inside. The hundreds of tentacles that pierced deep into Liao's soul all fell into Liao's control. They turned from black into gold and went backwards, creating a hole hundreds of meters in diameter on the body of the Star Child. It's impossible." Looking at Liao, who was glowing dazzlingly like a supernova outbreak, the Star Child was dumbfounded. "Why? Your lie has been seen through, so why is your belief getting stronger, firmer, and more unshakable?" The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators' minds were in chaos, and they were about to surrender, but they sensed the unmistakable belief emitting from Liao's body, too, and opened their eyes in confusion. No sound could be heard in the vacuum of the universe, but this place was not the real universe, it was the Star Child's mind palace. Therefore, as Liao's body expanded, the ear-splitting battle hymn that had been resounding inside his brain raged in the boundless universe unstoppably. Billions of stars with dazzling brilliance rushed to Liao from various directions, turning into furious flames and putting a brand new crystal suit on him. His body size was expanding unbelievably. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Affected by Liao's soaring fighting will, the debris of crystal warships covering the Star Child was crumbling and collapsing. The Iron Giant continually decreased in size. The disparity in size between the two parties was reducing quickly. Are you curious why my belief is so firm? Li Yao was smiling inside the armor of stars. A saber hundreds of meters long was condensed with the flames of stars in his hand, whose edge was extending forward as more and more stars joined it. The saber tore apart the universe and pointed at the star child, while Li Yao said, "It's simple, what has been supporting me is not just a belief. Like I said just now, even if the universe is nothing more than a cold, cruel dark forest, even if the Imperium of true human beings reigned by the immortal cultivators has really conquered most of the sectors habituated by mankind, it does not mean that the Flying Star sector is the last sector that still persists in the path of the cultivators. I believe that in the war against the immortal cultivators, the Imperium of true human beings, and the dark forest, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector are definitely not fighting alone. No matter what, the cultivators from at least another sector have been fighting side by side with them at the risk of their own lives. The Flying Star sector is never alone. This is both my belief and the fact that is happening right before you, the idiot's eyes." As the universe-shaking roars echoed, the aura on the saber in Li Yao's hand had extended to thousands of meters. He slashed at the Star Child unstoppably. Ah! The Star Child's right arm was formed by the debris of more than 10 crystal warships. Now, it was further compressed into a long sword that was surrounded by black gas. The blade managed to block Li Yao's saber of stars. The blast resulting from the collision of the two weapons was no less intimidating than the most chaotic cosmic storm. The Star Child's voice sounded more anxious than ever. Who are you exactly?" Li Yao burst into laughter. "I am Li Yao. Vulture is my nickname, and the Heaven's Origin sector is my home." "The Heaven's Origin sector is your home?" The Star Child was dumbfounded. His computational ability was mired in a chaotic swirl and could not maintain the solidness of his soul any longer. The black longsword formed by his right arm was chopped in half by Li Yao's saber of stars. However, the saber did not stop there and continued pushing toward the Star Child's chest, until the enormous face on the chest was slashed apart, too. The golden aura of the saber even penetrated through the Star Child's body and blossomed out of his back. "The Heaven's Origin sector is your home?" The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators from the Flying Star sector exclaimed in shock, too. Although they did not know exactly what had happened, their beliefs were firmed again, motivated by Li Yao's soaring fighting will. They were ready to fight one more time. My fellow cultivators here must have investigated my background earlier. You must have been curious about how a Mr. Nobody with no background could show such weird refining arts in the Skyhill Sword Seminar all of a sudden, fight the notorious space pirates in the Iron Plateau space zone, and even become the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, right? It's simple. Of course, I have my own masters and legacies. However, they are not rooted in the Flying Star sector but in the Heaven's Origin sector, a whole different world. Yes. The Heaven's Origin sector, which, according to what the guy just said, was a wasteland when it was discovered by the Imperium of true human beings 200 years ago. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators could not have been more shocked. The wound on the Star Child's chest was almost 1,000 meters long. Countless crystal warships were wriggling in it but could not heal it. Like a bottomless gorge, the wound added to the ugliness of the enormous face. "It's impossible. You are lying. What evidence have you got?" Li Yao laughed. He pointed the saber in his right hand at the Star Child, and he touched the center of his eyebrow with his left index finger and middle finger. He said, "Evidence? I am the evidence. Star Child number 19, you said just now that the Heaven's Origin sector had been desolate since more than 200 years ago. Now, allow me to burn my life and soul and release my memory pieces so that you can see what the real Heaven's Origin sector looks like. I believe that every one of you knows what a high-demand building a vivid, vast world places on one's computational ability. If the Heaven's Origin sector does not exist, with the computational ability of the superlative height of the core formation stage, there is no way that I can make up so many memories all at once so quickly. Take a look. This is my hometown, the Heaven's Origin Sector. Schwa. 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 From the center of Li Yao's soul, golden streams of information rushed out and surged into overwhelming images in the sea of stars, illuminating the dark forest made of the deities and devils of the universe. They were all the memories that he remembered most clearly. The first picture was him in the War Museum of the Star Glory Federation. He watched countless cultivators marching toward the army of the demon race on their star ships, especially the scene where Distant Expanse, the flagship of the cultivators, crashed into Heaven's Field, the flagship of the demon race, in the battle that marked the foundation of the Star Glory Federation. Above the clouds that were dyed red by blood, the rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag, the national flag of the Federation, was fluttering in the wind. The second picture was the scene where 7 weak cultivators sacrificed themselves against overwhelming ghost-face silver mosquitoes to buy more time for the ordinary people on the crystal train to the Grand Desolate War Institution. The third picture was in the Battle of 7 Cities. While countless ordinary people ran away from their homes that were caught in the flames of war, teams of cultivators and federal soldiers were marching onto the perilous battlefield against the current. The fourth picture was on Boneyard. Li Yao, Ding Ling Dang, and the other cultivators were fighting the squad of the demon race and skeleton dragon. In the end, Li Yao activated the drill of mystic rays of sparkle and teleported himself as well as skeleton dragon to an unknown world. Other than the 4 enormous pictures, there were thousands of smaller, scattered pictures. They were not relatively unimportant memory pieces, but the social form, customs, and history of the Heaven's Origin Sector were reflected in them, too. Such a lifelike world was too complicated and vivid to be constructed in the spur of the moment. Along with the pictures were roars each higher than the last. Cultivators are the sabers of the civilization of mankind. Dispelling evil is our responsivity. Pests, prepare to die. Get the hell out of here. Don't stand in my way while I'm busy saving the world. Cultivate for the rise of the Federation. Cultivators are fearless of death. Those who fear death will never be cultivators. Cultivators are here. The pictures and the voices dazzled the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators, whose souls were burning furiously. The black venom all over their bodies was burnt to ash and obliterated after screams. Their souls condensed into the shape of human beings. Glamorous crystal suits that looked like diamonds and coral, which could never appear in reality, were growing crazily on their bodies, making their size expand continuously. They looked like giants that were slowly rising from an abyss. It's true. Li Yao was speaking a truth. There is at least one world other than the Flying Star Sector that is still guarded by the cultivators. Cultivators are here. It's been a long time since I last heard such a refreshing declaration. Although it is a small sector that only has one space zone and insufficient resources, it has a very stable planet that is habituated by tens of billions of people. The war potential is quite huge. The cultivation level is not low, either. Some of their technology is even more advanced than that of the Flying Star Sector. The Flying Star Sector is vast and unpopulated. All the citizens are dispersed. The Heaven's Origin Sector is small and has a huge population. The people are highly concentrated. They also have a very strong army that maximizes the combat ability of the ordinary people in groups. The 2 sectors are quite complementary. The Star Glory Federation that governs the Heaven's Origin Sector has existed for 500 years, but the Star Child claimed that it was a wasteland 200 years ago? He was lying. If he was lying about the Heaven's Origin Sector, who knows whether or not his stories about the Rising Sun Sector and the Black Moon Sector were true? Is the Imperium of true human beings really as strong and invincible as he described to be? Has it really governed both of the sectors of mankind? The nascent soul stage cultivators were all smart and determined people. Just now, their souls had been suppressed by the Star Child, and their computational ability had plummeted. That was why they had not been thinking too clearly. Now that Li Yao had pointed out a loophole in the Star Child's lie with undeniable facts, it was like a hole being dug on an indestructible dam. A collapse was about to happen. The mind palace built by the Star Child started shaking. The deities and devils that constituted the dark forest crumbled and dispersed one after another. Do you see it, Star Child number 19? This is my world. Li Yao burst into laughter. Every picture of his memory was burning in golden flames. They turned into flying firebirds and swept across the entire dark forest, scorching the illusions of the deities and devils who were all screaming miserably. In the end, they flew to Li Yao one by one and melted into a pair of golden wings thousands of meters long. You kept saying that only by removing the humanity and sacrificing the ordinary people in the cruel dark forest will the civilization of mankind have a future. The Heaven's origin sector has been faced with serious threats all the time, but we have never forgotten what we fought for in the beginning and what we are dying to protect. Open your goddamn eyes and watch carefully. This is the future of the civilization of mankind. Every word Li Yao roared raised a tide in the dead sea of stars along with the high-pitched drumming at the center of his soul. Every feather on the golden wings turned into a minor power rune array. Together, the power rune arrays spurted dazzling sparks that reached hundreds of kilometers away, making him look like a rushing meteor shower coming from the end of the endless universe. Boosted by the countless power rune arrays, Li Yao's speed was accelerated to the maximum instantly. His soul and his saber of stars melded into one as he stabbed the hideous face on the chest of the Star Child. Qi. Like a burning blade stabbing snow, all the debris of starships on the Star Child's chest was melted, vaporized, and driven apart. The enormous face grimaced, apparently in excruciating pain. Li Yao's soul twisted crazily. The wound soon turned into an enormous swirl that gradually expanded to the Star Child's entire body, mincing the thousands of crystal warships that made up the body into smithereens. Ah! The Star Child screamed miserably. The real face of his soul was exposed. It was waving hundreds of thick tentacles like a gargantuan, mutated octopus. The illusions of the deities and devils in the universe all crowded to him and melted into his body. After every illusion was absorbed, his soul grew stronger, and his tentacles became thicker. Dense sucking discs, fangs, thorns, and hooks appeared on the tentacles, too. The front ends of many tentacles were opening like blossoming flowers, making them look like bloody mouths. A soul in the shape of a purple octopus almost 10,000 meters tall versus golden wings that were equally tall. The universe was the battlefield, the stars were their weapons, the galaxy turned into sabers and swords, and their roars became the daunting cosmic storms. Even if there are still cultivators in the Heaven's origin sector, you are just lucky dogs below the saber of the Imperium. None of you ants are going to stop the march of the Imperium, however many of you there are, the Star Child roared. His hundreds of tentacles extended infinitely and dragged the debris of crystal warships close again. They then crushed and pressed the crystal warships brutally, turning them into crystal bombs that boasted highly compressed spiritual energy and were extremely unstable. The bombs made of crystal warships were then tossed at Li Yao. Boom! 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 Li Yao was swallowed by countless destructive walls of fire, but in only 0.01 seconds, he had broken through the ocean of fire and sprinted forward. His soul also released thousands of threads and attracted all the crystal warships nearby to him, before he compressed them into giant golden feathers, each of which was dozens of meters long with delicate spiritual stripes on the surface and flames of spiritual energy dancing on them. Bam! The two immense souls that were Li Yao and the Star Child had a head-on clash. Qi! 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 Qi. 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 Hundreds of purple tentacles tied Li Yao up. The thorns and the hooks trapped him in excruciating pain, while the sucking disc was absorbing his soul power crazily. Li Yao gritted his teeth, but he could not free himself from them for the moment. The Star Child burst into laughter, only to be interrupted by an overwhelming storm of debris. The giant face of the octopus was now riddled with holes. It was Luo Xingzi and the other nascent soul stage cultivators. Their souls had expanded to more than 1,000 meters, too, while they attacked the raging monstrous octopus. Li Yao, we are here. Cultivators from the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector will fight side by side and make our own path in the dark forest. When nascent soul stage cultivators were infuriated, the world could be overturned. Right now, the entire Mind Palace was shaking violently. Cracks were appearing at the end of the deep, dark universe, expanding quickly like spider webs. The background was falling apart, only to reveal the black chaos behind. Li Yao's eyes were burning. Feathers were flying crazily and cutting the Star Child's tentacles and body like thousands of golden daggers. You pushed me to this. The Star Child was more than exasperated. His soul expanded quickly. More tentacles were protruding out of his round body, making him look even more hideous and bloodthirsty. I meant to keep you alive so that you can help stabilize the situation of the Flying Star sector and contribute to the Imperium. But since you are too obstinate, you've left me no choice except to eradicate your souls. Luo Xingzi gasped. How could it be? His soul power is still soaring incessantly. Was he not doing his best a moment ago? This is his last shot. Li Yao shouted. He must have relinquished the control over most of the Grand Illusionary soldiers and the Space Gate and shifted all his computational ability to this mind place. As long as we can survive the attack, he will be doomed. The Star Child grinned hideously. Thousands of tentacles were slithering around him like thousands of vipers. Their sharp ends aimed at the 7 of them at the same time, before bloody mouths were split apart on them. Li Yao, you are indeed very smart. However, how will you survive the attack? In the real world, at the periphery of the Spider Den space zone, the star beacons on the Space Gate, which was now in a lozenge shape, were being illuminated one by one. They were blinking in a mysterious rhythm. Their invisible brilliance was transmitting short messages to billions of light-years away through the four-dimensional space. 70% of the star beacons had been illuminated. The blinking mystic rays would soon constitute a complete pattern and send out the precise coordinates of the Flying Star sector. But the process came to an abrupt halt. In the meantime, most of the Grand Illusionary soldiers were attacking the hall of the meeting of the next millennium and the important warehouses of magical equipment, only to calm down weirdly and simultaneously enter the idle mode again. The cultivators were all breathing hard in confusion, not entirely recovered from their fear. The Star Child had abandoned its control of the Space Gate and most of the Grand Illusionary soldiers temporarily. He only kept a tiny portion of them to protect his real body. In such a case, he would be able to concentrate most of computational ability on Li Yao and the rest of the cultivators. Inside the control room of the Star Brain, the real bodies of Li Yao and the other cultivators were floating in the middle of the ever-changing golden brain dragged by an invisible force. Their 4 limbs dangled down helplessly as if they were in a deep coma. Their occasionally cramping hands and feet were the only sign that they were still alive. The computation rune arrays and processing chips nearby, which looked like skyscrapers, were all emitting flashing red lights. The cooling rune arrays were also functioning at the highest efficiency in hissing sounds, too. Frost and fog were being spurted out non-stop. Even so, some of the rune arrays were still exploding every now and then. The Star Brain had reached its limits, too. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the skyscrapers, 5 clusters of round, fat liquid metal were rippling on the surface while they communicated with each other in a secret way. What's going on? Why has the outer defense of the star brain dropped by 95%? Most of the defensive barriers have malfunctioned. The grand illusionary soldiers guarding the star brain have mostly entered the idle mode. There are barely any defenses right now. Is it a trap? Professor Mo Xian made the call. We cannot hesitate anymore. It is now or never. We will start the invasion immediately. Hew. 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 The 5 clusters of liquid metal were like all-pervasive mercury and snuck to the inside of the brain. They looked for the most critical computational rune arrays and processing chips before they devoured and sabotaged the units. Hiss. Such high computational ability. What a delicious meal. Wow. I have never seen the structures or circuits of such processing chips. They are far more advanced than the technology of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. I must devour them now so that I will be able to simulate them virtually. Damn. Those few rune arrays are not edible. We will destroy them, then. The 5-star spirits were like mice that had fallen into a tank of rice. They moved anywhere they wanted without being stopped at all, enjoying the most scrumptious meal of their lives. Deep inside the star brain, in the middle of the mind place, the enormous soul of the star child had completely overwhelmed those of the 7 cultivators. Thousands of tentacles tied them up like vipers and thorns. The sucking discs continued absorbing their soul power, while the fangs injected endless fear into the depths of their souls. He is too strong. His real, star brain, is the most advanced super crystal processor of the Flying Star sector. It is also supported by the spiritual energy generated by the main power rune array of Heavenly Phantom. We are no match for him. Don't waver. Such a consumption rate must be a heavy burden for him too. It all depends on which of the 2 parties is more tenacious. Ah. The souls of the 7 cultivators were being savaged by the star child. They were about to collapse at any point. Ha 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 ha. The star child laughed crazily. Do you regret it now? It's too late. No. I'm not going to let you die now. That would be too easy a death for you. I will keep part of your consciousness. You will see the outcome of the Flying Star sector in person. You will watch as the Flying Star sector is drowned in an ocean of flames and everybody ends up as the most humble slaves and test subjects of the Imperium. Right. There's also the Heaven's Origin sector. A population of tens of billions? Well. Isn't it very nice? You will be the best fuel for the torch of our civilization. Illusions appeared behind the star child again. Countless pictures emerged in which the ordinary people were mining in the rough resource planets or being tested on with new cultivation arts and techniques in the laboratories until they were tortured to death. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators gritted their teeth in fury and sorrow. Affected by the prospect of such misery, their souls were shaken again. However, Li Yao was emotionless. There was nothing but coldness in his eyes. Even the last bit of redness in the deepest part of his eyes had almost frozen into red crystals now right. He was waiting for the last opportunity. Laugh as you will now. I'm indeed no match for you. But I'm not fighting alone. I believe that Professor Mo Xian must be fighting together with me from the outside in a certain way. Keep it up. Keep it up and never give up. A miracle is going to occur. Suppressed by the star child, Li Yao's soul was becoming more and more lackluster. The edge of every feather was enshrouded in a layer of black venom. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were all struggling hard, too. They could not utter any sounds except grunts. The star child's hideous laughter grew more and more ear-splitting. It replaced the drumming from the center of Li Yao's soul and seemed to fill the entire universe. Suddenly, the star child's hideous laughter came to an abrupt end, substituted by an exclamation. 5 wriggling lumps suddenly protruded on his body, as if something was trying to rush out of his body. Qi. Finally, the 5 lumps all broke free. 5 fat, golden silkworms crawled out of his body and devoured his soul and computational ability as if they were chomping on mulberry leaves. They were the projections of Professor Mo Xian and the other star spirits in the Mind Palace. What is this? A new virus? The Star Child had never expected that 5 bugs would crawl out of his soul at the crucial moment. Moreover, they seemed to be absorbing his computational ability in a weird way. The Star Child was greatly shocked. He could only turn around and focus tremendous computational ability on the 5 star spirits. But the star spirits were not simply viruses. They were attacking the computational rune arrays and the processing chips of the star brain. When the body was gone, there would be nowhere that a soul could place itself in. They had grabbed the Star Child's neck. Besides, now that most of his computation ability had been summoned to deal with the 5 star spirits, the Star Child was no longer able to suppress Li Yao and all the other cultivators. Shwa! 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 After flashes of sabers and swords, countless tentacles were broken off and burnt into ash. Li Yao and his companions broke out of the siege again. Impossible. The Star Child watched black venom spurting out of the broken tentacles, unable to do anything about it. He was shivering unnaturally like a seriously deformed heart. Because of the continuous gnawing of the 5 gold silkworms, his soul could not be kept stable any longer. The hundreds of tentacles all got out of his control and straightened up. The blood mouths that looked like flowers at the front end of the tentacles were all writhing in pain. The fangs broke off, the thorns disappeared, the sucking discs dried up, and the black aura vanished. The dented skin became smooth again. The front ends of the tentacles turned from bloody mouths into baby faces. The babies were all crying. They struggled to get away from the tentacles and fled like small tadpoles with long tails. As the tentacles broke off and fled, the soul of the Star Child withered and shrank, with wrinkles all over the surface. Giant holes were even appearing in many places, as if he were a rotten jellyfish. They are the souls of the babies that were forced into his soul. Li Yao quickly realized what was happening. The Star Child was refined by combining the soul of a high-level immortal cultivator and those of hundreds of babies. In the past, when the soul of the immortal cultivator was powerful enough, he could suppress the souls of the hundreds of babies and drive them at his own will. But now that his soul power is declining, he is no longer able to control the souls of the innocent babies. This is our best chance. Li Yao roared. The wings on his back extended like 2 burning suns until they were almost 10,000 meters away. Then, the 2 wings of flames tied him up and turned him into an enormous drill of flames, which darted at the core of the Star Child's soul brutally. Don't you see? You've been abandoned by the future of mankind. Go to hell with your Imperium. All of Li Yao's soul power was condensed into the drill and pierced through the Star Child's body. Boom! Crack! In that moment, deafening thunders were echoing in every corner of the Mind Palace. Lightning was splitting apart the entire universe. The illusions of the deities and the devils were burnt into ash. The Mind Palace was like a tower of sand faced with an overwhelming tsunami. It was sliding to the inevitable doom amid the ear-splitting sound of tides. Ah, the Star Child cried miserably. Without the nourishment of the souls of hundreds of babies, he appeared extremely old like the dried bones in a tomb or a zombie that had died centuries ago. In the radiating sunlight, he turned into streaks of black smoke, dispersing, vaporizing, and disintegrating. Just wait for it. Pitiful screams came over from the black smoke that was dashing everywhere like a headless chicken. I've sent 70% of the coordinates of the Flying Star sector to the Imperium. The Imperium will find you sooner or later. Even though the coordinates are incomplete, the best you can do is survive another 200 years. In 200 years, the expedition army of the Imperium will come to this place and conquer both the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. You have nowhere to run. You are doomed. Li Yao's soul was reshaped into a human again. The thousands of golden feathers turned into dozens of tornadoes and slashed the running black smoke. He said, "Let your Imperium bring it on. We will show them the real future of mankind ourselves." In the surging flames of spiritual energy, the black smoke was fading. However, hundreds of streams of black smoke darted to Li Yao at a lightning-like speed and condensed behind him. At this moment, the Star Child retracted all of his tentacles. There was only a giant, round body left. It was more like a combination of a jellyfish and a sea urchin than an octopus. He wriggled crazily and giggled. "Die with me, Li Yao. Even if I cannot destroy all the cultivators, I can at least turn you into a moron." Not good. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators and the 5-star spirits all lost their cool, knowing that the Star Child was going to detonate his soul and perish together with Li Yao in his final bout of madness. They all charged at Li Yao and the Star Child unhesitatingly without caring about their own lives. But it was too late. Hardly had they moved when the Star Child suddenly expanded into a black light ball that consumed Li Yao's soul like a black sun after a series of miserable laughter. The immense blast even blew the souls of the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators and the 5-star spirits thousands of kilometers away. They failed to stabilize themselves for a long time. At the same time, the Mind Palace completely collapsed. Everybody was forced back to reality and into their own bodies. The 6 nascent soul stage cultivators regained control over their bodies, only to discover that the phantom of the brain in midair was dispersing and flying high above the shaft like burning butterflies. But Li Yao was falling down, his head toward the ground. Since their souls had just returned to their bodies, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were all stiff and could not help him. They could only watch Li Yao fall to the ground heavily. Li Yao. The 5-star spirits crawled out of the computational rune arrays and the processing chips, but they could not sense Li Yao's spiritual waves at all. For a moment, they also lost their cool. In the depths of Li Yao's brain, most of the Star Child's soul power was transformed into the purest damage, attacking Li Yao's soul like a black tide. Under the strike of the Star Child, in the deepest part of Li Yao's brain, a dark, red, lozenge-shaped crystal shivered for a moment and then broke apart. The Battle of Heavenly Saint City was finally over. After the Star Child detonated his own soul, the Star Brain was completely taken over by the 5-star spirits, which meant that all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers and Heavenly Phantom were on the Cultivators' side now. The immortal cultivators had been few in number in the Flying Star sector in the first place. Without the Grand Illusionary Soldiers, they could not stir any further trouble. Yan Qihua, Wu Mayan, and all the cultivators who were caught in hard battles were sitting on the ground exhaustedly as they read the message from Heavenly Phantom quietly. Cultivators of the Flying Star sector, maybe you don't know what exactly happened yet. Today, we have witnessed the greatest insurgency in the history of the Flying Star sector. The immortal cultivators, led by Xiao Xuanzi, the CEO of the Grand Illusionary Group, launched a sudden assault to us. Right now, the situation is under our control. We will tell everything exactly as it happened. However, before we begin, we would like to introduce a cultivator from another sector to you. His name is Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao, from the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao woke up. He seemed to have had a very, very long and weird dream. In the dream, he became a cultivator who dominated the universe. He even left the Heaven's Origin sector for another bizarre world where he spent many thrilling days. He made the most trustworthy friends and defeated the most ferocious enemies. Although the dream was mottled and blurred now, the passionate feeling was still lingering in his heart. Soaked in sweat, he breathed hard. It took him a long time before he finally recalled who and where he was. This is the magical equipment graveyard, Lake Rusty, Floating Spear City, Star Glory Federation, and the Heaven's Origin Sector. I am just a regular scavenger. 3 months after the Battle of Heavenly Saint City, in a hospital affiliated with Flying Star University, inside a confidential ward, Li Yao was floating in the middle of bright green medication drugs. His eyes were half closed, and his breath was feeble. Even his eyeballs had not moved for a long time. "Doctor, is there no sign of him waking up at all?" Mo Xian, Luo Xingzi, Si Kuli, and many other people stood before the med bay, their eyebrows furrowed. "Not yet." An experienced doctor whose beard and hair were both white sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator Li Yao saved the Flying Star Sector. We have summoned the best doctors and meditation healers of the Flying Star Sector and brainstormed ideas. But his situation is very weird. The brainwaves in 99% of his head are dead. Logically, it means that his soul has perished, and he has been trapped in the most serious vegetative state. Even if he does wake up one day, he will be mentally retarded. However, 1% of the area in the deepest part of his brain is still active. This particular area is guarded by a very weird barrier. The best 10 meditation healers worked together and failed to crack it. We do not know what is inside at all. The good news is that his body maintains a very high vitality and absorbs the spiritual energy inside the medication drugs automatically. Right now, the only thing we can do is wait. If a miracle happens, he might wake up tomorrow. Or maybe, he will not wake up ever again." Boom! A mountain of garbage collapsed next to him. Countless pieces of magical equipment fell toward him like an avalanche. Li Yao moved and laughed in the tide of rubbish like the most agile monkey. He was lucky enough to have found a navigation chip of reasonable quality today. His stomach would be fed for the next 3 days. However, he had to get rid of Fatty Liang and his gang first. The weird dream occasionally occurred to him late at night and made his heart itch. He felt that this was not the life he desired and that he was destined to do something greater. However, in the day, he had to struggle for survival every second. There was no time to think about the future anymore. A dream was just a dream. Better face reality. 6 months after the Battle of Heavenly Saint City, Wu Mian and Xie Anan stood before the med bay. Wu Mian had grown into a tall, strong, and handsome young man. Xie Anan was no longer a little girl and much more mature, too. The two of them stuck their face to the glass so hard that their noses became meatballs. "Master, we knew that you are very awesome, but we didn't know that you were so awesome. Just wake up soon. There are a lot of things that we have to work on together. Beat him. F***CK. You dared to steal the Wild Wolves gang's possessions? You must have lived long enough. Beat him. Beat him hard and bury him alive in the garbage mountain." Li Yao was losing consciousness. His eyes were covered in blood, and he had lost all sense of pain, or rather, every single one of his senses. His limbs were twisted at weird angles, and he was thrown to the bottom of a garbage mountain like a soft starfish. Above his head, several muscular men detonated the garbage mountain with crystal bombs while they laughed hideously. Voila! The overwhelming garbage drowned him. He could not breathe. He could not resist. He could only allow the darkness and the blood to swallow him. He had lost the will to resist, too. A voice seemed to be mumbling right beside his ears, "Just give up. What are you struggling for? Why live such a miserable life? Just give it up. Just sleep comfortably." Li Yao smiled wretchedly. His eyes gradually closed. He. This is the inevitable outcome for a scavenger like me, isn't it? There's no way out. Struggling among piles of garbage every day, hungry and wounded. Maybe death is indeed more comfortable. It's too painful. It's too dark. I'm never going to get out. There is no need to struggle. All my effort was in vain. The Vulture plan has failed. Just give it up. Wait. When Li Yao fully closed his eyes while he was murmuring to himself, the two words Vulture plan pierced the tiny bit of brightness that had been sealed for a long time in the deepest part of his soul. Chapter 8:15 1 Year's Progress. Li Yao felt that a dark red bubble inside his brain had been pierced open. Endless information spurted out, only to turn into bright golden ash in the next second, dispersing like burnt butterflies. He found himself in a hazy mist. Although he did feel that he had touched upon something, it all slipped through his fingers like sand. The desperate screams turned into mumbles in the wind, and the unforgettable memories became scenes in a dream. In a trance, Li Yao seemed to see himself floating before a blue planet and roaring in a voice that he could not hear, "I'm not dead yet. The Vulture plan has not failed. I will carry out the Vulture plan even if I drift to the end of the universe." The declaration was like a spell that ripped apart the darkness and blood that were about to bury him. Boom! The garbage mountains suddenly collapsed. Magical equipment debris was burning furiously and smashing against the ground. The scavengers, who were ferocious a moment ago, all covered their heads with their hands and ran away. Li Yao slowly rose up and floated in midair, eyeing the surroundings coldly, with a scornful smile on the corner of his mouth. Although he did not know what exactly the Vulture plan meant, the two words refreshed his soul and made him realize that this was a world of illusions. False. Everything is false. This is not the real world but the maze of my mind. My soul was attacked by the Star Child soul and has been trapped in this chaotic maze. Break now! Li Yao bellowed. He waved his right hand hard. The thousands of garbage mountains nearby all rose up into the midair, manipulated by a weird strength, before they exploded like thousands of bombs. Pieces like shooting stars riddled the gray sky of this world with holes, revealing the obscure brightness beyond the dome. The entire world was shaking. The sky was breaking and falling like glass. The earth was collapsing, and black smoke was running out. All the people turned into bloody brightness and vanished into thin air. When the sky entire collapsed, Li Yao turned into a streak of golden brightness and soared up, breaking out of the cocoon. Hum. 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 As if a giant, golden bell in the depths of his brain had been tolled, Li Yao felt like he had crossed a very, very long ivory pathway and then fallen into a bottomless abyss. In the end, after a while of uncontrollable shivering, his soul returned to his brain and gained control over his body again. Li Yao found himself soaked in a pool of warm medication drugs. Many doctors in white robes were observing him with great interest. Behind the crowd, Wu Mian and Xia Anan were standing on their tiptoes and looking at him in anxiety. Li Yao smiled. A lot of bubbles popped up in the medication drugs. With a telepathic thought, he sent a message to Wu Mian and Xia Anan. "I'm back." An hour later, after a series of body examinations, Li Yao chatted with his two disciples while he warmed himself up in the rehabilitation room. "Master, that was really incredible of you. I thought that you were awesome enough to beat Yan Shibei and Xiao Xuanzi. I didn't know that you'd slain a deadly demon that was unparalleled 40,000 years ago when you were only in the building foundation stage." Wu Mian grimaced and shouted in an exaggerated tone. "You are definitely the legend of legends." Li Yao chuckled, somewhat blushing. When he released his memory pieces in the star brain, he had seen the day coming. Right now, although the Star Child and Xiao Xuanzi had both been eliminated, the shadow of the Imperium of true human beings still loomed over all the cultivators' heads. A full cooperation between the Flying Star Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector was necessary. Naturally, all information would be released to public. There was no need for him to conceal his identity right now. "You've been in a coma for an entire year. In the past 3 days, your brainwaves have been more intense than ever before. Everybody said that you would wake up soon, but the big shots like Mo Xian, Si Kuli, and Luo Xingzi are discussing an important affair in Spider Den and cannot come to greet you. Therefore, they asked me to wait for you here. They also told me to take you to Spider Den as soon as you woke up so that you would be able to discuss the matter that concerns the fate of both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Li Yao was refreshed. A matter that concerned the fate of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector? Needless to say, they must have ascertained the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector, and communication between the two sectors was underway. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "There's no need to hurry. I've been sleeping for an entire year. Tell me what happened in the Flying Star sector over the past year first." Wu Mian nodded and triggered the light beam of his crystal processor. Professor Mo Xian and the rest of them had predicted that Li Yao would wake up soon. Therefore, they prepared a telepathic thought that contained tremendous information and poured it into Li Yao's brain, allowing him to roughly learn the changes in the Flying Star sector over the past year. The cultivators had regained control of most of the space zones, but the immortal cultivators and the space pirates had still fought in the Spider Den space zone. The cultivators investigated and removed all the spies of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Temple of Immortals in 3 months. Then, their army marched toward the Spider Den space zone. The final battle was smoother than anybody had expected. Without Xiao Xuanzi and the Star Brain, the remaining immortal cultivators lost their leaders and were completely disorganized. At the last moment, the Black King and Feng Yuzhong had a huge conflict, too. The most crucial factor was that the immortal cultivators had been fooled by the Star Child and thought that they were the establishers of a new Imperium. It was such a belief that had motivated them to fight against the cultivators. After they learned that they were nothing more than chess pieces, the beliefs of many immortal cultivators were seriously shaken. Before the cultivators reached Spider Den, serious internal strife had already broken out between the immortal cultivators and the space pirates. As a result, the cultivators took over Spider Den in less than a month. The Black King died in battle, and Feng Yuzhong was captured alive. The latter was then sentenced to death and executed immediately by the war court consisting of all the victims. The insurrection that greatly damaged the Flying Star sector seriously changed its social structure, too. Because spies of the immortal cultivators might have been lurking in the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the other important sects, a temporary committee was established when the Battle of Heavenly Saint City was over, which was led by Si Kuli, Luo Xingzi, and Mo Xian, who was representatives of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, the middle and small sects, and Iron Plateau respectively. Of course, Mo Xian had another identity. When Li Yao was in a coma, he was also a representative of the cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector. The temporary committee became the de facto top decision-makers of the Flying Star sector. Their job was to hunt all the escaping immortal cultivator and restore order to the Flying Star sector. They were also responsible for collecting all the intelligence regarding the Imperium of True Human Beings. After defeating the Star Brain, the 5 Star Spirits had read a lot of valuable information from the data left by the Star Child, including some of the techniques from the Imperium of True Human Beings. Whenever the secret bases of the immortal cultivators were occupied, a lot of techniques and magical equipment that belonged to neither the Flying Star sector nor the Heaven's Origin sector were discovered, too. It was estimated that they were built in secret by the immortal cultivators under the Star Child's instructions for the preparation of the future government. The techniques and magical equipment were very beneficial for the improvement of the cultivation level of the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. They were invaluable. By further analyzing the remaining data left by the Star Child, the cultivators retrieved a lot of information about the social form of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the life of ordinary people in it. Some of them were sent for mining on resource planets with harsh environments, some were test subjects for the latest cultivation arts of the immortal cultivators, and some were the slaves of the warriors. The devastating scenes shocked all the cultivators. The entire Flying Star sector was infuriated by the findings. The Flying Star sector will not accept such a future. We will not be part of the Imperium of true human beings even if we are destroyed. Fight against the immortal cultivator until the end. When the files were publicized, such notions became the common understanding throughout society. The communication between the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, which Li Yao was most concerned about, had made significant progress, too. After Spider Den was recovered, the cultivators excavated the underground fortress. With the guidance of Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen, they soon found the Star Prior's house, the ancient observatory. The capability of the 5-star spirits had soared after they consumed part of the computational ability of the Star Child. They repaired the super crystal processors in the Star Prior's house and explored the universe with the devices immediately. Before Wu Mayan returned to Heavenly Saint City, the latest news had been that there were already important discoveries. On the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Star Fighters Alliance's side, a coalition fleet of an enormous scale was being established, too. Many of the starships were going through special modifications for super-long space jumps across sectors. All the preparations were underway. Li Yao saw the current appearance of Heavenly Saint City in the pictures. The central area and the first space ring had suffered the most damage in the Great Insurrection. A lot of buildings had collapsed, and quite a few blocks were entirely wiped out. However, above the debris, a splendid new city was rising to the sky with the joint effort of the cultivators and the ordinary people. Li Yao saw that everybody looked different from before, although he could not tell exactly what the differences were. He just felt that everybody was motivated and in high spirits. There were sparks in the eyes of the plainest construction workers. The insurrection has changed the Flying Star sector, Wu Mayan said solemnly. Unpardonable as Xiao Xuanzi might have been, he was right about one thing. The Flying Star sector in the past was loose sand. Most of the sects only wanted to live their own comfortable lives with their doors shut. They had lost the courage to strive forward and explore the outside world. But right now, with a great enemy looming ahead of us, everything has changed. After 5,000 years, the Flying Star sector is united once again. Li Yao had woken up. The news spread to every corner of the Flying Star sector. The entire world was ignited. Everybody was overjoyed. Apart from reversing the situation purely on his own and rescuing the Flying Star sector at the most perilous moment, the fact that he had slain Xiao Xuanzi, who was known to be the best expert of the Flying Star sector, alone was enough to make Li Yao a superstar admired by countless people. Right now, the gloom of war had not dispersed yet, and the Imperium of true human beings might be coming back at any time. The waking of a super expert was a major boost for the morale of the Flying Star sector. The financial markets were the first to respond. For a moment, all the stock prices were rising. The news industry was the second to respond. The hospital that Li Yao was in was quickly surrounded by hundreds of reporters. The hero who saved the Flying Star sector has finally woken up. The glorious Sunlight Group under his name has become a super organization on par with the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City and the Star Fighters Alliance. It is estimated that the glorious Sunlight Group will be the most important bridge in the communication between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Its capability will only rise higher. Li Yao, as the biggest shareholder of the conglomerate, might not be the strongest cultivator in the Flying Star sector, but he is definitely the wealthiest one. To pacify the people and to boost the morale, Li Yao accepted the interview of 2 influential media groups even though he was in a hurry. Then, he left for Spider Den on a crystal warship. One day later, in the sky of Capital Nest on Spider Den, the cabin door of a crystal warship was slowly opened, revealing 3 blinking shuttles, which flew to the center of the city in a triangle formation. Looking down at Spider Den, which had been reborn, Li Yao had complicated feelings. The abandoned resource plant had been revived after it returned to the embrace of the cultivators and ordinary people. On the horizon, countless giant ivory pillars stood tall. They pierced into the clouds and formed ivory umbrellas in the sky, with mysterious mist spreading on the edge. They also looked like enormous mushrooms that were spurting spores to various directions. They were the super-large atmosphere-stabilizing rune arrays. Through the rune arrays, a steady man-made atmosphere would be created. Then, the environment of the planet would be gradually reformed. In the end, Spider Den would be suitable for living again and could potentially accommodate billions of people. The air on the ground had not been cleaned yet and was still corrupted by venomous gas. The workers were all wearing engineering crystal suits, working hard to transform the planet bit by bit. Wu Mian told Li Yao that, after Spider Den was taken back, the temporary committee had ruled that half of the resources on Spider Den would be used to compensate the families of all the victims of the space pirates and the immortal cultivators over the years. As long as they had evidence, they would be granted with the exploitation right of certain resources on Spider Denver. In such a case, building Spider Den meant building their own home. All the forces were devoted to the transformation of Spider Denver. Many people even moved their entire family to Spider Den and considered it a new beginning. Right now, Spider Den and Iron Plateau are both going through large-scale modifications. Although the two planets are both congenitally deficient and much less habitable than the planet of the Heaven's origin sector, they are still much better than the narrow starships and the unstable world fragments, Wu Mian said confidently. The two habitable planets will be two enormous war bases. In less than 100 years, the population of the Flying Star sector will definitely be multiplied. When the population is larger, the number of cultivators will grow, too. Our war potential will significantly increase. If the Imperium of true human beings really dares to come, they will pay a good price. Li Yao smiled. After 6 years, Wu Mian had indeed grown a lot. He was no longer the boy he used to be. The shuttle sped up to the depths of Capital Nest. 3 hours later, they reached the Star Prior's house in the underground fortress. The ancient observatory was glowing with glamorous colors after several months of serious maintenance. Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute had both established offices there. The best astronomers and astrologists of the Flying Star sector had gathered in this place, too. The 5-star spirits considered the Star Prior's house their new base, too. The reason was simple. The hundreds of super crystal processors passed on from the Star Ocean Imperium were invaluable meals for the star spirits, who feasted upon computational ability. What else would they want to do before all the super crystal processors were cracked? Li Yao. Seeing Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian gave him a bear hug in the artificial body. Li Yao, Luo Xingzi and Si Kuli were quite excited, too. Although they were from two different sectors, they had the same title, Cultivators. In the Battle of Heavenly Saint City, they had been through life and death together. In the battles to come, they would also fight side by side. Other than Luo Xingzi, Si Kuli, Mo Xian, and a few leaders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City, there was an unexpected person who made Li Yao overjoyed. Chief Xiong. Xiong Wuji, the previous best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, greeted him. Good lad, you've finally woken up. Xiong Wuji patted Li Yao's shoulder with a smile and said, ever since you passed the test of the Truth Cabinet, I'd been wondering how you did it. I didn't know that the answer was so simple. You are of course not a space resident. You are a resident of the Heaven's origin sector. Ha ha ha. Li Yao blushed, somewhat embarrassed. It was not decent of him to have kept it a secret for such a long time, but after all those years, and with the great enemy named the Imperium of true human beings drawing near, the little misunderstand years ago were not worth mentioning. It appears that you have indeed made important discoveries. Li Yao was so anxious that he quickly asked for the progress after the small talk. Xiong Wuji had suffered heavy wounds in the battle against Yan Shibei and had not recovered much in the past 5 years. However, he enjoyed unparalleled prestige in the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, and he was the soul of Iron Plateau. Now that he had arrived, it was evident that the meeting was of paramount importance. Li Yao thought of something and asked excitedly, "Have you located the precise coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector? Are we able to return to the Heaven's Origin sector now?" The room was caught in a weird vibe after his words. Everybody looked at each other in silence. Professor Mo Xian patted his shoulder and explained, "Li Yao, don't be hasty. We have indeed located the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector, but it is rather complicated." Complicated? Li Yao was dazed. He could tell that Professor Mo Xian was not delighted but worried about the situation. Professor Mo Xian coughed and said, "It's a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly. First things first. Here are the discoveries we made in the past half-year." Professor Mo Xian waved his hands. The room was gradually dimmed, but the arced dome was shining and packed with dense stars again. Firstly, we evaluated the Imperium of true human beings by the information left by the Star Child and the observation of the prosperous areas of the Star Ocean Imperium through the Star Prior's house. The Imperium of true human beings does exist, and its comprehensive ability is very high. Although it is not strong enough to conquer every human sector as the Star Child claimed, the Imperium has seized control of the vast area around the capital space zone of the Star Ocean Imperium. Also, judging from the information left by the Star Child, the Imperium has experts at least in the divinity transformation stage. That was the information 120 years ago when the Star Child left for the mission. There is no telling how much progress the Imperium of true human beings has made after such a long time. The star map in the dome was enlarged, highlighting an area where the stars were particularly dense. It looked like a nest of billions of fireflies. Li Yao slightly frowned, but he was not very surprised. The formidability of the Imperium of true human beings was within his expectations. There was no need to panic. In the war against the Imperium of true human beings, they had the most marvelous weapon in the world, which was distance. Both the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector were millions of light-years away from the prosperous area of the Star Ocean Imperium. They were even further from the Empyrean Terminus sector and the planet of Imperial Terminus. Long expeditions were the least sensible choices in the military. It was true that the Imperium of true human beings was strong, but how many soldiers the Imperium could project to millions of light-years away was a whole different matter. Throughout history, many empires that dominated the world for the time had sent magnificent armies to attack the enemies that seemed to be insignificant, only to be defeated after the enemies stalled them with the advantages in terrain for years. Not only were the expedition armies destroyed, the empires also collapsed and fell into the abyss of destruction. Compared with the Imperium of true human beings, Professor Mo Xian said, "We do not have many advantages, but the Star Prior's house is our greatest advantage. Normal means of observation cannot be faster than light. When we see a world that is millions of light-years away, we are in fact seeing the scenes in the world millions of years ago. But the observation magical equipment in the Star Prior's house can observe the spiritual waves in the fourth dimension through the basic particles below the ground and then infer the real-time status of a certain world even though the world is millions of light-years away. It was through the Star Prior's house that we discovered the expedition fleet of the Imperium." Li Yao raised his eyebrow. "The Imperium of true human beings has sent out an expedition fleet? Strictly speaking, we suddenly found very unusual spiritual waves in the prosperous areas of the Star Ocean Imperium that were jumping to the edge of the cosmos through incessant short-distance space jumps," Professor Mo Xian said. "If the spiritual waves maintained their current trajectory, the Flying Star sector was right ahead of them. Therefore, we concluded that they were the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings. It was first detected 2 months ago. The timing is reasonable, too. The Star Child sent most of our coordinates to the Imperium of true human beings through the Space Gate, and the immortal cultivators of the Imperium established a fleet in 10 months and started an expedition. According to numerous calculations and estimations, judging from the current speed, the fleet will arrive in the Flying Star sector in 200 years. However, there are too many unpredictable factors in the universe. It will not be surprising if the fleet comes 100 years early or late. Li Yao scratched his chin and mumbled, so, in 100 to 300 years, the army of the Imperium of true human beings will be upon us? But there is something that I don't understand. Why are they so slow? Can't they appear right in the Flying Star sector with a super long-distance space jump? Won't they catch us off guard if so? Before Professor Mo Xian opened his mouth, Si Kuli replied, "That is because of you, Li Yao. You stopped the Star Child from sending our coordinates to the Imperium of true human beings. As a result, the Imperium of true human beings did not receive all the parameters of our location." Exactly. Professor Mo Xian continued the explanation. Based on our analysis of the space gate, the Imperium of true human beings now only knows that a world of human beings exists in a certain direction millions of light-years away, which is far from enough. The universe is too big. Distance is our greatest weapon. Millions of light-years mean that the journey will take them millions of years even if they are moving at the speed of light. An error, the breadth of a single hair, can lead you 1,000 miles astray. If the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings activated a super long-distance space jump without specific coordinates, even if they had 99.9% of the precise coordinates, as long as there was the tiniest error in the 0.1% of the coordinates that they were not sure about, they would likely jump to an unknown desolate world. A space jump consumes an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. It is even more so for an expedition fleet that can conquer a world. If they arrived in desolate worlds after multiple space jumps, they might run out of spiritual energy and get trapped forever. Li Yao nodded. There seemed to be countless stars in the universe, but 99.9% of space was desolate. Only a tiny percentage of space was filled with spiritual energy and fit for the survival of living creatures. Should a fleet lose its direction, it would be not unusual if it ended up stranded in a desolate world after multiple space jumps. Short-distance space jumps have two merits, Professor Mo Xian explained. Firstly, the precision of each jump is relatively higher. There will be fewer errors, and even if there are, they can be rectified before the next jump. Secondly, the starships can stop and refill their spiritual energy after every jump. They will never run short of spiritual energy or be too damaged to repair. Even with short-distance space jumps, the expedition can take hundreds of years, Li Yao said. Can the immortal cultivators on board live such long lives? By our estimation, the fleet of the Imperium of true human beings must be of an enormous scale. If their starships are the size of Heavenly Saint City, they can easily establish a micro-self-circulating system. The immortal cultivators can training themselves and live as normal people do. They can even give birth to the next generation, too. The long time matters little for them. That was the usual approach during the Star Ocean Imperium when human beings expanded to outside worlds. In fact, the sect system of the ancient cultivators is kept to this day because of such a pattern of war, too. The universe is too boundless. It usually takes hundreds of years to explore a new world. During the hundreds of years, it is often hard for the expedition fleet to be directly commanded by the mother planet. Therefore, the expedition fleets gradually evolved into cultivation sects, which maintained a certain degree of independence in their small world of the expedition army. In other words, the Imperium of true human beings must have sent out a cultivation sect to deal with the Flying Star sector. It is even possible that the cultivation sect has been promised many benefits. For example, the Flying Star sector might be granted to the sect after it is occupied. Li Yao thought for a minute and then asked, since we have found the territory of the Imperium of true human beings, can we launch a strike against the Empyrean Terminus sector, the heart of the Imperium? Or, if we don't launch the strike, can we teleport a starship or a person over? Li Yao was all ready for action. Passive defense had never been his style. Attacking aggressively was always his first choice. Professor Mo Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Distance is a double-edged sword. Just as the Imperium of true human beings cannot lock onto our precise coordinates, we do not know the precise coordinates of the Empyrean terminus sector either. If we perform a super long-distance space jump, maybe there is a 0.01% likelihood that we can teleport someone to the vicinity of the Empyrean terminus sector. With any luck, the guy will reach the Empyrean terminus sector after another 500 or so short-distance space jumps. So complicated?" Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. After pondering for a moment, he asked somewhat in confusion, since super long-distance space jumps are so difficult, how did different sectors communicate with each other in the Star Ocean Imperium? Before the Star Ocean Imperium, in the 30,000 years reign of the demon race, they had established large-scale groups of star beacons in every sector, which were essentially space gates, Professor Mo Xian said. When mankind rose again and the Supreme Emperor established his Imperium, the space gates were further expanded. In the end, cosmic lighthouses were constructed in every sector to guide the starships. The technology to produce starships was much more advanced than right now, too. With the precise equipment, the guidance of the lighthouses, and the state-of-the-art starships, it was as easy as pie for people of the Star Ocean Imperium to cruise among different sectors. Today, most of the space gates have been destroyed in the 10,000 years of war, and the star maps that marked the precise coordinates of all the sectors are mostly lost, too. Our starships are not as advanced as the old days. Therefore, communication between sectors is naturally 100 times more difficult than in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium. Li Yao nodded and thought everything through. However, he was still wondering why Professor Mo Xian was so worried and why the ambience was so weird. All right. In short, an expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings is coming at us right now. Thankfully, we have at least 100 years, and 200 to 300 if we are lucky, to prepare. I think the top priority right now is to reach out to the Heaven's Origin sector first. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are very complementary. If a large-scale collaboration is established between the two parties, both sectors will definitely make significant progress in the 100 years to come. Professor Mo Xian, did you say just now that the precise coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector have been determined? With a weird expression, Professor Mo Xian replied, "You must bear one thing in mind. The primary usage of the Star Prior's house is not to look for other sectors but to search for, analyze, and study the apocalypses. By Lu the Prior's definition, the so-called apocalypses are abnormal spiritual waves in the sea of stars that are unlikely to be generated naturally. Half a month ago, we observed such abnormal spiritual waves in the sea of stars that are unlikely to be generated naturally, in a location that is extremely close to the Flying Star sector." What? Li Yao had a creepy feeling. Are you suggesting that the Flying Star sector is faced with another apocalypse, Professor? Professor Mo Xian was silent. Si Kuli sighed. In the beginning, we were all shocked. It never rains, it pours. If we experience an apocalypse before the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings comes, the Flying Star sector will certainly be doomed for all eternity. But very soon, we discovered that the intensity of the spiritual waves was much lower than the apocalypse 5,000 years ago. It is likely a tactical, minor apocalypse instead of a world-blighting, major apocalypse. Also, the target of the apocalypse is not the Flying Star sector either. After brushing past the Flying Star sector, it lunged at another sector that is not far away from the Flying Star sector. No. Not one but two sectors that were melding into each other. Li Yao opened his mouth but failed to come up with any comment. The collision of two sectors was a very rarely seen phenomenon in the universe. The odds of such an occurrence were far lower than 1 billionth. The two sectors that were very close to the Flying Star sector and gradually merging could only be the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. A minor apocalypse is coming at the Heaven's Origin sector? Li Yao mumbled to himself. Kuli coughed and said, after we located the trajectory of the apocalypse, it was quite easy to trace back the origin of the apocalypse. After more than 10 days of calculation, we inferred when and where the apocalypse first appeared preliminarily. It was launched from the Empyrean Terminus sector, the heart of the Imperium of true human beings, almost 1 year ago. Li Yao gasped. Are you suggesting that the Imperium of true human beings launched an apocalyptic strike against the Heaven's Origin sector? But why? Li Yao was dumbfounded, not because he was shocked that the Imperium of true human beings was able to launch an apocalyptic strike, but because he could not begin to understand why the Heaven's Origin sector, instead of the Flying Star sector, was the target. Our assumption is that it was because the Heaven's Origin sector was too bright. Professor Mo Xian finally calmed himself down and said, like I said just now, without precise coordinates and the navigation of star beacons, super long-distance space jumps are not feasible. However, the Heaven's Origin sector is a special case. The Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector are currently merging. You may imagine that the two sectors are crashing right now. The collision may not affect the living creatures of the two sectors, but it will certainly emanate tremendous invisible particles and waves, which makes the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector a furiously burning torch in the dark universe. If a certain stargazer of the Imperium of true human beings observed our direction through the fourth dimension via a piece of special magical equipment, it is very unlikely that he will find the Flying Star sector. However, it is likely that he will see the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, which are crashing and releasing intense spiritual waves. Li Yao had an absurd feeling of being beaten without a good reason. He was dazed for a long time before he managed to ask, what is the purpose of the Imperium of true human beings minor apocalypse? If you stand in the shoes of the Imperium of true human beings, Kuli said, everything will be logical and make perfect sense. Chapter 8:18 Save the Heaven's Origin sector. Imagine you are a general of the Imperium of true human beings. You are in a dark, obscure, perilous battlefield where there are high mountains that pierce into the sky, forests with all kinds of dangerous creatures, and bottomless swamps. Everything in the battlefield is covered by a dense war fog. Right now, a flickering candle suddenly illuminates the darkness on the horizon. It blinks and sends you a piece of information. You read the information and realizes that it is sent from a scout who you lost contact with a long, long time ago. He tells you that he has discovered a very valuable prey. However, before he tells you the specific coordinates, the environment he is in, and the status of the prey, the candle dies down, never to be kindled again. That was the situation the Imperium of true human beings was in. Li Yao nodded, deep in thought. It was true that the Star Child was a scout and that he had been exterminated before he had the chance to send more information over. Right now, the Imperium of true human beings only knew that there was a prey a certain distance away in a certain direction. Nothing more. As a general, you can summon a huge expedition army and assault the prey by way of parachuting. But it is very clear to you that 99.9% of the places around the prey are mountains, swamps, abysses, and deserts. Should your main troop parachute to those places, they will be dead for sure. So, after careful consideration, you decide to let your expedition army walk and search for the prey the regular way by avoiding all the dangerous places. Although it will cost more time and effort, such an approach is much more safe. The army will certainly be not wiped out by nature. Kuli's metaphor gave a detailed analysis on the advantages and disadvantages of the super long-distance space jumps and short-distance ones. However, just because a large-scale expedition army cannot parachute to the prey directly, it does not mean 1 or 2 soldiers of the special forces cannot go over, right? Before the army sets off, deploying special forces to the enemy's base and investigating the environment is a common tactic. Li Yao realized where he was getting at. Leader C, are you suggesting that the minor apocalypse from the Imperium of true human beings is like the special forces who have come here for reconnaissance? But I'm rather confused. Can the apocalypses perform space jumps, too? For the apocalypses that are the strikes a civilization launches toward another civilization, their attributes and appearances vary greatly and are quite unpredictable, C. Cully replied. Every apocalypse is produced in a different way for a different purpose. Some of the apocalypses focus more on destruction, some highlight infiltration, and some are good at blockage. Isn't it quite normal that some apocalypses are fast enough to cruise beyond the speed of light? The apocalypses manufactured by the same civilization can be different, too. You wouldn't carry bullets with all the same attribute, would you? Li Yao immediately understood it. It was quite right. In the case of bullets, there were sniper bullets, armor-piercing bullets, frost bullets, incendiary bullets. Every kind of bullet had its own special use. The category, characteristics, and uses of the apocalypses could only be 1,000 or even 10,000 times more than those of the bullets. The apocalypse that the blood-stripe virus had caused 5,000 years ago focused on legacy and destruction. It could not perform a space jump. The minor apocalypse that the Imperium of true human beings launched recently apparently focused more on velocity. It was not strange that the apocalypse could perform a space jump. Chances are that the minor apocalypse is an upgraded version of the Star Child. Although the Imperium of true human beings could not teleport a whole fleet over, it should be more than easy for them to send another Star Child to us. An upgraded version of the Star Child? Li Yao shivered but did not speak. The Imperium of true human beings does not know our precise coordinates. Therefore, the minor apocalypse was only sent to somewhere near the flying star sector. However, it sensed the dazzling fire resulting from the collision of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector the moment it arrived. Think about it. You have parachuted into an absolutely dark battlefield, and your task is to search for an enemy who is lurking in the darkness. You don't know where exactly your enemy is hiding, but a bright torch suddenly appears in front of you. What will you do? Li Yao took a deep breath and mumbled, I'm afraid that I would go over and check it first. C. Cully smiled bitterly and said, it must have been what the apocalypse thought, too. That is why it brushed past the flying star sector and lunged at the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. By our analysis, it is very possible that the apocalypse calculated that the two sectors had abundant spiritual energy by the signs of the collision. The spiritual energy could be used to build a brand new space gate, and the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector would be a perfect platform to attack the Flying Star sector. Li Yao was dazed. A platform? C. Cully nodded. Exactly. Maybe the apocalypse is carrying certain navigation magical equipment like a space gate that will automatically unfold when it absorbs enough spiritual energy. If so, the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings can jump to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector directly. If we look from the perspective of the whole universe, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are only one step away from each other. Attacking the Flying Star sector with the Heaven's Origin sector as the platform is much more convenient than crawling slowly for more than 100 years. The hypothesis made Li Yao shudder. With a bitter smile, Professor Mo Xian said, maybe, the minor apocalypse was merely attracted by the collision of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector in the beginning. But after it discovers that tremendous creatures live in both of the sectors, the expedition army will certainly change their target and conquer the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector first. C. Cully sighed and said in a low voice, fellow cultivator Mo, the Heaven's Origin sector has been burdened by the Flying Star sector. The disaster should have had nothing to do with you. Professor Mo Xian waved his hands and said solemnly, the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are right next to each other. If the Flying Star sector falls, there is no way that the Heaven's Origin sector can get away. We are in the same boat. The disaster is coming sooner or later. Watching the glittering stars on the dome, Liao asked gravely, with redness shining in the bottom of his eyes, then, how soon will the minor apocalypse arrive in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector? The apocalypse reached somewhere near the Flying Star sector with a super long-distance space jump, C. Cully said. Then, it rectified its direction after 3 short-distance space jumps and flew toward the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Right now, it has come to the end of its course, and it has been cruising normally. There is no sign of space jumps. Perhaps the previous 4 jumps have drained its fuel. Judging from the current speed, it will reach the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector in 5 years. 5 years? Liao bit his teeth so hard that sparks were almost bursting out, but he simply swallowed all the sparks into his stomach. 1 month later, in the hall of the meeting of the next millennium in Heavenly Saint City, the leaders of all the cultivation sects of the Flying Star sector and the representatives of ordinary people in all the space zones, altogether 12,993 people, had been gathered. They were about to vote on a motion that could determine the future of the Flying Star sector. The motion was, should the Flying Star sector rescue the Heaven's Origin sector with its best? It was a tough choice. The Heaven's Origin sector was at war with the Blood Demon sector right now. The 2 parties were on par with one another. The Heaven's Origin sector even had a slim advantage. When the 2 sectors fully merged, a final battle was destined to break out. Perhaps it had already broken out. The Heaven's Origin sector would certainly suffer heavy losses even if it won the war in the end. If so, it was unlikely that the Heaven's Origin sector could resist the minor apocalypse that was heading toward it. The result would be tragical unless the Flying Star sector sent reinforcements to the Heaven's Origin sector unitedly, not sparing any efforts. Defeat the demon race first, and resist the apocalypse together. There was no doubt that a war across sectors would consume a lot of resources of the Flying Star sector, not to mention that the citizens of the Flying Star sector would shed their blood or even got killed in a foreign land. The Flying Star sector today had barely recovered from the chaos of the immortal cultivators, which had lasted 8 years. The choice naturally not an easy one. In an ivory long robe that had an emblem of the rising dragon of the 9 stars on the chest, a symbol of the Star Glory Federation and the Heaven's Origin sector, Liao stood on a round podium. Behind him, pictures were flashing. Tremendous information about the Heaven's Origin sector was being displayed, including the major sects of the Heaven's Origin sector, the best magical equipment, the metropolises, and the people who live in cities, towns, and villages. There were also pictures of when the Iron Army lunged at the beast tide under the guidance of the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. This is the Heaven's Origin sector, a small, barren world at the edge of the Sea of Stars. This is the Star Glory Federation, a nation established doggedly against the plundering and slaughtering of the demon race. After 500 years, we built the Star Glory Federation from a small tribe where the survivors huddled to warm each other into a powerful nation that has expanded to every corner of the Heaven's Origin sector. Every ordinary person and every cultivator is fighting bloody battles and guarding the glory of the civilization of mankind under the flag of the rising dragon of the 9 stars. 8 years ago, I arrived in the Flying Star sector by accident and discovered, to my surprise, that human beings exactly like us live in this world that is entirely different from the Heaven's Origin sector. We have the same hot blood flowing in our veins, we believe in the same creeds, we persist in the same path of cultivation, and we defend the same honor and glory. Now, as a common cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector, I beg my fellow cultivators of the Flying Star sector to save the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Glory Federation, and the billions of people living there, billions of compatriots. Finishing his speech, Liao closed his lips, bowed deeply, and left the hall. Assisting the Heaven's Origin sector with all the resources concerned the future of the Flying Star sector. The decision could certainly not be made by a few words of his. After that, there was nothing he could do except wait for the results together with the 5 spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector. After Li Yao left, Luo Xingzi, the host of the meeting, slowly ascended to the center of the hall. He glanced over the thousands of small meeting rooms that looked like crystal vesicles. Xiao Xuanzi used to be the leader of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood, and the immortal cultivators had infiltrated the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood most deeply, too. His rebellion had been a major blow for the prestige of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. Luo Xingzi had been Xiao Xuanzi's junior brother and an elder of the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood. The moment when the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood was questioned, he had shouldered the responsibility resolutely and purged the immortal cultivators inside the Feathered Snakes Brother without any mercy. Later, in the battles against the space pirates and the remnants of the immortal cultivators, the members of the Feathered Snakes Brother had always led the charge in the vanguard, trying to wash away the dishonor with their blood. Luo Xingzi and the Feathered Snakes Brother won the respect of the other cultivators again in such a way. Luo Xingzi bowed courteously, before he opened his mouth and said, "This is all the intelligence we've collected so far. We are about to vote on the motion that will decide the fate of the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. However, before we begin to vote, I would like to express my opinion on behalf of nobody but myself as a cultivator of the Flying Star sector. Firstly, from the perspective of the universe as a whole, the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are right next to each other. We are neighbors. If the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of true human beings attacks the Heaven's Origin sector or even occupies it, it is very likely that superstar beacons will be established in the Heaven's Origin sector to guide the army of the Imperium of true human beings. If so, it will take less than 10 years, instead of hundreds of years, for the army of the Imperium of true human beings to fall upon us, with the Heaven's Origin sector as a platform. That's why they say, teeth cannot live without lips. Therefore, rescuing the Heaven's Origin sector is rescuing ourselves. Only if we resist the minor apocalypse can we earn ourselves 1 to 200 years' time of development. Secondly, I know that a lot of fellow cultivators here are worried that interfering with the war in another sector will greatly diminish our own capability, considering that we have not recovered from the 8-year insurrection and that we will be faced with the invasion of the Imperium of true human beings 100 years from now. To such an opinion, I would say that rescuing the Heaven's Origin sector will bring us greater benefits than our costs, because the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector are highly complementary. The two sectors have their own specialties in techniques, cultivation arts, and magical equipment. We can learn from each other and take what we need. In the aspect of social structure, the Heaven's Origin sector has a lot of shining points that we can study. It is well known that the Flying Star sector has been too loose since the apocalypse 5,000 years ago. The dozens of space zones and thousands of cultivation sects have always been minding their own business. Even Heavenly Saint City, which is the largest in scale, is just a super city. Although we have many experts, advanced magical equipment, and popularized crystal suits, we are in lack of a powerful central government to integrate all the resources. It was exactly because our strength was too divided that we couldn't do anything about a tiny spider Denver. The immortal cultivators implemented the insurrections for the same reason, too. If we keep the lifestyle that we have now, how are we going to handle the well-trained, disciplined army of the Imperium of true human beings when the space pirates and the immortal cultivators, which were few in number, already gave us such a headache? Therefore, it is common sense now that the Flying Star sector must be united again. However, it is not easy to govern the dozens of space zones under the same unified government. We've been divided for too long. In 5,000 years, we have never established a large country or an enormous army. Even the leaders and elders of the 6 sects of Heavenly Saint City only manage millions of people at best. As for our army, the fleets and exo-societies affiliated to the cultivation sects often have a headcount of less than 100,000. If we really establish a central government that governs billions of people and an enormous army made of tens of millions of soldiers, how exactly are we going to run the central government in order to make use of the resources of the Flying Star sector in the most reasonable and efficient way? How are we going to command the army with so many soldiers to have a head-on clash with the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings? Nobody knows the answers. We have no experience. Everything is only theoretical, but the Imperium of true human beings won't give us a second chance to try. However, let's take a look at the Heaven's Origin sector. Although the Heaven's Origin sector is only a small world in one space zone, all the spiritual energy and resources have been concentrated and given birth to a relatively prosperous and stable planet, Heaven's Origin. The Star Glory Federation, which governs Heaven's Origin, has a population of tens of billions. It has been fighting the demon race for the past 500 years, too. The Star Glory Federation has essentially been at war for 500 years. It has profound experience and knowledge on the economic system during a war, the efficient utilization of resources, the establishment and management of large-scale armies, the cooperation of the cultivators and the ordinary people, and so on. According to fellow cultivators Li Yao and Mo Xian, in the most extreme circumstances, the Star Glory Federation can gather an enormous army with more than 2 billion soldiers and equip all of them with weapons such as chainswords and storm bolters after a general mobilization. If we cooperate with the Heaven's Origin sector, not only will we be able to exchange our magical equipment and techniques, we can also learn about the management of super-large governments and armies from the Star Glory Federation. In the meantime, the demon race will be the best targets to train our army, too. An army that has never seen blood is an army without hope. The claws and teeth of the demon race are the best whetstones to sharpen the army of the Flying Star sector. Above are the advantages if we assist the Heaven's Origin sector and the disadvantages if we don't, in my opinion. However, apart from the gains and losses, I would like to discuss something deeper with you. In the battle against the Star Child, he depicted a horrible scene for us where all the human worlds had been conquered by the Imperium of true human beings, and every sector was ruled by the immortal cultivators. Such worlds were the cruelest ones where the strong feasted upon the weak. Only the strong could dominate the world and enjoy a happy life, while the weak were simply tools, toys, and garbage that were not worth mentioning. Although the Star Child was exaggerating, and the Imperium of true human beings has not expanded to such an extent yet, who is certain that such a picture will not become reality if we keep waiting for our doom and hiding our heads in the sand like ostriches? When the Imperium of true human beings really conquers the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and all the other sectors that belong to the Star Ocean Imperium, we will really become the last cultivators. By then, who will hear our cries for help and come to fight side by side with us? Therefore, although I know that it will be costly to assist the Heaven's Origin sector, although many people will die, although many starships will be destroyed, and although many sects may never recover, I still hope that we can make the right choice. At the very least, I, Luo Xingzi, from the Feathered Snakes Brotherhood, hereby make a blood oath in front of all the fellow cultivators here that I will be in the first echelon to go to the Heaven's Origin sector if the motion is approved and won't come back until the demon race and the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of true human beings are defeated. Not just the Heaven's Origin sector. If we find other sectors in the future and people there are in need of the help of cultivators, I will go there without any hesitation, too. Moreover, I'm even hoping that, in the future, not too far away from today, our posterity will form an unstoppable army and attack the territory of the Imperium of true human beings to free all the ordinary people that are enslaved by the immortal cultivators. Think about it carefully, everybody. Think about why we are gathered here today and what we are voting for. No. We are here today not to decide whether or not to rescue the Heaven's Origin sector, not to decide whether or not to rescue ourselves, but to decide whether or not to rescue the future of the civilization of mankind. Whether the civilization of mankind is guarded by the cultivators or blemished by the immortal cultivators in 1,000 years might depend on the sacred vote in your hands today. Luo Xingzi concluded his speech, and the voting officially began. In the closed meeting rooms, the leaders and elders of every cultivation sect were whispering to each other, deep in thought. Many people were reading the information about the Heaven's Origin sector again and again, calculating losses and gains. More people were viewing the intelligence about the Imperium of true human beings that had been retrieved in the past half-year, thinking carefully. 3 minutes later, the virtual voting light beams were triggered one after another. All the representatives had made a choice, either with a heavy heart or with a determined one. Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian waited in their own meeting room. It was perhaps the longest 5 minutes of their lives. The vibe inside the room could not have been more intense. It was like an icy storm had frozen each and every of them. Nobody was talking, and nobody was breathing. Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, and the rest of them all gazed at the light beam in front of them. Suddenly, ripples spread out on the light beam and condensed into Luo Xingzi's face again. He glanced down and, although trying to control the muscles on his face, could not help but beam with passion. The results of the voting are now out: 11,033 votes for the motion, 1,010 against it, and 950 abstentions. The motion has been passed by an absolute majority. The Flying Star sector will assist the Heaven's Origin sector with our best. We will defend the future of the civilization of mankind together. Instantly, the meeting room of the 6 cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector turned from a glacier into an erupting volcano. Passed! Li Yao shouted and waved his hands crazily, leaving a deep ravine in the ground. For a moment, despite the suffering and setbacks he had gone through in the past decade, despite the unbelievable level he had reached, and despite his immense computational ability, he had completely lost control over his emotions. Tears spurted out his eyes and flowed on his face crazily, and he seemed to have turned into a random young man in his 20s again. Professor Mo Xian took 2 steps back and sat in the chair, only to crush the seat because he had forgotten that he was in a heavy artificial body. He sat on the ground in a daze and chuckled lightly at first before he covered his metal face and sobbed in great relief. The other 4 spirits, who were the 4 kings of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution, all got out of their artificial bodies and danced happily as liquid metal. Beep! 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 Countless cultivators of the Flying Star sector sent congratulations to them through the light beams. Master! Wu Mian was laughing hard on the other side of the light beam with his hands on his hips, his white teeth glittering. Xie Anan stood behind him with a smile, too. Li Yao's 2 disciples seemed to always be in each other's company. Master, this is great! Wu Mian shouted. I will get to go to the Heaven's Origin sector with you and fight the demon beast. Hee hee. I grew up on Iron Plateau. Not just the demon beasts, even the apocalyptic beasts that are tougher them are nothing in my eyes. I wonder, is the demon race of the Blood Demon sector stronger than the apocalyptic beasts? Li Yao. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen started a call, too. There's no need to say anything. Friendship is what matters most for us cultivators. The Flying Star sector was saved in the end only because you killed Xiao Xuanzi at the crucial moment and Professor Mo Xian and the other fellow cultivators controlled the Star Child. Cultivators of the Flying Star sector are definitely not the ungrateful scumbags. Now that we have decided to fight side by side, we will definitely walk with you to the end. There is no way that we will abandon our comrades halfway. Rest assured. The Great Horn Exo Society will definitely be in the first echelon of the reinforcements to the Heaven's Origin sector. Li Yao. After Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen, it was Huangpu Xiaoya, the heir of the Huangpu family, one of the noble families of refining that had passed on for 1,000 years. 7 years ago, after the Sky Hill Sword Seminar, Shi and Li Yao had both been kidnapped by Huangpu Shi of the Temple of Immortals. Huangpu Shi had even conspired to chop off her hands to replace his. It was Li Yao who had sabotaged Huangpu Shi's plan and saved her in the end. For Huangpu Xiaoya, Li Yao was her lifesaver. After his identity was revealed, the cooperation between the Huangpu family and the Glorious Sunlight Group had reached a new level. The Huangpu family is a noble family of refining. We don't have many excellent warriors. But on behalf of the Huangpu family as well as another 22 noble families of refining, I announce that we will try our best to facilitate the communication between the two sectors, and we will not keep anything to ourselves in the exchange of knowledge, aiming boost each other to a higher level with the most sincerity. Li Yao. Xiong Wuji, Sha Yulan, Flying Star University, Heavenly Saints Institute, the three main crystal suit centers. Countless cultivators made promises to Li Yao solemnly. In the end, it was Si Kuli, the leader of the Star Fighters Alliance. After the insurrection of the immortal cultivators, the six sects of Heavenly Saints City had become less respected than before. The Star Fighters Alliance had basically become the biggest force of the Flying Star sector, and Si Kuli was in effect the supreme leader of all the sects of the Flying Star sector right now. His face red, Li Yao said, somewhat clumsily, "Thank you." Although his enormous computational ability could have provided 1,000 flamboyant words for him to express his complicated feelings, he still chose the simplest "thank you" in the end. "There's no need to thank us. Just as Luo Xingzi said, we did not decide to rescue the Heaven's Origin sector, we decided to fight side by side with our fellow cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector to defend our future. It feels good to know that you are not alone in the universe and that some other people far away from you share the same beliefs as you." Li Yao took a long breath and clenched his fists, before he declared determinedly, "Of course, we are not alone. Even if the universe is truly a dark forest, I believe that we will not be the only shining sparks. Other than the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, I believe that there are still countless sectors where the cultivators haven't forgotten their duties and their dreams yet. They are still protecting every ordinary person and their ordinary yet happy life. One day, we will find them. When all the sparks are gathered together, we will be a flame that raises the dark forest to the ground." Si Kuli smiled. "I hope so. Maybe I won't be able to witness it, but I believe that you and the future generations will definitely make sure that it happens. All right. Back to business. Now that the motion to assist the Heaven's Origin sector has passed, we can move on to the next step of our plan. The biggest question right now is no longer whether or not to assist the Heaven's Origin sector, but how. It is well known that a space jump across sectors will consume tremendous spiritual energy. The starships will be damaged in the process, too. We have determined the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector through the Star Prior's house, but teleporting a superlight starship over and teleporting an enormous fleet are completely different matters. To teleport a cultivator in the refinement stage and one in the superlative height of the core formation stage are vastly different, too. Li Yao was silent. The stronger a cultivator was, the more spiritual energy would be stored in their body, and the more difficult it would be to perform a space jump. Therefore, in the Occult Orbs Fellowship of the Heaven's Origin sector, it was mostly the cultivators in the building foundation stage who were asked to cruise across the universe and explore the world fragments. Those in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage were barely summoned. But right now, Li Yao had advanced into the superlative height of the core formation stage. His spiritual energy was as abundant as that of the nascent soul stage. It would not be an easy task for him to be teleported via a space jump. Li Yao asked in a hurry, with the technology of the Flying Star sector, how many starships and experts can be teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector? Si Kuli smiled and replied unhurriedly, "Don't be hasty. I'm here to discuss the issue with the Glorious Sunlight Group. Do you still remember the Ice God project?" Li Yao was dazed. Of course he remembered the Ice God project. It was the plan for a piece of planetary-level magical equipment proposed by Si Kuli 6 years ago to deal with the Temple of Immortals and the space pirates. The purpose of the plan was to refine a planet named Ice King, into an unprecedented starship and teleport the starship to somewhere near Spider Den through the super space jump array on Ice King left by the Star Ocean Imperium. In the end, the starship would crash into the nest of the space pirates. However, the plan, which was deeply flawed, was dwarfed by Xiao Xuance's seemingly immaculate Grand Illusionary Soldier project. Glamorous sparks were jumping in C. Cully's eyes, as he said solemnly, "I'm thinking of restarting the Ice God project right now." Li Yao blinked, knowing that there must be a reason for C. Cully's proposal. He pondered for a moment. "Are you trying to make use of the super space jump array on Ice King, Leader C?" C. Cully burst into laughter. "You are indeed very smart, Li Yao." Li Yao thought for a moment and frowned. "But the space jump array can only allow Ice King to jump among the various space zones of the Flying Star sector. I assume that a teleportation across sectors will be too much of a burden for the array, no? The space jumps within a sector and those between different sectors were like swimming across a river and swimming across an ocean. The difficulty was obvious." C. Cully smiled confidently. "Li Yao, you forgot about the weight of Ice King. The space jump array on Ice King was a piece of super magical equipment in the Star Ocean Imperium. The technology entailed in it is beyond our imagination. Yes. If we are pushing Ice King, it can only be teleported within the Flying Star sector. But don't forget that we are not pushing Ice King right now but a starship that is only 1/millionth the weight of the planet." Li Yao immediately thought the whole thing through. He patted his head in delight. If the super space jump array on Ice King was compared to a giant catapult that could throw a rock weighing 10,000 kilograms 100 meters away, how far away could it throw a stone weighing 100 kilograms or even 10 kilograms? Ice King was among the smallest planets in terms of size and weight, but it was far heavier than a crystal warship nonetheless. A crystal warship was to a planet what dust was to a pebble. Of course, the specific methods of calculation would not be so simple. Teleporting a heavy object to somewhere near and teleporting a light object to somewhere far away required different functioning mechanisms for the array, too, which meant that the array would need to be greatly modified first before it was put to use. However, theoretically speaking, it was a feasible plan. In the restarted Ice God project, all the combat units of Ice King will be removed, C. Cully said excitedly. It will be reconstructed into a base of interstellar teleportation. Or to put it simply, we will transform Ice King into a giant, cosmic slingshot. The super space jump array can be utilized repetitively after modification. It will fire the crystal warships to the Heaven's Origin sector one after another. The first batch of starships to be launched will carry tremendous magical equipment units. After they reach the Heaven's Origin sector, they will establish point-to-point star beacons that will emit mystic rays that are only visible to us. Such star beacons will guide the starships between the two sectors. I'm told that you have a similar launch base in the Heaven's Origin sector known as Heaven's Artillery, right? If so, after the Heavenly Artillery is fully upgraded with the technology of the Star Ocean Imperium left on Ice King, it will likely be transformed into another cosmic slingshot. If so, a bridge will be established between Ice King and the Heaven's Artillery, or rather, a super high-speed crystal rail that connects two sectors. The two sectors will be closely linked after that. This is the brand new Ice God project. Of course, there will be a lot of difficulties when it is implemented. I need the help of the Glorious Sunlight Group, especially Professor Mo Xian and your companions. After absorbing the Star Child and analyzing the super crystal processors in the Star Prior's house, your group's computational ability must be the highest both in the Heaven's Origin sector and in the Flying Star sector. Only with your computations and analysis can we expect to transform Ice King into a cosmic slingshot, a piece of planetary-level magical equipment. Professor Mo Xian and the other 4-star spirits beamed with interest. They held their heads high and replied, "We would be happy to help." In the Heaven's Origin sector, the city was an expanding corpse. The rebars of the hollow skyscrapers were like twisted bones, the broken roads and bridges seemed to be damaged limbs, and the shuttles that were on fire resembled rotting organs. Illuminated by the setting sun, everything looked as if it had been soaked in stinky blood. There was nothing but silence in the air, except for the cackles of the crows in midair that had just finished a satisfactory meal. More than 20 mushrooms were blossoming in the horizon far away. The crazily growing fungi had enshrouded half of the sky with the cold, hard colors. Li Yao was lurking in a collapsed building. The rebars and cement had completely buried him and blended him into the debris. In the scope of his sniper, an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage 1,730 meters away was scolding his subordinates. The battle emblem of the burning planet that belonged to the Imperium of true human beings was emitting a bloody brilliance on his uniform. It was perhaps the only thing that could be called fresh in the gray world. It had been 5 years since Li Yao returned to the Heaven's Origin sector. After the Ice God project was restarted, the refinement of the cosmic slingshot had gone very well. It had only taken them a year and a half to finish the modification of Ice King. Then, they had returned to the Heaven's Origin sector through the vehicle. However, they had been too late. The Star Glory Federation had suffered heavy losses in the war against the Blood Demon sector and had been on the brink of destruction. The arrival of the minor apocalypse had been an even huger catastrophe. Bewildered by the immortal cultivators, many people of the Heaven's Origin sector had given up the path of the cultivators. They believed that only by embarking on the path of the immortal cultivators could they resist the Blood Demon sector and save their home. As a result, a space gate that was even more enormous in size than the one in the Flying Star sector had been established in the orbit of Heaven's Origin very soon. When the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings appeared in the sky of Heaven's Origin, many people had realized that they had been fooled, but there had been no time for regret. To this day, under the two threats of the Imperium of true human beings and the Blood Demon sector, the Heaven's Origin sector had been shattered into smithereens. 90% of the cities had been ruined, and 70% of the population had been consumed in the fire. The survivors were either catching their last breath deep down in the underground fortresses or launching futile resistances among the collapsed buildings like moths charging at the fire, leaving the last mark of the civilization of the Heaven's Origin sector. 9 glittering stars were swirling on the scope. As Li Yao's breath turned more and more stable, the 9 stars gradually flew to the temples of the immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage. 5. 6. 7. When all the 9 stars were focused on the head of the immortal cultivator, the 7-star soul-stealing nails would be able to attack the brain and soul of the immortal cultivator directly. The man would have to pay a high price, if he was not killed immediately. However, experts in the nascent soul stage had keen senses. When 6 stars were locked onto his head, the temples of the immortal cultivator suddenly collapsed. Then, his body blurred as he lunged directly in Li Yao's direction. The full-speed sprinting of an expert in the nascent soul stage was definitely faster than a bullet. 2,000 meters was merely a footstep for them. In the blink of an eye, the immortal cultivator dashed over to Li Yao. The intimidating aura around him split the cement on Li Yao's body into powder. Even the rebars were screeching as if they were breaking apart. Li Yao, on the other hand, burst into laughter. The capability of the superlative height of the core formation stage fully burst out, and the unstoppable aura of the feathered dragon saber slashed at the immortal cultivator's neck. It was Li Yao's trap in the first place. Long-distance shooting was not his specialty. He had intentionally let the opponent discover the gun so that the man would think that it was a sniper who was lurking in this place. Generally speaking, the melee combat ability of a sniper was always weaker. The feathered dragon saber was Li Yao's real killing move. Pooh! A large head soared into the sky, and a flower of blood blossomed. The headless corpse continued rushing forward until it crashed into the debris after a boom. But Li Yao felt greatly alarmed. There was a voice in his head that told him everything was just a dream. His opponent had not been killed by him. Instead, he was a victim of his opponent's mental attack and had been trapped in illusions. Schwa. Li Yao tried his best to move leftwards for more than 300 meters, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of a crystal cannon, but the overwhelming airwaves still blew him away. While he was in midair, he heard shouting from various directions. That is Li Yao. Don't let him get away. Kill him. Kill him. Li Yao's heart seemed to have fallen into a bottomless hole. He finally understood that it was a neatly concocted trap meant to capture him. At least 5 immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage were lurking nearby. There was even a monster in the divinity transformation stage. Leave me alone. Just go away. Li Yao bellowed at the debris, but a streak of brightness soared up into the sky stubbornly and flew toward him. It was Ding Lingdang. Her crystal suit was riddled with holes, and her hair had become frizzy because of the burning fire. Her face was partly red and partly black, but her eyes were as brilliant and resolute as before. Let's go together. Ding Lingdang shouted loudly. She held Li Yao's hands, and the two of them broke out of the siege together. At the same moment, the debris nearby suddenly exploded, revealing more than 10 small crystal warships, which rose to the sky. Their crystal cannons formed an impregnable net and blocked Li Yao and Ding Lingdang's path of escape. Boom! One cannonball rushed toward them. Threatened by the hundreds of streaks of auras near him, Li Yao could not dodge the attack. But Ding Lingdang pushed him away heavily. Ding Lingdang took the blow of the crystal cannon in his place. Under the thousands of surging electric arcs, her crystal suit was battered into pieces, flying in the air like butterflies. Ah! Li Yao roared. Spiritual energy mixed with blood spurted out of every pore all over his body. He slashed his saber and forced away 3 immortal cultivators. Then, having no time to bother about the 2 flying swords which had stabbed into his stomach, he was going to run to Ding Lingdang, but a fickle, unpredictable flying sword just appeared out of thin air within a breath and pierced into his left eye brutally. Hiss! Li Yao's left eyeball exploded. Excruciating pain grabbed his entire head like an octopus, making him suffer and unable to think. Blood and tears flowed out of his left eye, where the flying sword remained. Before his soul fell into nothingness, the picture of Ding Lingdang being tied up by thousands of electric arcs had been etched into his heart and gave him the greatest fright. In a voice not humanly possible, Li Yao roared, I cannot accept such a future. I am too weak. Stronger. I must continue training and get stronger. The superlative height of the core formation stage is far from enough to compete with the Imperium of true human beings. He. Strength. I need more strength. Whatever the methods are, and no matter how high the price is, I must get new strength. Li Yao suddenly woke up from his dream. He jerked up from his bed like a lobster that had been tossed into a burning pan alive. His left eye was still hurting badly, and his clothes had been soaked in sweat. His heart was beating so fast that he could almost see it through his chest. His mouth was dry, and he could not utter a word for a long time. His left eye hurt more and more badly, and the world in it was bloody, too. He touched it with his hand and noticed that there were blood and tears in his palm. Li Yao was dazed for a long time. He activated the selfie function of his crystal processor. Himself on the light beam looked both familiar and strange. His face was pale and covered in sweat. There was barely any color in his right eye, but eerie, bloody streaks were rippling in his left eye. They were flowing slowly like ghosts and flames as if they were alive. It was more than 10 seconds later when the bloody streaks in his left eye gradually faded away. He recovered and slowly recalled where he was. Who? Li Yao took a long breath in relief and wiped off his cold sweat exhaustedly. The Ice God project had been underway for only 3 months. They had not returned to the Heaven's Origin sector yet. He was in his special training room in Flying Star University. Everything that had happened was just a nightmare. Maybe because he was too concerned about the Heaven's Origin sector, maybe because he was too worried about the capability of the Blood Demon sector and the Imperium of true human beings, and maybe because his soul had not recovered from the self-detonation of the Star Child, he had been having uncanny dreams even since he woke up from the coma. Liao was no stranger to uncanny dreams. Ever since he remembered things, he had often dreamed that he was in a place named Earth. After he absorbed Oyezi's memory pieces, he had often learned the ancient refining skills from 40,000 years ago in his dreams, too. But those two kinds of dreams were totally different from the bloody dreams that he had been having recently. The new dreams were crueler, bloodier, and darker. They were almost exclusively pictures where the Heaven's Origin sector was destroyed, his family and friends in the Heaven's Origin sector were killed, and the entire universe was conquered by the Imperium of true human beings. With Li Yao's cultivation today, he had the ability to control his brain cells and influence his dream to some degree. However, the new dreams were like parasites. He simply could not get rid of them. If anything, they were only getting worse. In the beginning, he would only have the dreams when he was in the deep sleep state. Later, he was having the dreams even when he was sleeping normally for an hour or two. To this day, even though he was not sleeping but merely taking a nap because of the fatigue after crazy training, he could not help but find himself in the uncanny dreams experiencing the horrifying doom of the Heaven's Origin sector. Just now, he had just finished a set of deep squats in an environment of 50 times the standard gravity. He had been taking a break but somehow fell asleep without him knowing. Maybe my soul has indeed not recovered yet, and I was too exhausted. Li Yao rubbed his left eye softly and mumbled to himself. However, determination suddenly beamed out of his left eye, as he gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing can be achieved without exhaustion. Just because they are dreams doesn't mean that they will not come true one day. No. My training speed is too low. When can I ever form the nascent soul if things go on like this? I have to find new strength one way or another." Li Yao sat cross-legged, deep in thought. He did not seem aware that subtle blood-red brightness was spreading deep inside his left eye when he was meditating. Two eyes in different colors, one black and the other crimson, made him exceptionally weird and mysterious. Li Yao sat absolutely still for 3 hours. Then, his left eye constricted violently, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Having no time to clean the stain, he triggered an empty light beam with his crystal processor. His telepathic thoughts flooded out into golden threads and quickly interweaved into complicated drafts. His inspiration soaring like a volcanic eruption, he drew one sophisticated draft after another unstoppably. In less than half a day, almost 1,000 3D structural designs had been stored. Li Yao reached out to Mo Xian and Si Kuli through the spiritual nexus. Si Kuli was the best expert in the refinement of starships of the Flying Star sector, while Mo Xian was a walking supercrystal processor. They made the strongest refining team together. Right now, they were both on Ice King supervising the Ice God project. Ice King was very far away. The super space jump array left by the Star Ocean Imperium caused a lot of interference, too. It was not until Li Yao waited for 3 minutes that their fuzzy image appeared on the light beam. "I need to build a special starship, no matter what the cost is," Li Yao demanded firmly while he sent the designs that he had just drawn to them. "Li Yao, why? Didn't we agree that Sparkle would be the first starship to be teleported and that we would produce 11 multipurpose exploration starships by copying the structure of Sparkle? The 12 starships would be the first echelon of the communication between the two sectors. Right now, Heavenly Phantom is being modified on a large scale, too. When the highway between the two sectors is established, Heavenly Phantom will be teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector as the real flagship. When the firepower of Heavenly Phantom it will certainly suppress the Blood Demon sector. What other starships do you still want to build? The two of them read Li Yao's structural designs suspiciously. I want to build a starship that solely belongs to myself. I will be the only passenger on the starship. Li Yao rubbed his left temple and explained, I'm feeling that my current speed of training is too low. If things remain unchanged, when can I expect to advance into the nascent soul stage? Therefore, I would like to take a minor risk. Look at my drafts. It is not a simple starship that I'm devising but a very special training room. When the cosmic slingshot ejects us brutally, our bodies and souls will enter a higher dimension after we shatter the void. I believe that it will be the best training period for me. Yes, that's right. I'm going to train myself in the four-dimensional space and try to advance into the nascent soul stage. Mo Xian and Si Kuli were dumbfounded. They eyed Li Yao as if he were lunatic. Although they were so far away from each other, Professor Mo Xian was even thinking about extending his hand out of the light beam to touch Li Yao's forehead and see if he was feverish. After reading Li Yao's structural designs for a long time, Professor Mo Xian frowned and said, Li Yao, your designs are quite creative. The flowchart of spiritual energy and the distribution of tubes are different from your usual style, they are more brutal and straightforward, but are you sure you are willing to take the risk? Li Yao, it's only been 8 years since we got to the Flying Star sector. You haven't even reached your 30 yet. 8 years might be a long time for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator in the core formation stage, it is just the blink of an eye. You've only spent several years in the core formation stage, and the core that you formed is a very unstable, superlative core. There is a long life ahead of you. Are you certain that you want to try breaking into the nascent soul stage in such a risky way so prematurely? I am. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I can wait, but the Heaven's origin sector can't. I must gain access to even more strength as quickly as possible. Anyways, I've made up my mind. On the way back to the Heaven's origin sector, I will pilot a starship alone and try to break into the nascent soul stage in the special starship. I'm hoping that I can be part of the Ice God project from now on and build the new starship together with you. Mo Xian stared at him for a long time through the light beam, not knowing what was on Li Yao's mind at all. However, for a cultivator, once they had made up their mind, they would not change their decision easily. The persistence was their belief. Other people may argue with them, but if they were determined, the third party would not say any more because too much interjection would be dismissing the cultivator's belief. Besides, Li Yao was the real controller of the Glorious Sunlight Group. It was perfectly reasonable that he wanted to build a tiny starship with a slice of the resources of his own corporation. Mo Xian tilted his head and thought for a while. He felt that Li Yao did have a point, but he was still uneasy for some reason. In the end, he could not help but nod under Li Yao's scorching gaze. All right. We will spend part of the computational ability on your special starship starting from today. Hew. 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 Boom. 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 Inside the small training room, it sounded like more than 10 super shuttles were rushing at the supersonic speed at the same time, or hundreds of crystal bombs were exploding. The walls and the floor were all made of red obsidian, whose hardness was 5 times higher than that of the diamonds. But right now, it was full of bumps and dents like the muddy road after a rain, with interconnecting ravines and gaps everywhere. What was louder than the rushing sounds and the explosions was the music played inside Li Yao's body. It fluctuated between high-pitched, low-pitched, and creepy. Gloomy winds seemed to be passing by, and ghosts were crying, making those who heard it scared and full of goosebumps. Stop. Stop. I give up. I give up. Wu Mayan was wearing a crystal suit inside and an Ares extension outside. Yet, he was running here and there under the threat of Li Yao, who was wearing nothing except for a mustard seed suit. He raised his hands to surrender and screamed, Master. Let me catch my breath. Catch my breath. Emotionlessly, Li Yao's lips curled into an indifferent smile, and he said coldly, "It's only been 5 minutes, and you are already asking for a break. Is that really my first disciple's performance? It is not the fighting with you that overwhelms me but the music played by your core." Wu Mian opened his helmet and said, "Master, I know that your superlative core is extremely unstable and that you keep it revolving at a speed all the time to make sure that it is steady. You also make use of the noises of the core and transform them into the background music that is sort of a mental attack. I also know that you've selected 23 pieces of music from the millions of soundtracks of the Flying Star sector to express your state of mind when you are angry, thrilled, calm, concerned, or certain of your victory. By the cooperation of the music and your state of mind, not only will you increase your own combat ability, you will also be able to suppress the enemy's soul. Wow! I'm truly impressed by such marvelous techniques, Master. There is nothing but admiration that I can give to you. However, Master, when you choose your background music, could you pick the less horrifying pieces?" Li Yao scratched his nose. "Did I pick the horrifying ones?" "You did." Wu Mian counted his fingers and said, "I'll leave the few tunes in the beginning aside. The later few are already terrifying enough, aren't they? You can tell from their names. Bloody Chihiro, Incoming Ghosts, Devils Above, The Soul-Resting Song of Hell. Honestly speaking, Master, when such background music is played, it is usually the time when the villains in a movie show up." Li Yao grinned and licked his lips. "Is that so? I think that they are good. Pleasant enough for me." Wu Mian hesitated for a while and continued. "Also, I'm told that Master is now building a brand new starship for a breakthrough in the four-dimensional space. Master, if I may, is it not a bit too hasty? You haven't reached your 30s yet, and your capability is already in the top tier of the Flying Star sector. It is already a miracle of miracles. I don't think good luck will be with somebody forever. Right now, it seems unnecessary to risk advancing into a higher level. In my opinion, you can stay in the superlative height of the core formation stage for 10 to 20 years first, and you can try to break into the nascent soul stage when your cultivation is stable inu." Before Wu Mian was able to complete his remark, he suddenly felt that a blowing wind was coming at him. Hardly had he had chance to react when his throat was grasped by an overwhelming strength. Hiss! Hiss! A freezing iron needle seemed to have been pierced into every pore on Wu Mian's body. His spiritual gas had been completely locked, and he was not able to fight back at all. His right hand behind his back, Li Yao grabbed his disciple's throat with just his left hand for more than half a minute. He stared at the young man emotionlessly while his disciple was kicking crazily with tears and sweat flooding out. In the end, he pulled Wu Mian to his face and said to him softly, one word after another, "You don't know what you are doing. Are you qualified to interfere with how your master trains himself? Why don't you spend the spare time thinking about how to make yourself stronger? Remember, I don't like a disciple with soft bones. If you cannot keep up with me, maybe I will beat you to death by accident someday." Li Yao tossed Wu Mian, who was about to pass out, to the ground as if he were a piece of garbage. Without paying attention to him anymore, Li Yao started his own training. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Wu Mian crouched on the ground like a roasted shrimp. His face was red, and there was the deep, purple mark of hand on his neck. He coughed so hard that he was almost throwing up his internal organs. His lips shivered for a long time, but he failed to come up with anything. When he looked at Master with fear, Wu Mian was even more shocked. Are you kidding me? Master's capability is even higher. He is doing such crazy training in 60 times the standard gravity. What drugs has he been taking the past several months? Li Yao's weird changes scared Wu Mian, who went to discuss the issue with Xie Anan after considering for a long time. Xie Anan felt that her master had been acting weird recently, too. He was not as patient as he used to be, and he scorned, if not scolded, her when she failed even one of her refining tasks. The two of them chatted for a long time at night and were both worried. They decided to observe him in secret for a long time, and if their master remained as weird as right now, they would report the issue to the seniors such as Mo Xian and Si Kuli so that they could all work on it together. However, what was odd was that, ever since he lost control of himself and nearly suffocated Wu Mian, Li Yao seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened. He returned to the determined, outspoken, and straightforward man again. His attitude toward his disciples changed greatly, too. He became as careful and easygoing as the past and never reproached them again. Moreover, even when Wu Mian gritted his teeth and asked about the single starship cautiously again, Li Yao did not burst into fury. Instead, he summoned Xie Anan and brought out all his structural designs. Then, he patiently explained his purpose and methods in great detail. Wu Mian was a genius in training, and Xie Anan was a rising star in the circle of refiners. After analyzing Li Yao's structural designs, they had to admit that, theoretically speaking, training on the starship in the four-dimensional space was feasible. Although it might not be enough to help a person break into the nascent soul stage, their soul would be cleansed and built up. There did not seem to be any harm. In the end, Wu Mian and Xie Anan were both relieved. They figured that their master was just in a bad mood earlier because of the stress and had now managed to adjust himself. They soon forgot the incident. After all, the two of them, or rather, the entire Flying Star sector, had been too busy to bother a trifle like that. Ever since the scheme of the immortal cultivators was disrupted, and the Heaven's Origin sector and the Imperium of true human beings were discovered, the Flying Star sector had been like a small pond that was thrown into a boundless ocean. The complicated outside world caught everybody unprepared. The entire Flying Star sector was in the fast lane. The sect structure, social form, and the educational system of the cultivators were all broken. New orders were being established at a lightning-like speed. The first question that everybody was faced with was the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. The Grand Illusionary Soldier project had been carried out for 5 years. A lot of sects had devoted tremendous resources to produce the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. It was impossible for them to simply abandon all the magical equipment. After much deliberation, all the Grand Illusionary Soldiers were put on hiatus for half a year. During the half-year, Professor Mo Xian and the crystal processor experts from the important sects scrutinized the star brain, which was in a hibernation mode, to make sure that all the loopholes had been sealed. Then, they divided the computation modules of the star brain into more than 10 parts, which were stored in different locations and protected by multiple barriers. Other than that, Professor Mo Xian also planted countless telepathic bombs inside the star brain and made sure that he would be able to counterattack immediately if the star brain was compromised. With all the security measures, the star brain's transmission speed of data dropped a lot, which affected part of the performance of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers. But it was much safer and more trustworthy now. Nobody would be able to seize control over the Grand Illusionary Soldiers after they seized the star brain. Even so, the uncompleted production plan of the Grand Illusionary Soldiers was aborted. More resources were dedicated to the refinement of the crystal suits and crystal warships again. The cultivators had realized clearly that all magical equipment had loopholes and that it was human beings themselves who were most reliable. Also, a large batch of Grand Illusionary Soldiers were seriously damaged in the insurrection of the immortal cultivators, bordering on total losses. To restore their combat ability would consume more resources than to produce new Grand Illusionary Soldiers of the same number. Those Grand Illusionary Soldiers unfitting for repair were modified with prospecting and excavating functions before they were dedicated to the development of Iron Plateau and Spider Den. Iron Plateau used to be the heart of the Flying Star sector, with countless secret treasures and remains of the towns from 5,000 years ago buried below the ground. Spider Den's underground boasted tremendous relics and mother lode residues, too. Before because of the division, no single sect had the capability to develop Iron Plateau or Spider Denver. But right now, the Flying Star sector had joined hands to perform earth-shaking modifications on the two habitable planets. In the heated construction, deserts turned into green lands, the gray sky was blue again, and many ancient cities buried deep below the ground embraced the sunlight. Li Yao never lost control of himself again. He dedicated himself to the Ice God project wholeheartedly. Not only did he participate in the refining work of the new single starship in person, he also joined the calculation and production of the cosmic slingshot. Sometimes, he locked himself in his own room for more than 10 days, calculating the structure of his starship and examining the star map. Sometimes, he trained himself in dozens of times the standard gravity until he was bleeding hard. After tons of structural designs were drafted, he occasionally climbed onto the roof and stared at the night sky. The stars were shining in the deepest part of his eyes, but there was no telling what he was thinking about. Finally, in the 9th year after Li Yao and his companions traversed to the Flying Star sector, the Ice God project achieved preliminary success. The first stage of the cosmic slingshot had been completed, and 13 starships that could cruise across sectors had been refined, too. It was time to go home. Ice King was a desolate planet at the edge of the Flying Star sector. Since it was far from the star, the surface of the planet was entirely frozen. There was no atmosphere, much less breathable air for human beings. The size and weight of Ice King were extremely low. It was only 1/10 the size of Iron Plateau, which meant that the gravity was very weak. Without the hindrance of the atmosphere, there would be less friction when the starships soared to the universe. It was a perfect, natural launch base for starships. Today, Ice King was packed with simmering people whose enthusiasm was almost melting all the icy blocks on the planet. Amidst the continuous mountains of ice, two enormous man-made ravines, one horizontal and the other vertical, had been dug on the ground and formed a cross. Both ravines were more than 300 kilometers long. Their profile was as smooth as a mirror without the tiniest flaw. Yet, ripples of spiritual energy were spreading out non-stop, and colorful, complicated rune arrays were glimmering every now and then. It was the super space jump array left by the star ocean Imperium. At the intersection of the two enormous ravines, a shaft whose walls were empty had been established. 13 well-prepared starships were floating in the middle of the shaft, wreathed in bluish colors. 12 starships were similar in appearance. There was only a slight difference in certain units on them. They were Sparkle, and the simplified versions of Sparkle, namely Spark I to Spark 11. There were few passengers on the 12 starships. Most of the storage space of the starships was loaded with magical equipment units to build star beacons. After they reached the Heaven's Origin sector, they would find an appropriate location to build a superstar beacon. The star beacon would emit mystic rays at a specific frequency. The observers unaware of it would not discover the signals, and even if they did, they would only consider it to be a normal astronomical phenomenon. Only the Flying Star sector could lock onto the mystic rays and read the corresponding information according to the signal. With the navigation of the superstar beacon, the following fleets would be larger in scale and sail between the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector more swiftly. Other than the 12 starships, there was a bizarre-shaped starship that was much smaller in size. In fact, it was less than 30 meters long. Different from the slender, sharp-edged style of the mainstream starships of the Flying Star sector, this particular starship was very fat and seemed to be connected by multiple round rings. It was more appropriate to call it a cocoon than to call it a starship. It was the single starship devised by Li Yao and co-produced by the Grand Illusionary Group and the Star Fighters Alliance. It had been designed with the principles of bionics and adopted a lot of materials of the apocalyptic beasts from Iron Plateau. During the flying, the shell of the starship would keep revolving, which made the stability and anti-collision ability of the starship multiple times higher than those of normal starships. Li Yao had named his special starship Firefly. On the platform next to the launch base, all the experts of the Flying Star sector had been gathered. They were bidding each other farewell. The first echelon of cultivators to go to the Heaven's Origin sector included Luo Xingzi, who was a nascent soul stage cultivator, Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen, who were both in the core formation stage, and Wu Mian and Xia Anan, Li Yao's two disciples. We're finally coming home. Looking at the shining starships in the blue brightness not far away and the splendid view of the super space jump array, Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, and the rest of the cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector hugged each other. Everybody was emotional and desperate to go home. The Feathered Snake's Brotherhood made terrible mistakes in the insurrection of the immortal cultivators. Although it was because of the enchantment of Xiao Xuanzi, the previous leader, there is nothing we can to make up for what we did. Now, we can only wash away the disgrace that has choked the Feathered Snake's brother with blood and bravery. Fierce battles are awaiting us in the Heaven's Origin sector. Every cultivator of the Flying Star sector must lead the charge. One day, the Feathered Snake's Brotherhood will become one of the most respected sects in the Flying Star sector again because of our valiancy. Luo Xingzi roared to 50 cultivators of the Feathered Snake's tribe who were fully armed in distinctive armors. The 51 of them were all ready to fight. The most important thing about us cultivators is friendship. The cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector have done us a great favor, and now it's time that we return it. Lei Dalu bellowed to the members of the Great Horn Exo Society, his belly protruding. After 10 years of development, the Great Horn Exo Society had become one of the strongest exo societies of the Flying Star sector. However, because of the limited carrying capacity, he had only selected 100 experts to go with him, including the new generation warriors such as Wu Xiaohu and Lu Dian. Master, you must be very careful. Don't be too persistent. You cannot make a breakthrough for now. It will be a disaster if you become mentally deranged. Xia Anan said to Li Yao uneasily. Li Yao smiled. He patted Xia Anan's head and said, "Don't worry. I've made full preparations. I will not be mentally deranged. Just wait for it. When we arrive in the Heaven's Origin sector, I will certainly show you a brand new master." Right. Have you brought the thing I gave you? Xia Anan nodded her head. I have. However, Li Yao waved his hand. No, however. Just remember what I said. Everything will be good. All right. Ice King has reached the expected trajectory. It's about time that we march to the Heaven's Origin sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of the light beam, this is Across the Heaven's Origin sector, a special live segment hosted by the Flying Star TV. The most thrilling moment is about to come. The first echelon of cultivators to go to the Heaven's Origin sector has boarded on their starships. 10,000 years. We've lost contact with our brother worlds for 10,000 years after the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed. For the 10,000 years, we've been resisting the extraterrestrial devils, the demon beasts, and the apocalypse in the cold, bleak universe all by ourselves. But everything will be different from now on. We are about to fight side by side with another sector. Let's congratulate the return home of Li Yao, Mo Xian, and the other friends from the Heaven's Origin sector and pray that the cultivators of the Flying Star sector will have a safe journey and bring the greetings of the Flying Star sector to our brothers in the Heaven's Origin sector. At this moment, the Flying Star sector was silent. The ordinary people closed their eyes and prayed in silence, while the cultivators made hundreds of different gestures and sent telepathic thoughts of bliss into the universe. At the periphery of the Spider Den space zone, on a ragged carrier, dozens of thick-head, brutal-looking crew members crowded in a stinky cabin. Their muscles were so tight that their clothes were almost being ripped apart, and their fists, which were the size of a pot, were twisted so hard that sweat seemed to be dropping, while they prayed for the travelers in a way that did not seem praying at all. Pucci. While those rude and yet kind men were praying quietly, an inharmonious noise came from a corner. Somebody laughed in a shrieking voice. Mouse Bai, you are asking for trouble again. A muscular man with a long beard opened his eyes, only to see an extremely ugly young man whose head was disproportionately huge. The young man was wearing an expression of easiness. He was actually yawning at such an exciting moment. Instead of praying with everybody else, he had taken out a bag of peanuts from God knew where and was enjoying himself. For some reason, his appearance made people want to beat him. The young man was really ugly. He seemed congenitally deficient and malnourished after he was born. He was only around 1.3 meters tall. His pinky skin was wrinkled. His ears were larger than fans. His nose was long and red. Two of his big incisors protruded out, but his eyes were as small as needle tips, and the freckles that surrounded his eyes were as dense as the stars in a night sky, making him wear a natural eye patch all the time. He did not seem to be a good person at all but fitted every description of a thief. The young man's surname was Bai. Since he looked like a mouse, and he kept two weird white mice as his pets, everybody called him Mouse Bai. Mouse Bai had boarded the carrier 3 months ago. At that time, Spider Den was being developed heatedly. The demand on carriers and engineering starships was very high. The carrier that belonged to a private company joined the gold rush and worked for half a year on Spider Denver. When they left Spider Den, the young man somehow got himself on board. Other than space pirates, there were many civilians on Spider Den, too, who were the victims kidnapped by the space pirates, the posterity of the victims, or the family of the space pirates. Not all of them had committed crimes. Many of them were even slaves who had been oppressed for a long time. After Spider Den was taken over, naturally, the victims could not be all killed. After rigorous identification and lie testing, the residents of Spider Den who were innocent were asked to join the construction of Spider Den if they were 18 or older and go to temporary school if they were not. Even so, many people were plagued by their bad habits. They hated working as much as they hated school, and they simply horsed around and made trouble every day. Mouse Bai was exactly such a man. When he just got on board, his situation was much worse. He was essentially a skeleton, and he had a giant hole that basically encrusted on his head. The doctor on the starship said after examination that his skull had been bashed into several pieces. 99.9% of the people would have died of such injury, but the young man was tough enough to survive. His injury somehow triggered the sympathy of the captain of the starship, who sent his photo and his fingerprint to Spider Den to check, only to find that the young man was an orphan who roamed the streets every day. A few days ago, he accidentally fell into a mining pit. Everybody thought that he was killed, but he somehow ended up on the carrier. He was not a space pirate, nor did he ever commit any crimes. He looked rather pitiful for a teenager. Therefore, the captain took him in. The young man's vitality was tougher than that of a cockroach. It took him less than a month to be fully recovered, but because of his indolence, which he developed on Spider Den, he was the first to come for dinner and the last to go to work. The captain was kind enough to ask him to take several courses through the crystal processor, but he fell asleep every time a book was opened. Seeing that he was not interested in books, several crew members meant to teach him martial arts, but he only laughed and refused them. After several days, everybody on the carrier was pissed. They only regretted that they could not open the ventilation tube and throw the slug into space. The only shining point about the scalawag was that he was good-tempered and smiling all day. He was never angry when other people cursed him or pulled his ears. Even when other people snapped his head in outrage, he would act like it was nothing. There was no telling whether he was broad-minded or simply shameless. Mouse Bai was still enjoying his peanuts although dozens of muscular men were glaring at him. He even picked his teeth with his little finger now and then, utterly satisfied. "Hey!" One of the muscular men held his ears and pulled him up, his saliva darting to the young man's face like nails. "Mouse Bai. It's fine that you are lazy and sleazy normally. But how can you be so indifferent when we are all praying for Li Yao and the other travelers? Mouse Bai simply allowed his ears to be pulled and continued enjoying his peanuts. He said with a smile, I knew that my boy Li Yao is an unbelievably lucky man and that I could trust him to do anything nicely and smoothly. If so, why do I have to waste my time with a useless prayer? Huh. Brother Hong was even more furious. He pinched Mouse Bai's ear hard. You have a tongue disproportional to your size, wrinkly Mouse Bai. Li Yao is the top-tier super experts of the Flying Star sector, and a formidable man who slayed Xiao Xuanzi. You are no match even for his booger. How did you dare to call him my boy? Hiss. Mouse Bai pretended that he was in pain. But the smile on his face told everyone that the pain was actually nothing for him. Brother Hong, as I have repeated carefully to everybody 3,225 times, you can beat me or curse me at your will, but can you please stop calling me Mouse Bai? Brother Hong burst into laughter. Why don't you look at your reflection in your pee? What are you if not Mouse Bai? Mouse Bai blinked his eyes and said, please call me Bo, Brother Bai. All the crew members were laughing hard. Brother Hong mocked him. You're a lazy kid who can't drag or carry anything. Every time we ask you to do anything, you always have excuses. You even mocked our martial arts. What, we are now worthy to be your brothers? Mouse Bai yawned and said, I have explained many times. I was born for something big. Of course, I'm not interested in the trivia such as repairing the ventilation rune arrays, cleaning the toilets, or dredging the sewer. Brother Hong sneered, what is something big, Brother Bai? Mouse Bai tilted his head and thought carefully. Caught in a cosmic storm, engaged with space pirates, visited by the extraterrestrial devils. Should such incidents occur, I will certainly show up and help you handle everything well in return for your favor to save my life. Everybody was laughing even harder. Brother Hong was so amused that he curled his fingers which were thicker than Mouse Bai's wrists and snapped Mouse Bai's big forehead. Stop bragging about yourself. If you really want to return the favor, just get the hell out of here as soon as possible. You are not only a nuisance for us but also a waste of the food on the carrier. Rest assured. Mouse Bai smiled and tapped the rusted second-hand crystal processor on his wrist. A mottled light beam was projected. It was a virtual application form displayed on the light beam. I'm feeling rather embarrassed myself that I've troubled you for so long. Besides, it's too peaceful and boring here. Since I have had enough rest, I'm thinking of doing something more interesting that I've never done before. The glittering two words, burning prairie, on the light beam dazed all the crew members briefly, who looked at each other in bewilderment, only to laugh so crazily that the small carrier seemed to be exploding. The Burning Prairie Fleet? The wrinkled Mouse Bai is going to join the Burning Prairie Fleet? The Burning Prairie Fleet was a new fleet currently being planned in the Flying Star sector. The purpose was to break the traditions of the sects and the exo-societies and to gather all the young elites of the Flying Star sector who would be trained from scratch. It was estimated that they would become the most influential forces of the Flying Star sector decades later. When the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings arrived in the Flying Star sector, the Burning Prairie Fleet would give them a great welcome gift. In short, it was a fleet targeting the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings and a future fleet established for the war 100 years from now. Burning Prairie was named after the proverb, the smallest spark can set ablaze an entire prairie, with the hope that the two tiny sparks that were the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector would raise a furious fire of humanity in the dark forest. The Burning Prairie Fleet might decide the fate of the Flying Star sector. Therefore, all the sects devoted a lot of resources and sent their most distinguished disciples to join it. The Burning Prairie Fleet was also recruiting students from military schools in the entire Flying Star sector. All the children from 6 to 14 were allowed to apply. 100 years later, those people would be slightly more than 100 years old. For cultivators, it was the perfect balance point of spiritual energy and life experience. They would be at the peak state of their life and work as the pillars of the Flying Star sector. The Flying Star sector was all shocked by the news. The disciples of the noble families were all cramming to apply for the fleet. Because of the fierce competition, the pass rate of the first test was just 1 in 13,000. The entrance test of the Burning Prairie Fleet was extremely rigorous even for the students from military schools. It was said that one of Luo Xingzi's great-grandsons were eliminated during the test. And now this wrinkled mouse was planning to apply? Was there a greater joke in the world? Brother Hong laughed so hard that he was burping. What makes you think that you are qualified to apply for the military school of the Burning Prairie Fleet? Ha! You've even changed your name into Bai Xingzhan? The name sounds awesome enough, but it does not seem to match your magnificent appearance. Mouse Bai smiled and shook his head. Wrong. I'm not going to apply for the Burning Prairie Fleet, I'm going to command the Burning Prairie Fleet. Everybody was literally rolling on the ground in laughter. Holding his belly, Brother Hong laughed so hard that he almost could not catch his breath. Ha ha ha. You are trying to murder me with laughter, aren't you? Since when has Mouse Bai become such a man of justice? Are you planning to defeat the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings as the commander-in-chief of the Burning Prairie Fleet one day? Mouse Bai opened his mouth and planned to explain, but after thinking for a moment, he shut his mouth with a self-deprecating smile, before he retreated to a corner. Ladies and gentlemen, the countdown has begun. Our warriors will be off in 10 seconds. The host on the light beam was shouting desperately, catching all the crew members' attention. Nobody bothered with the fanfaronade any longer. Mouse Bai narrowed his eyes. Lights and shadows were alternating on his face. Glimmers polished after hundreds of years of time were spreading in the eyes of the extremely ugly young man. 2 lumps suddenly protruded on the back of Mouse Bai's neck. 2 little mice crawled out of the lumps soon. The 2 mice had smooth skin and looked more appealing than himself. There was wisdom in their eyes as if they were intelligent creatures. The tail of one of the mice had a hint of bright gold. Mouse Bai snapped his fingers. 2 peanuts flew into the air, only to be caught by one of the mice with its tail, which then shared the food with its companion. You understand me, don't you? Mouse Bai said to the mouse with a golden tail in a smile. Weird brilliance was blinking in the mouse's eyes, as if it did understood what he had just said. Mouse Bai threw another peanut to the mouse and said causally, You must know why I am going to command the Burning Prairie Fleet and confront the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings, don't you? Of course, it is not for the Flying Star sector, or for the future of the civilization of mankind, or for other crap like that. It's only because I want to taste the feeling of failure. Activation of the Super Space Jump Array of Ice King, countdown. Inside the control center, hundreds of the best starship experts and astronomers all held their breath. The air was so intense that sparks were almost bursting out. Si Kuli, the leader of the Star Fighters Alliance, entered a stream of spiritual energy into the activation rune array with a solemn face. Hum. For a moment, deep down Ice King, something seemed to have exploded, triggering a minor earthquake. Something unfathomably strong appeared to be erupting from the core of the planet crazily. 10. 9. 8. The countdown of the last 10 seconds began. The entire Flying Star sector was enshrouded in silence. Everybody held their breath, gritted their teeth, and counted the time in their heart. Deep below the 2 enormous ravines, both hundreds of kilometers long, bluish colors were soaring like tides and soon dashed out of the ground. They darted toward the sky like a rising tower. 7. 6. 5. The power rune arrays in the rear of the 13 crystal warships at the bottom of the tower were glittering. The bodies of the crystal warships turned transparent. Thousands of runes overlapped and seemed to be rushing out at any point. 4. 3. 2. There was no atmosphere on Ice King. Naturally, there was no blue sky. The high tower of mystic colors extended to the endless stars toward the edge of the universe. It was no longer a high tower but a highway and a bridge that connected two worlds. 1. 0. Launch. Boom. 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 The exhaust flames of the 13 starships were blown dozens of kilometers away along the ravines. The blast of energy was so intense that the frozen ground 10 square kilometers nearby was all unfrozen. The ice blocks were vaporized directly before they were heated into liquid, turning into glamorous bluish ice crystals in a hazy mist. In the middle of the bluish mist, the 13 starships rushed out like arrows released from a bow on the universal bridge formed by the space jump array. It took them only 3 seconds to break out of the gravity of Ice King and accelerate to their maximum speed. Right now, only the large crystal cameras that had been set in the orbit of the planet earlier could capture the shadows of the 13 starships. At the end of the universal bridge, the bluish colors spread out into a splendid nebula that was fluctuating mysteriously as if it were alive. The 13 starships dived into the nebula unstoppably. Inside the nebula, electric arcs were shining, and sparks were spluttering. A moment later, the entire nebula abruptly condensed into a blue spot, before it exploded into billions of blue beams that blossomed in various directions like unprecedented fireworks. When the fireworks died down, the 13 starships and the universal bridge had vanished, raising a round of exclamations from the audience. The 13 starships had run to a new world across the universal bridge. Their battles in the Flying Star sector had come to an end for now, but new battles were awaiting them elsewhere. Inside Firefly, Li Yao sat cross-legged and kept his body steady with the restriction of the gravity rune arrays, while he gritted his teeth to endure the side effects of the space jump. He had entered the four-dimensional universe again and experienced the uncanny phenomena that could never be felt in the three-dimensional universe for a second time. He saw that his body had turned transparent. Not only could he look internally and watch his internal organs and every vein and nerve, he could even unfold and stretch out all the veins and nerves with a telepathic thought in order to examine his body structure more carefully. Even his brain could be unfolded into a plane. His brain cells were like watery grapes hanging inside his brain waiting for him to taste. Time seemed to be fully at his control in this place, but it all seemed meaningless, too. All of the episodes of his life had been piled up like a heap of cards and could be sorted in any order. Training. Training. Don't forget your training. Li Yao took a deep breath, or rather, he felt that he took a deep breath, and forced himself to enter the training state. In the four-dimensional universe, he could clearly see that a new organ the size of an egg had grown out on the end of his spine. It was gray and divided into two halves. There were bumps and dents everywhere on the new organ, making it look like a small cerebrum. Li Yao knew that it was the second new organ for a cultivator after the spiritual root, the second brain. The first brain was mainly responsible for the body of flesh and blood, including all the activities of the cells and nerve endings. The second brain, on the other hand, was solely in charge of manipulating the fickle spiritual energy so that the cultivators could absorb and utilize the spiritual energy faster and more efficiently. More precisely speaking, the second brain was a virtualized and spiritualized brain. It was a transitional organ in the process of transformation from a body of flesh and blood into an entity of pure energy. Almost 100 golden spiritual threads as thin as hairs extended out of Li Yao's second brain and formed a shining golden ball at the center of his stomach. The golden ball was his core. More precisely speaking, it was a polymer of his subconsciousness and his spiritual energy. The second brain was the real entity, while the core was the source of energy. They were indispensable to each other. Li Yao controlled his second brain carefully and extended even more golden threads into the core. His core started revolving rapidly. The halo surrounding the core grew more brilliant. With slight vibrations, the core was playing pieces of soul-stirring music. Faster. Faster. The revolution speed of my core can be higher. If it can reach 100,000 revolutions per second, maybe I will be able to advance into a new level. 100,000 revolutions per second. I'm going to make it. Gradually, his core turned into what seemed to be a small bud that was about to blossom during the high-speed revolutions. Li Yao was fascinated. He controlled his every vein and nerve while he poured all the spiritual energy inside his body into the core. The core was everything for him now. He completely lost all sense of time. After nobody knew how long, the core slightly moved, and the petals around the core all opened. Li Yao was overjoyed. His soul dived into his body and flew next to the core. Right then, an abrupt change took place. His soul shook violently. In a trance, his core suddenly turned from a blossoming bud into a demonic cocoon. After a crack, the cocoon exploded, revealing a bloody shadow that darted out, then wreathed and swallowed his soul. Ah! Li Yao exclaimed. He opened his eyes suddenly, only to find that he was sitting at the center of the training room as before. There was nothing wrong except for the cold sweat on his forehead. Was it another nightmare? Li Yao mumbled to himself. He raised his head and was dumbfounded. He found that another person was sitting in front of him, his eyebrows furrowed, deep in thought. He was on Firefly alone, and he was in the middle of a journey in the four-dimensional universe. There was no way that a second person could get on board. But the stranger was indeed not a second person, because he was another Li Yao. Don't you find it very odd? The stranger sitting in front of him, who had an identical appearance to Li Yao, raised his eyebrow and said, "What exactly is the uncanny dream that we have been having ever since we knew things? In the dream, we came from a weird place named Earth. Do you think that there is really such a place named Earth?" What? Li Yao's mind was a mess. He could barely think properly. Another voice came over from behind him. Li Yao turned around, only to find that another version of himself was calculating something quickly in front of the desk. The third Li Yao calculated while he said solemnly, "In the past, we always believed that maybe some space zone out there in the universe indeed had a planet named Earth, and that our soul was teleported and reincarnated in the body of an orphan living in the magical equipment graveyard in the suburb of Floating Spear City on the planet of Heaven's origin after we were killed in a car accident on the planet named Earth." Li Yao could not help but nod. Exactly. But think about it more carefully now. The theory cannot stand any scrutiny. A third voice came over next to Li Yao. A new Li Yao was scratching his hair and declared in pain, "From the uncanny dream we had in the beginning, we could tell that the so-called Earth was a barren world that was absolutely devoid of spiritual energy. Those living on Earth were all ordinary people, and their souls were the feeblest ones. In our previous life, we were a common car mechanic. Naturally, our soul was not very strong. Here comes the question." A fifth Li Yao held his arms and leaned against the wall, while he said, deep in thought, "The universe is full of peril. Even the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings could only be teleported after they refined their souls into star children. If so, how could the soul of an ordinary person on Earth be teleported through the sea of stars? It is very possible that his soul would be minced apart by the radiations and the ionosphere before it floated out of the atmosphere, not to mention cruising across thousands of sectors and tens of thousands of space zones." A sixth Li Yao suddenly showed up right in front Li Yao. He blinked his eyes and said, "Let's say that everything before is just a coincidence. But what happened later does not make any sense. I am talking about O Yezi's possession. O Yezi was the leader of the 100 Smelting Guild 40,000 years ago and a legendary master of refining. His cultivation was too high for anybody to reach, and his soul was immensely strong. Even though his body was so seriously wounded in the time travel of 40,000 years that he could not avoid a regular high-speed crystal train, his soul could not have been hurt too badly with the protection of his body, could it? Then, why did his possession fail? In the past, I always thought that it was because I was an earthling reincarnated in this world. My body had been possessed once. Therefore, it could not be possessed again. But that theory barely makes any sense. The earthling Li Yao was just an ordinary person whose soul was extremely weak. It should have been more than simple for O Yezi to wipe out my soul, shouldn't it? Li Yao was hooked by the questions. He pondered for a long time. Then, all of a sudden, he and the 10 or so of himself in the room asked at the same time, the Vulture plan? Li Yao suddenly shuddered. Firefly was gone, and he was floating in front of a blue planet in a foreign space zone again. A frustrated, depressed voice was echoing inside his ears. We've failed. We've completely failed. It's too strong and too dark. We cannot destroy it. Can't. Then, Li Yao heard himself roaring, no. The Vulture plan has not failed yet. Even if I drift to the end of the universe, I will go on fighting and return one day. Bam! The picture blossomed like broken glass. He found himself back in the cabin of Firefly faced with dozens of himself, who were all deep in thought. It seems that the Vulture plan is indeed very important for us. So important that we could not forget it even though we were reincarnated after a long journey. We even gave ourselves the nickname Vulture subconsciously in order to keep us from not forgetting it. The dozen Li Yaos merged together one by one. They mumbled, does the so-called Earth exist in reality? If it does, is it really a regular planet without the slightest spiritual energy? I vaguely recall that there are legends of Pangu, Nuwa, and the primeval Lord of Heaven on Earth, too. There are also dinosaurs, fossils, and prehistoric creatures. But they are vastly different from ours when it comes to details. On Earth, dinosaurs were just pure ferocious beasts. They were not intelligent creatures, and they never created a brilliant civilization. How is Earth related to the worlds of cultivators? Was the Earthling Li Yao really a common mechanic? How were we banished or escaped from Earth to the heavens' origin sector? Mysterious. It's really mysterious. Do you not want to unveil the Vulture plan and even return to Earth someday to find out the ultimate truth? After every sentence, 2 Li Yaos would meld into one. When the last questions were posed, there was only one identical self left in front of the real Li Yao. Li Yao licked his lips and almost nodded on instinct, but a stinging pain suddenly came over from the depths of his soul. He was alarmed and suddenly blurted out, "Who are you exactly?" The Li Yao in front of him smiled. "You know it. I am you, except that I am the part in your soul regarding the Vulture plan that has been locked and sealed. I have no idea why the part was sealed. Perhaps some people did not want us to know the truth. All in all, when you were striving for the nascent soul stage just now, you caused a crack on the indestructible seal. That was why so many pieces of your soul leaked out and raised a series of questions for you. Now, you found so many inexplicable points. Do you not want to find out the real answer? Come on. Let's join together and break the seal. We will unravel the secrets of the Vulture plan and find out what exactly the so-called Earth is." The stranger was talking in a bewildering way while he extended his right hand. Li Yao held his breath, his eyes full of confusion. He could not help but raise his right hand and touch the stranger's fingertips. With a casual smile, the stranger mumbled, "Yes. Just like that. After we are completely melded, we will definitely find out the truth of every, ah." His last word was disrupted by a miserable scream. As it turned out, intense electric arcs suddenly burst out from Li Yao's fingertips and pierced at the stranger. Caught unprepared, the stranger was immediately wreathed in electric arcs. The stranger shrieked in outrage, What are you doing? Do you not want to find out the truth? Li Yao sniffed. The confusion in his eyes was all gone, and they were now as clear as water and as sharp as blades. Are you planning to fool me with such petty tricks? I don't believe in your locks and seals. Let me think carefully about what you are exactly. Li Yao thought quickly. Pictures of the past quickly sealed in front of his eyes, and he concentrated all his computational ability on scanning for the anomalies. So, he found one. It was during his fierce battle against Yen Shibei, who had an apocalyptic body on Iron Plateau. The two of them had fought so hard that they were stained with a lot of each other's blood. Li Yao's pupils shrank violently. You are the blood-striped virus. When he said blood-striped virus, the stranger shrieked even more twistedly than just now. The electric arcs ridded him of his disguise bit by bit, revealing a person identical to Li Yao, except that his face was as crimson as blood, which made him look like a weird statue covered in a layer of red lacquer. The blood-striped virus, a mysterious alien species in the universe, boasted terrifying mind control and body transformation techniques. They were the masters of the Titan warriors and the launchers of the apocalypse of the Flying Star Sector 5,000 years ago. Cold brilliance was spreading out like ripples in Li Yao's eyes, as he sneered, so, this explains a lot. Decades ago, you snuck into the body of Yen Shibei, the best warrior of Iron Plateau at that time, and bewildered him in secret so that he became one of the 4 kings of the Temple of Immortals. You then influenced him to refine the apocalyptic body and carry out your plan. 8 years ago, during the fierce battle between me and Yen Shibei, you saw that Yen Shibei was on the losing side. Therefore, you hid yourself in 1 drop of his blood and infected me when the blood touched my body. However, at that time, you were still very feeble. Therefore, you simply lurked and accumulated your strength. Right. When I was training in Yen Xinjian's residence below Spider Den, there was a time when I was agitated and having hallucinations. That must have been you testing me because you had recovered part of your strength, wasn't it? However, the result of your test was that my soul was still very solid, and it was not a good time to start swallowing me yet. Therefore, you settled down again. In the end, when I clashed with the Star Child from the Imperium of true human beings and my soul was seriously wounded by his self-detonation, you finally got your chance. When my soul was shattered and I was cast into a coma, you built the illusions of the heaven's origin sector deep inside my head, trying to stop my soul from struggling and push me into an eternal sleep. If so, you would have been able to occupy my body, which does not belong to you. But at the critical moment, you accidentally triggered the Vulture plan, which had been hidden in the deepest part of my soul and woke me up. There was nothing you could do, and you feared that an attempted possession might alarm me. Therefore, you changed your methodology and continued influencing me in secret. Now that I think of it, the decisions I made recently are so weird. I have reached the superlative height of the core formation stage in my 20s, and my combat ability is equivalent to that of the nascent soul stage. My training speed is not slow. Instead, it is too fast. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. My foundations are not steady, and my beliefs are not firm. The priority for me right now should be stabilize myself in my current level instead of making breakthroughs blindly. Is it really necessary for me to train in the 4-dimensional universe? The war of 2 sectors depends on the comprehensive capability. Even if I advance into the nascent soul stage, I'm afraid that I still won't be the decisive factor of the war at all. Besides, even if I wanted to train myself in the 4-dimensional universe, I could have established a training room in Sparkle. Why did I have to build a starship for myself? Right now, I've finally realized that I was bewildered by you when I made those decisions. You meant to possess my body when I was trying to make a breakthrough by force in the 4-dimensional space, when my soul would be most vulnerable. If I were on Sparkle, Professor Mo Xian and the others would have been monitoring my training status closely. Should anything have gone wrong, they would immediately have broken into the room to rescue me, and they certainly would have discovered the anomalies in me. But on Firefly, I am all by myself. If an accident happens to me, I will have absolutely no one to turn to, isn't it so? The bloody Li Yao in the front was gradually melting with mists of blood spreading out like the icy sculptures under the sun. But his countenance was becoming more and more evil and weird. He smiled and said, "We are indeed smart. We got most things right, but we are afraid that we are wrong about one thing. It's true that we have contracted the blood stripe virus, but the life form of the blood stripe virus is totally different from human beings, or any other creatures. They do not have self-awareness, thinking ability, or a soul. Therefore, I am not the blood stripe virus, I am you. More precisely speaking, I am the other side of you." Li Yao's eyelids were bouncing quickly. He could not have been any warier. The bloody Li Yao opened his hands and smiled wickedly. "Don't be nervous. When there is brightness, there is darkness. Brightness and darkness are just two sides of the same coin. You have always pretended to be chivalrous, determined, persistent. But, do ask yourself, are you really as righteous, resolute, and unwavering as you appear to be? When you struggled to survive in the magical equipment graveyard, did you never have the intense want to kill someone? Faced with your classmates' mockery and watching them riding their luxury shuttles, were you not strongly jealous of them? While the overwhelming beast tide was coming at you, was there never a moment when you thought to give up everything and run away immediately? When Yan Shibei and Xiao Xuanzi preached their ideology to you, did you never have a second thought and wonder whether or not the path they'd been walking on was the right one? When you learned that the apocalypse from the Imperium of true human beings was about to hit the Heaven's origin sector, did you never have dark thoughts in your mind and complain to yourself that the Heaven's origin sector was burdened by the Flying Star sector? Was there never a moment when you even thought that it would be best if the apocalypse changed its direction right then and lunged at the Flying Star sector instead? It was the dark thoughts that you once had, your hatred, jealousy, fear, suspicion, wavering, fury, and confusion which gradually brewed, grew, and proliferated, that gave birth to me in the end. Who am I? I am just a tiny reflection of your soul in the abyss of darkness." Li Yao gnashed his teeth in contempt. "I got it. The blood stripe virus is like a key that opened the zone deep inside my brain that stored the negative emotions and the dark thoughts. The devil in my heart was triggered and transformed into a scumbag that is you." The bloody Li Yao smiled casually and replied, "What can the devil in your heart do? It is just redundant thoughts during your training. When there are too many irrelevant thoughts, the normal functioning of your brain will be greatly hindered. Not only will your computational ability plummet, your telepathic thoughts will sometimes even overflow, which will cause you to be mentally deranged. Your soul will collapse, and you will turn into a retard. How can such a devil be compared to me? I'm merely helping you consider things from a different point of view. There is no need to be so resistant to the infection of the blood stripe virus. The life form of the blood stripe virus is entirely different from that of human beings. The two parties have no conflict of interest. You may consider their relationship as a symbiotic one, which is ubiquitous in the universe. There is no need to talk about other species. Take human beings for example. Inside the bodies of the human beings, many beneficial germs such as lactobacillus are living. Even though you are in the core formation stage, as long as you cannot get rid of the body of flesh and blood, you will have to live in harmony with the lactobacillus. Since you do not reject lactobacillus, why do you loathe blood stripe virus so much? My lactobacillus do not utter sounds in my head to bewilder me every day, nor will they affect my will." Li Yao said coldly. "How do you know?" the bloody Li Yao asked. "How do you know that the lactobacillus living in your body are not influencing your brain without you knowing in a mysterious way that you cannot comprehend? Moreover, is the resistance you are showing right now actually made by the lactobacillus, who are manipulating your brain because they do not want a new competitor to enter the body?" Li Yao was suddenly lost for words. The bloody Li Yao laughed and opened his hands. "Don't be nervous. It is pure jibber-jabber. See? I'm good at considering problems from the points of view that you ignore. When we are combined, we will be able to analyze problems in a much more comprehensive way. We will understand the essence of training. Our computational ability will be much higher, too. Li Yao could not help but take a step back. No matter how marvelous your speech is, I will not be controlled by the blood-striped virus. What's bad about merging with me? The bloody Li Yao opened his arms and said sincerely, do you not want to find out the truth of the Vulture plan? Do you not want to know why you ended up in the Heaven's origin sector? Do you not want to return to Earth and reveal the secrets behind everything? Stop lying to me. I know you do. Ever since you had memories, and ever since you had those bizarre, uncanny Earth dreams, the questions have been baffling you, harassing you, and torturing you. I am you. The questions I asked a moment ago were the ones that have popped up in your mind millions of times before. Do you dare say that you do not want to find out the ultimate answers? But it is not an easy task to look for the answers. If Earth does exist, it is perhaps in a world independent from all the worlds of cultivators. Going there will not be as simple as returning to the Heaven's origin sector from the Flying Star sector. If anything, it will be 100 times more difficult than directly jumping to the Empyrean Terminus sector, the capital of the Imperium of true human beings, from the Heaven's origin sector. With your current aptitude, you will not be able to go to Earth and find out the answers in your entire life, even if you live for 300 years, 500 years, or even 1,000 years. Right now, only the blood-striped virus can help us. Do you remember Yen Shibei's apocalyptic body? Yen Shibei was a low-level Qi trainer who was crippled and heavily wounded, but with the apocalyptic body, he boasted the strength close to the nascent soul stage. Right now, you have created an undocumented approach of training by breaking into the superlative height of the core formation stage. Your combat ability is close to that of nascent soul stage cultivators. If you have the strength of the blood-striped virus under your control, you will be able to build your own apocalyptic body. Just think about it. What a horrifying level it will be. Chances are that the monsters in the divinity transformation stage of the Imperium of true human beings will be no match for you. Your cultivation has always been on the road less traveled. It is already so troublesome to form the core. How long do you think it will take for you to generate your nascent soul by normal training methods? It is even possible that you will never enter the nascent soul stage in your life. Therefore, you might as well walk on the blood-striped virus path. You will build an apocalyptic body, and then condense a unique, bloody soul. After you build an apocalyptic body and condense a bloody soul, not just the threats of the blood demon sector, even the attack of the Imperium of true human beings will be nothing in our eyes. By then, we will save the Heaven's origin sector and boast the strength of a higher level that can allow us to barge into the territory of the Imperium of true human beings or explore Earth, which is beyond all the sectors of the cultivators. Isn't it the best choice right now? The bloody Li Yao's voice was enchanting and gentle. As his spell went on, his hands grew longer and longer still while they extended to Li Yao's face. Come on. Accept the strength of the blood-striped virus. This is the only path. Confusion was written all over Li Yao's face. He seemed to be mired in chaos. It was not until the bloody hands almost touched his face that his eyelids suddenly jumped, and he roared resolutely, "No. I will not be fooled. Yen Shibei's lesson is as fresh as yesterday for me right now. You are just trying to spread the blood-striped virus through me so that you can enslave all human beings. By then, the human beings will be monsters who know everything about destruction but nothing about construction, just like the Titan warriors once enslaved by you. In your dreams. I will never let you occupy my body." Li Yao waved his hands hard, raising a storm of spiritual energy, which ripped the bloody person into thousands of small pearls of blood, each of which seemed to be displaying a weird face deep below their surface. In a series of twisted laughter, the blood pearls vanished into thin air like bubbles in sunlight. The next moment, a voice that was both familiar and stranger suddenly echoed inside Li Yao's brain. "But I've already occupied your body." Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He seemed to have woken from yet another weird dream. The journey in the four-dimensional universe was about to come to an end. His infinitely unfolded body was gradually returning to the three-dimensional state. But the left side of his body was twisting weirdly, utterly beyond his control. His left eye was both like a furious burning coal and a shining spotlight. He did not need a mirror to know that his eyeball must have been dyed the most dazzling red. The redness was spreading to his internal organs and limbs like a virus. After it controlled the left side of his body in the blink of an eye, it went on to the right side of his body. "You woke up too late." The voice deep down his brain seemed to be talking to himself. "Why do you think you recovered so fast from the heavy wounds due to the Star Child's self-detonation?" "Of course, it was because I contributed in secret and helped you repair your soul. However, while I was repairing your soul, I also stitched something special into it. After you entered the four-dimensional space, you poured unlimited spiritual energy into your core to increase its rotational speed to the maximum in an attempt to break into the nascent soul stage. It was a major shock for your soul and gave me a great opportunity. There is nothing that can stop me from taking over the body now. Heaven's origin, a planet with a population of tens of billions. The entire Iron Plateau only has a population of less than 100 million, and all the space zones of the Flying Star sector combined had a population of around 10 billion. However, Heaven's origin, a single planet, has tens of billions of residents, or rather, tens of billions of hosts that can provide mental power to support me incessantly. Ah! Li Yao screamed miserably. Bloody strains extended out of his left eyeball toward his right one. Li Yao was in such pain that he was writhing on the ground and bashing his head hard, but he had completely lost control over his left hand. When his right hand meant to attack his left eyeball, his left even blocked the aggressive attack. "Stop your futile struggle. You are only increasing your suffering. What's wrong with being a host of the blood-stripe virus? The blood-stripe virus will not interfere with your wars against the blood demon sector and the Imperium of true human beings. Instead, it will only give you a hand. After all, the source of strength for the blood-stripe virus is the lust for killing of the host. The fiercer your war is, the stronger the blood-stripe virus will be." Li Yao held his head hard and bellowed, "I will not let it go your way. I would rather die before my body is occupied by the lust for killing." With all his strength, Li Yao crashed open the door of the training room heavily into the cockpit. Since the distance was short and the destination was clear, Firefly had been cruising in its autopilot mode. Manual manipulation was barely necessary. In several seconds, the space jump would be over, and they would show up in the sky of the Heaven's origin sector. With any luck, they would even end up in the gravity sphere of the planet of Heaven's origin directly. Bloody tears were flowing out of Li Yao's eyes as he dragged the left side of his body, which was shivering crazily, and crawled to the control panel. In a corner of the control panel, locked tight by triple barriers, was a self-destruction rune array. "You want to die together with me? Too late now." The laughter inside Li Yao's head was louder and louder now. His consciousness was dwindling fast. He felt as if he was mired in a bloody swamp sinking non-stop. Another self-awareness, one that was stronger, gloomier, and crueler, was replacing the old one and taking over his entire brain as it gradually revealed itself. "Right now, I have controlled 95% of your brain. In a few seconds, we will arrive in the Heaven's origin sector and meet our family and friends. Ding Ling Dang, Yuan Manxiu, Fiend Blade, Peng Hai, Solar Eclipse, Jiang Shaoyang. Rest assured, I shall leave none behind. Look, we are here. Heaven's origin is right in front of us. What a lovely planet." The bloody Li Yao laughed crazily. Firefly shook violently, and the chaotic light beam was clear again, manifesting everything that the crystal cameras had captured. An enormous planet was floating in front of their eyes quietly. The bloody Li Yao's laughter came to an abrupt end. Appalling spiritual waves were rushing out for the first time after he revealed himself. No. This is, almost at the same time, deep inside the control panel of Firefly, a high-frequency sound wave beyond the perception of human ears echoed. A mental attack targeting the soul burst out like a volcanic eruption and swept the entire cockpit, piercing through Li Yao's brain completely. On Heaven's Origin of the Heaven's Origin sector, the sky of the Grand Desolate Plateau seemed to be stretched by many invisible giant hands and collapsed weirdly, forming swirls that were beyond the three-dimensional time and space. 12 streaks of brightness dashed out of the swirls, as if they had been thrown up by 12 invisible, enormous beasts. They moved toward the boundless desert. The mainframe crystal processor was quickly analyzing the constituents of the air and the gravity of the planet. It was also estimating the diameter of the planet in order to calculate its mass. The final results were identical to the data of Heaven's Origin. "We've made it." There was nothing but exclamations on the bridge of Sparkle. Wu Mayan jumped up in excitement. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen hugged each other, thrilled. The spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector were all crying and unable to control their emotions. The Grand Desolate Plateau was their destination. The Heaven's Origin sector was highly populated. In the central area of the Star Glory Federation, super metropolises could easily spread to 1,000 kilometers away. Considering the instability of the space jump, if the destination had been set near the capital of the Star Glory Federation, should there have been an accident such as the explosion of one of the starships, the burning debris might have been a destructive catastrophe for the cities. Therefore, the Heavens Artillery, with which the Heaven's Origin sector explored the universe, was deployed in the Grand Desolate Plateau, which was vast and least populated. Even if there was an accident, the damage caused to the Heaven's Origin sector would be minimized. Also, Professor Mo Xian and the other spectral cultivators were all locals of the Grand Desolate Plateau. They were familiar with the environment there and could make the parameters more accurate when they set them. "We're home. We're finally home." Professor Mo Xian managed to hold back his complicated feelings. His artificial arms were slightly trembling as he activated 20 pieces of probe magical equipment. In a moment, 20 probe balls carved with floating rune arrays were launched from Sparkle to various directions. They were contacting the other 12 starships and scanning the terrain to further determine their coordinates. The picture sent by the probe balls gave them a big surprise. The Grand Desolate Plateau right now was completely different from their memories. The sky was broken and filled with colorful clouds in the shape of swirls. They were wriggling in the sky like enormous snails. Venomous mist so thick that it seemed to be solid was floating in the air, slithering weirdly like translucent tentacles. In the desert far ahead and near, countless behemoths skeletons were lying. Many of their bones were more than 100 meters long. All of them used to be hideous demon beasts. The skeletons of the demon beasts were mixed with the debris of the crystal tanks, telling the stories of the gory battles in silence. A probe ball that had flown hundreds of kilometers away captured an enormous relic that looked like a forsaken city. More than half of the buildings had been buried by the dark red sand. Only the several highest towers had their upper sections exposed on the surface of the ground like broken tombstones. The probe ball moved up. It could vaguely see that the desert in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau had all turned red. A boundless red tide seemed to be consuming the entire world. How did everything become like this? Professor Mo Xian sighed. It seems that the merging of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector has accelerated in the years we were away. A few earth-shaking wars must have taken place here. Even the cities of the Grand Desolate Plateau have turned into wastelands. Gao Yang, scan the structure of the Forsaken City and compare it with the cities in our database. See which city it is exactly, and we will know our precise coordinates. Then, we will send the information to the rest of the 12 starships and the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Gao Yang, who was one of Professor Mo Xian's disciples, nodded, but he did not respond for a long time. Professor Mo Xian found it odd. Comparing the features of a city was a simple task. With their current computational ability, it should have been done within a breath. The Forsaken City was unbelievably huge. It must have been one of the core cities of the Grand Desolate Plateau and was unlikely to have been built after they left. Therefore, they must have had the critical features of the city in their database. Gao Yang, what's up? Professor Mo Xian asked solemnly. Gao Yang replied, his voice shaking, Professor, the city buried by the sand is Wild Wave City. Wild Wave City was the largest city on the Grand Desolate Plateau. It was also where the Grand Desolate War Institution, one of the 9 elite schools of the Star Glory Federation, was located. Professor Mo Xian shook so hard that his artificial body almost broke apart. On the light beam, dozens of crystal warships of the Star Glory Federation were rushing at them. Countless exos and armed shuttles surrounded them like wild bees. On the head of those crystal warships, 2 glittering emblems were painted on the left and the right. The left side was the rising dragon of the 9 stars, while the right side was a saber and a chain's word crossed on the background of a furiously burning fist, which was the emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution. The emblem refreshed Mo Xian and his companions, who were nearly grabbed by desperation, but they could not have been more baffled. What happened in the past 10 years? Why was Wild Wave City demolished? Since when has the Grand Desolate War Institution bought so many crystal warships? As a multipurpose exploration starship, Sparkle was not very large in size. The dozens of crystal warships of the Star Glory Federation were much larger than it and soon arrived. Trying to hold back his excitement, Professor Mo Xian commanded, send a message to those starships and tell them that Li Yao and Mo Xian are back. However, before their telepathic thoughts were sent over, their mainframe crystal processor had received a telepathic thought from the crystal warships. The message was very simple. In fact, it had only one word. Sparkle? An hour later, on the bridge of Sparkle, the experts from the Flying Star sector were all observing the red-haired cultivator who was addressed as captain of the first assault team of the Grand Desolate Legion with great interest. It was the first cultivator from the Heaven's Origin sector who they had met except for Li Yao and Mo Xian. The person had exceptionally long limbs, which were as tensile and forceful as whips. The dark red battle robe of the person had the emblem of the Grand Desolate War Institution painted on the chest. It was emitting sharp killing intent, too. The most eye-catching part about the person was the hair. Not only was it in a fresh crimson color, it was also burning furiously like flames. Anyone who drew close would feel the scorching airwave. There was no telling how the person kept their head from being burnt. Such an odd symptom is either the sequela from the mental derangement while practicing an ultimate technique or the result of lethal poison that the person has pushed to the hair. Or maybe it is because of both. Luo Xingzi watched the person hugging Professor Mo Xian tightly, deep in thought. Since the Flying Star sector was going to fight side by side with the Heaven's Origin sector, it was important that they had a general idea of the capability of their comrades. The local cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector left a deep impression on Luo Xingzi, who estimated that the person was perhaps in the peak of the core formation stage. But more importantly, the person seemed quite young. 30 years old, tops. There must have been a lot of fortuitous incidents, too. Is the Heaven's Origin sector a factory that produces young geniuses? Luo Xingzi was greatly amazed. Professor Mo Xian was quite concerned about the Grand Desolate War Institution and his wife, Yuan Manqiu. The red-haired captain told everything that had happened and assured him. Over the past 10 years, vast changes had indeed taken place in the Heaven's Origin sector. After Li Yao and Mo Xian left, the merging of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector had further accelerated. Right now, the two worlds were like the two kernels in the same peanut. They were in a half-blended state, and they were equivalent to two space zones of the same sector now. Besides, countless wormholes had appeared between the two worlds that could be traveled through easily. To the north of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the Dark Desolate Domain, which resulted from the collision of the two worlds, had expanded to dozens of times its size 10 years ago. The Dark Desolate Domain, where countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were generated because of the unsteady spiritual energy, had become a gruesome battlefield. The war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector had upgraded, too. It was no longer restricted to the small-scale harassment and anti-harassment. A few head-on, hard battles had been fought. 5 years ago, the demon race even teleported a whole army directly to Wild Wave City, where the Grand Desolate War Institution was located, through a precise point-to-point space jump. Although the army was annihilated in the end, Wild Wave City was ruined, too. There is not an inch of peaceful land on the vast Grand Desolate Plateau now that can accommodate a quiet campus, the red-haired captain said. Therefore, the Grand Desolate War Institution has moved the campus to crystal warships and turned into a nomadic college that recruits all the young people who have lost their homes because of the war on Iron Plateau. We teach, and they grow, in the bloody battles. Among the armed forces of the Star Glory Federation, the Grand Desolate War Institution is also known as the Grand Desolate Legion. We are now one of the 4 greatest legions of the Federation. Professor Yuan Monchio is safe and sound, too. Under her leadership, the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution has become the second-best academic establishment of refining in the Federation, only below the refining department of Deep Sea University. Hearing that his wife was fine, Professor Mo Xian was greatly relieved. He said, "Since the Grand Desolate Plateau is now safe, please hurry to search for the remaining crystal warships. It will be terrible if they encounter the assault squads of the demon race." The red-haired captain said, "We've been searching the 500 square kilometers nearby in the last hour and 11 starships similar to Sparkle have been found." Professor Mo Xian was dazed. "But we have 13 starships. One of them is very small and looks like a cocoon. It is piloted by Li Yao alone." "What?" The red-haired captain suddenly raised their voice. "Why?" Professor Mo Xian was confused. The fact that 12 starships have been found within 500 square kilometers proves that it was a successful space jump with precise landing points. Logically, there is no way that Li Yao should have failed. Also, it's been an hour. He should have contacted me long ago. Weird. We cannot reach out to Firefly. It doesn't seem to have come to the Heaven's Origin sector with us at all. Understood, the red-haired captain said. We will increase the search range immediately and look for Firefly, which has probably crashed in the 1,000 square kilometers nearby. Please wait a moment. While everybody was worried, Xie Ainen moved out of the crowd, with a jade chip in her hands. Master gave the jade chip to me before we left and asked me to play the message after we jumped to the Heaven's Origin sector. What's that supposed to mean? Everybody was baffled. Professor Mo Xian took over the jade chip and inserted it into his chest. He then projected a light beam with the crystal camera on his forehead. Inside the light beam, Li Yao's image gradually condensed and looked at everyone with a smile. Do excuse me for talking to you in such a way. First of all, I would like to tell you a piece of bad news. Ha ha ha. It's very likely that I have been infected by the blood stripe virus. His words shocked everyone on board. Gasps were echoing non-stop inside the bridge. The Qi trainers from Iron Plateau all jumped to their feet. But the few cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector were still confused. The red-haired captain stared at Li Yao on the light beam while asking Professor Mo Xian, what is the blood stripe virus? Inside the light beam, Li Yao scratched his head and said in a light-hearted tone, I was mired in a prolonged coma during the battle against the Star Child when my soul was hurt by his self-detonation. In my coma, I had a lot of bizarre nightmares. All the nightmares had one thing in common, which was that they were persuading me to give up and embrace the eternal sleep. After I woke up, the memories of the nightmares kept bothering me. I believed that I was never a person to give up easily. Besides, the way home was right before my eyes, and I was about to reunite with my family and friends in the Heaven's Origin sector. Was there any reason I should stop striving before victory? If dreams were a reflection of my subconsciousness, then my subconsciousness must have vastly changed from my normal thinking. At that time, I secretly grew suspicious. After I woke up, I felt that I was even more unusual. I always daydreamed, and the nightmares were more and more terrible. Every time I struggled to get away from the nightmares, I sensed that my lust for killing was more intense, and I was more cynical and brutal. Growing more and more suspicious, I started to observe those around me in secret. I thought that, if my soul was invaded or infected by foreign forces, they might jam my senses in a certain way and make it difficult for me to detect their existence. But my abnormal behavior would certainly trigger abnormal reactions from those around me. Then, as long as I considered those around me as mirrors, would be able to deduce my situation. As it turned out, I found that Wu Mian and Xia Anan, my disciples, changed their attitudes to me. In the past, they were quite at ease when they were with me. I was more like a training partner than a master to them. But now, they were very cautious and in fear. One day, I even discovered a very deep mark on Wu Mian's neck which seemed to have been left after somebody grabbed the neck hard for a long time. During those few days, Wu Mian had only been training with me and did not fight anybody. Besides, if the mark was left by somebody else, he would have certainly told me. Since he did not mention anything, it indicated that it was done by me. However, I remembered nothing of the matter. It was quite strange. There were two possibilities. Firstly, it was done by not me, but another being, a foreign intruder, or a second personality that was lurking in my body. Secondly, it was done by me, but then something wiped out, or at least disguised, the memory. Whatever the fact was, I finally ascertained after the incident that my soul had been infected. I meditated for a long time and recalled my battle experiences, trying to find out the perpetrator. Skeleton Dragon? Yan Xinjian? Xiao Xuanzi? Star Child? Those enemies all boasted tremendous soul power, but could they have infiltrated my brain without alarming me and corrupt my soul slowly but surely? I did not think that they were as capable. Finally, I found the answer. The blood stripe virus. The blood stripe virus is a mysterious alien foreign species. It is invisible and unpredictable, but it can live inside the brains of living creatures, influence their behavior, and feast upon their killing intent. Billions of years ago, the blood stripe virus took the Titan warriors as their puppets. When the sector of the Titan warriors was destroyed, the virus came to the Flying Star sector through the apocalypse and landed on Iron Plateau, planning to modify Iron Plateau and the Iron Plateau natives over tens of thousands of years and change the latter into their new hosts. During their invasion, the essence of the blood stripe virus even invaded Yan Bai and bewitched him into building the apocalyptic body, in order to accelerate the bloody stripe virus erosion. When I fought Yan Bai, we engaged in close combat. Blood was spluttering everywhere. Although I was very cautious, it is possible that one drop of blood or two touched my body. Maybe the blood stripe virus was lurking inside the blood and snuck into my body. However, the blood stripe virus did not see it coming that my soul was 10 times more solid than Yan Bai's and that it could not find an entrance at all. Therefore, it kept lurking until it found an opportunity when my soul was blown apart by the Star Child. During my 1-year coma, it infected me with the bloody nightmares and finally successfully got into my soul and my brain. If that was the case, there would only be 2 questions left. Firstly, what was the purpose of the blood stripe virus? Secondly, how deeply had I been infected? Walking in the virus shoes, it is not hard for me to guess its purpose. It wanted to go to the Heaven's Origin sector with me. Although the Heaven's Origin sector is not large, the population is concentrated on one planet. It is like a public square packed with people and perfect for the parasites to spread out. Besides, the Heaven's Origin sector is at war with the Blood Demon sector and has to resist the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of true human beings later. The blood-striped virus consumes lust for killing as food. Such a world is perfect for its appetite. As to how deeply I am infected, and how badly my brain has been corrupted, those appeared to be questions whose precise answers I can never find. I could only make deductions based on the information I know. The most important piece of information was that I proposed to build Firefly and train alone during the space jump. After I found out about the infection of the blood-striped virus and looked at the Firefly project in retrospective, I noticed a lot of suspicious points. It was not like a proposal that I would make under normal circumstances at all, but like a scheme that the blood-striped virus bewildered me to put forward in order to swallow my soul during the space jump. Then, it at least indicated that the blood-striped virus hasn't taken full control of me yet. There is still a critical step. Maybe, it could trigger the fear, fury, hatred, bloodthirst, and all the other negative emotions deep inside my brain and slightly manipulate my behavior when I am at the mercy of those negative emotions. It could also eradicate or cover part of my memories and relieve my doubts when I am strongly suspicious in a certain way, similar to hypnotization. However, I believe that neither manipulation or coverage can be used unlimitedly. The reason is simple. On one hand, the strength of the blood-striped virus was limited. Otherwise, it would not have lurked for so many years. On the other hand, and more importantly, if it twisted my will and wiped my memory by force frequently, an entirely different me would definitely be shaped. I, and those around myself, would certainly be skeptical. It is the last thing that it would like to see. Therefore, there is still a slim chance of winning for me. My judgment was that, when my soul was blown apart by the Star Child self-detonation, the blood-striped virus probably pried into most of my memory pieces and knows clearly about my past. It even hid some backdoors inside my soul, possibly. But I didn't think that it could know my every movement or thought. It's like a person with dual personality, who would have two personalities appearing in turn. One of the personalities would not know everything that the other personality knew. Since I am not aware of the thoughts of the blood-striped virus, there is no reason why the blood-stripe should know what is on my mind every second. At least, I hope so. I began to consider how to deal with the blood-striped virus. At first, I thought about telling everybody of the matter and cope with the blood-striped virus with everybody's help. But I gave up the idea immediately after I thought of it. The blood-striped virus is mysterious and fickle. You might not have any solution even if I told you. If anything, you might have been alarmed. I was most worried that the blood-striped virus would run away from my body. When it is in my body, I can think of something to deal with them. But if it flees into somebody else's body, or even a snake, insect, rat, or ant, and lurks for another 100 years before it stirs trouble again, nobody will be prepared for them. Therefore, I could not ask for anybody's else. I had to address it myself, and I had to do it in the least eye-catching way without giving myself away. The most critical point was that I did not know whether or not the blood-striped virus could see what I saw and heard at all times. Without any options, I could only have a try. At first, I ran a minor experiment. On my training journal, I recorded my anomalies and stated that I was strongly suspicious that my soul had been invaded and that I must have it tested in a certain way. When I wrote the article, my mind was very clear, and I was certain that I was not affected by anything. It suggested that the blood-striped virus interferences were not real-time. They could not learn my every thought immediately. Otherwise, they would not have allowed to write such an article. Then, after I wrote the article, it was even less likely that it would manipulate me to delete it, because deleting an article would leave even more traces. When there were too many traces, I would be bound to be suspicious. The blood-stripe virus could only avoid my test in a certain other way. Following that, I started to study the magical equipment on the examination and the attack of souls. A year ago, to deal with the reincarnated by Xinghe, the immortal cultivators produced a lot of magical equipment for mental attacks, but they had already lost the war before most of the devices got to be utilized. I borrowed a large batch of them and studied them carefully. In the end, I crafted a tiny piece of magical equipment that could examine the soul. I named the magical equipment Soul Monitor. As long as I put the soul monitor on the back of my head, it would automatically scan my brainwaves and my soul waves to examine whether or not my soul was pure and unaffected. Of course, I knew that the soul monitor had zero effect. Since the blood-stripe virus had allowed me to produce the soul monitor smoothly, the device must have no effect on it at all. It were confident that it could get away from the soul monitor's detection and therefore ease my alert once and for all. However, it might not have known my true purpose for building the soul monitor. I was not meaning to detect the blood-stripe virus. I was merely taking a gamble that, when I scanned my brain with the soul monitor, the blood-stripe virus would enter a certain idle state and hide deep inside my brain in case any abnormal waves were detected. It meant that I would be granted temporary, absolutely safe time by the soul monitor. I could do whatever I want during the time without worrying that the blood-stripe virus might find anything. I could use the soul monitor for an hour every time, and I could not use it too many times. If I detected nothing after 3 to 5 times, I should stop the experiment by logic. Otherwise, the blood-stripe virus would suspect that I had other plans. 3 to 5 times, an hour every time. Together, that would be 3 to 5 hours. What could I accomplish in such a short amount of time? The production of Firefly had already begun, and I could not stop it because I could not stay in the Flying Star sector. However, I could not go to the Heaven's Origin sector for real either. Both the Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector have billions of human beings. There are my family and friends as well as countless compatriots. It would be a complete tragedy if the blood stripe went on a rampage in either sector. Perhaps, I could adjust the coordinates of Firefly and made it jump to a desolate, unpopulated sector? But technically speak, it was difficult to achieve. Firefly was designed for the short-distance space jump between two neighboring sectors. By no means could it jump to millions of light-years away. Besides, the adjustment of such a scale would likely have been found out by the control center and the blood-stripe virus. I began to think. Was there a place that was devoid of human beings and within my reach as long as I changed 1 or 2 parameters in the thousands of coordinate settings? Hee. You must have guessed it. Exactly. The Blood Demon Sector. The Blood Demon Sector has been preliminarily merged with the Heaven's Origin Sector. They are like twin worlds. The parameters of the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector in the four-dimensional universe are 99.9% identical and have only a 0.01% difference. I made the decision. The blood stripe virus meant to completely corrupt my soul and take control over my mind during the space jump. Then, I would tempt it with Firefly as the battlefield and start a final battle. Even if I failed the final battle, I would not allow them to go to the Heaven's Origin sector to enslave my family, friends, and compatriots. Therefore, I pretended that I was fooled and joined the production of Firefly actively. I even read a lot of books on the technology of space jumps and learned the methods to reset the navigation system and to manually control the starship. Firefly would be piloted by me alone. Should there be a fault, I could only fix it by myself. It was only natural that I learned knowledge on those topics. The bloody stripe virus would not have been suspicious about my behavior. During my studies, I grasped the coordinates of the Blood Demon sector as I planned. I also learned how to activate the emergency maintenance mode and manually adjust the coordinates of the destination. In the 4 hours of precious, absolutely safe time, while I had the soul monitor on, I gathered all the mental attack magical equipment that Xiao Xuanzi had prepared to deal with Bai Xinghe and extracted the most valuable core units. I then built them into a piece of unprecedentedly powerful magical equipment for mental attacks. The immense spiritual waves released from the device were enough to tear apart the soul of an unparalleled expert. To avoid the suspicion of the blood stripe virus, after I refined a soul bomb 4 times, I stopped using the soul monitor. Everything was peaceful again. I pretended that I was relieved and dedicated myself to my training and the production of Firefly. The blood stripe virus stopped messing around with me for a long time, too. From the virus perspective, now that the host was walking on the right path and everything was going on as it had planned, it was indeed unnecessary to ask for more trouble by interfering with or prying into the host's soul. If the host was suspicious again at the last moment, it would be the victim of its own scheme. Or rather, maybe the blood stripe virus was accumulating its strength in secret, too, preparing to possess my body during the space jump. Today is the last day before our departure. I activated the soul monitor and received an hour of absolutely safe time during the last examination on Sparkle. Then, I slightly adjusted the parameters of the destination of Sparkle and hid the soul bomb inside the control panel before I connected the bomb to the self-destruction rune array. Right now, the usage of the self-destruction rune array on Firefly has changed. Only after the self-destruction rune array is triggered during the space jump will the starship be shifted to the correct route and return to the Heaven's origin sector with everybody. If the self-destruction array is not triggered, Firefly will remain its trajectory toward the Blood Demon sector and detonate the soul bomb when the space jump is about to be completed. Do you understand? If I haven't triggered the self-destruction rune array before the space jump is over, it is indicative that I have been controlled by the blood stripe virus. It will be the blood stripe virus that occupies my brain and soul. My own soul will perhaps be lurking in the deepest part of my brain, completely overwhelmed by the intruder. As a result, when the soul bomb is detonated and the blast sweeps across Firefly and pierces through my brain, it will be the soul of the blood stripe virus that takes the blow. Its soul will be the best shield for my soul. I will launch the last counterattack when its soul is ripped apart and try to suppress, swallow, and purge the blood stripe virus. This is my whole plan, one whose success rate is close to 0, because the entire plan is based on the presumption that the blood stripe virus does not know what I am thinking at all times. Maybe its strength far exceeds my imagination, and it has learned everything. Therefore, I strongly suggest that, if you find Firefly next to yourselves after you arrive in the Heaven's origin sector, you must impose the strictest quarantine upon me. You must not believe anything that I say, even if I tell you that I've successfully suppressed the blood stripe virus. Do not believe anything. In such a case, I'm very likely to have been fully controlled by the blood stripe virus like Yan Shibei used to be. If you do not find Firefly, don't be worried. It is a piece of good news that suggests that my plan has succeeded, at least partly. I'm already back home, I'm just landing on the other side of it. There are too many burdens and concerns in the Heaven's origin sector and the Flying Star sector. I would worry that the blood stripe virus might infect my family, friends, and compatriots all the time. It is very likely that the blood stripe virus will do insane things while they are manipulating my body. For example, killing one of my family or friends, as a way to shake my belief. When I ask myself if I can be unwavering when one of my close friends is killed by me, I do not have the confidence to say yes. The Blood Demon sector is different. I have 0 concerns there. I can fight the blood stripe virus however I want without worries. Even if I am blinded by bloodthirst when I am occasionally manipulated by the blood stripe virus, it will not matter because there will be no friends but only foes. Alright. I'm running out of time. This is about everything. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you the truth earlier. It is not because I didn't believe in you, but because the battle had to be fought alone. I'm sorry, Wu Mayan and Xia Anan. There were days when my attitude was bad. You must have been frightened. In the end. I'm sorry, Ding Ling Dang. I promised you that I would reunite with you in 10 years, but I'm afraid I will be delayed in the Blood Demon sector for a few years to purge the blood stripe virus. Therefore, there was a rigid smile on the corner of Li Yao's lips when he said sorry. But deep inside his eyes, a scattered starry brilliance was shining, and 2 streams of hot tears seemed to be flooding out. His voice came to an abrupt end, but he turned off the crystal camera before his tears ran out. The picture was frozen just like that. It gradually turned transparent and dispersed, like the flickering sparks after the brilliant fireworks. There was nothing but silence on the bridge. Everybody was stunned by the shocking secret battle. They had no idea at all that, while they were planning the journey home delightedly, Li Yao was fighting such a weird, perilous battle against an enemy that was more formidable than Skeleton Dragon, Xiao Xuanzi, and the Star Child. Li Yao. Lei Dalu, Bai Kaisen, Luo Xingzi and Professor Mo Xian were all somewhat lost. Master. Wu Mayan and Xia Anan both clenched their fists, sobbing. Boom. The upright, furiously burning hair of the captain of the Grand Desolate Legion seemed to have been drenched in oil. It was burning even more devastatingly, and the flames on the outside turned purple. Dangerous colors were beaming out of the eyes of the red-haired captain, who grumbled, Li Yao, you son of a b*tch. You, Wu Mayan was dazed. Then he burst into fury. Why are you cursing my master? The red-haired captain sniffed. The long hair suddenly moved even though there was no wind. A fire snake suddenly darted out toward Wu Mayan. Caught unprepared, Wu Mayan was tied up by the snake. Hundreds of tiny flames were immediately burning on his body. Everybody was shocked, especially those from the Flying Star sector. Wu Mayan had been training crazily over the past few years. He had advanced into the 95th level of the refinement stage and was marching toward the legendary level beyond the 100th level of the refinement stage. His combat ability was close to the peak of the building foundation stage, and he was not necessarily scared even if he was faced with a cultivator at the beginning level of the core formation stage. The red-haired captain, who was 10 years older than him at most, had defeated him in one move, and he could not counterattack at all? The person was indeed strong. The red-haired captain dragged Wu Mayan to the front. The long flames slithering around Wu Mayan, hissing, like countless fire snakes. Wu Mayan was grimacing in pain and kicking crazily, but he could not hit his opponent at all. He could only shout, "My master is a great hero." To keep the blood stripe virus from spreading, he traveled to the Blood Demon sector alone instead of returning to his long-dreamed home. Why did you curse my master? Why? The red-haired captain sniffed and said, I've waited for him for 10 years, and all I get is a weightless sorry. Am I now allowed to curse him? Wu Mayan was dazed. Huh? The red-haired captain glanced at Wu Mayan up and down and said, You are loyal enough to your master, but Li Yao seems to be quite a bad teacher. His disciple is so weak, you could not even resist my attack. His teaching methods must have been too merciful, mustn't they? From today on, let your masteress give you a few good lessons. Masteress? Wu Mayan could not help but shudder. He had a bad feeling that his future life would only be more difficult. The red-haired captain was smiling more and more dangerously. Your body looks healthy enough. After I discipline you for a year and a half, you should be qualified to go to the Blood Demon sector with me. To the Blood Demon sector? Wu Mayan was even more surprised. Exactly. The red-haired captain licked her lips and warmed up her fingers slowly. Cracking noises that resembled thunder were echoing from the joints, which gave a chill to everybody who heard them. I've never been fond of waiting, and I've shown him enough respect by waiting for him for 10 years. Since he is unwilling to come back, I will simply go to the Blood Demon sector and drag him back. Blood-striped virus? You sure are bold to take my man away from me. You are seeking your own death. End of Volume 2, Prelude of Volume 3. Idiot, what do you think demons are? Don't be silly. I am a demon, and I always will be. The fate of the demon race depends on the battle. The capital of the Star Glory Federation is right ahead of us. Warriors, march toward destruction in order to realize our immortality. The glorious pantheon of demons is awaiting us. You know nothing. You know King nothing. I'm screwed. I'm hopeless. I'm turning into a human being. The dry leaf village on the 100 Desolation Mountain of the Blood Demon sector was the one of the poorest and most barren towns even by the standard of the Blood Demon sector. The residents who lived in the undeveloped mountain village had to get up to dig for their food before dawn every day. The morning sun had only just shed dazzling redness and glamorous purple colors to the ridge of the 100 Desolate Mountain when the dry leaf village was simmering with all kinds of sounds. The insects started scarifying the soil and gathering the honey, the minotaurs were plowing the land, which was suffering from drought, and the hunting team made of were-tigers and werewolves set off to the depths of the 100 Desolation Mountain, hoping to try their luck and see if they could run into a few fat preys. Brother! Come on! Rise and shine! At the east of the dry leaf village, inside a particularly ragged woodhouse, a young girl was shaking a sleep bag weaved from vines. The girl was small in size. Her eyeballs were gold, and the features of a Felid could be found on her face, especially her ears, which were as furry as a cat's ears. Her arms were smooth and hairless, no different from those of human beings, but her hands and feet had grown the volar pads and the sharp talons of the Felids. The young girl was wearing very cool clothes. She only covered her breasts and her waist with beast hides. A belt with a lot of bone adornments was hanging from her waist. On the right side of her body was a bone container polished from the hollow leg bone of an enormous demon beast. She shook for a long time, but there was no response from the sleep bag at all. The cat-eared girl mumbled in dissatisfaction before she took out a sharp bone needle from the container and stabbed into the core of the sleep bag of vines. Hissing sounds came from the sleep bag. Then, just like quickly dispersing mimosa, the vines all retreated back to the walls of the woodhouse. A drowsy young man fell out from the sleep bag and sat on the ground in a daze, his only eye blinking in confusion. The young man who was addressed as brother by the cat-eared girl looked vastly different from her. He maintained most of the features of a human being. The only thing different about him was his exceptionally long canine teeth, which protruded out of his lips like coldly shining daggers, and the intense demonic air around him. The young man seemed to be heavily wounded. His left eye and left arm were tied up by dirty bandages from which the fragrance of medicine could be smelted. His left arm was obviously much smaller than his right arm. It was dangling freely from his shoulder as if it had completely withered. The cat-eared girl took out a voluptuous bud from her container. She then pinched the bud and pushed the pollen to her palm, before she blew at the young man. After a pu sound, the slightly simulative powder was flying everywhere inside the room. Achoo! 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 The young man sneezed heavily. His right eye, which was an amber color, was finally clear again. The cat-eared girl smiled. Morning, big brother. The young scratched his nose and nodded. How is it going? How is it going? Do you feel better today? Can you recall more things than yesterday now? The cat-eared girl blinked her big eyes and asked in a hurry, Do you remember who you are and who I am? The young man grinned and said in a coarse and feeble voice, My name is Lei Qi. I'm a native of the dry leaf village of the 100 Desolation Mountain, born and raised in this place. I have never left the 100 Desolation Mountain in all my life. I used to be the best hunter in the village. You are my sister Lei Lan. We have a brother named Lei Chuang. The three of us lived together. Half a month ago, an enormous meteorite hit the 100 Desolation Mountain, causing a great forest fire. The dry leaf village was soon affected. All the villagers went to the mountain to put out the fire, but I was trapped by the fire and heavily burned, and I unfortunately fell off a cliff. When I was found, I was already out of shape. My brain was damaged, too, resulting in the loss of all my memories. After I was rescued, I lay in bed for half a month before my body gradually recovered, and I can more or less recall things of the past right now. Excellent. Lei Qi, the cat-eared girl, was overjoyed. You're finally smart again. Not as muddled as a few days ago anymore. Come on, brother. Let's review the knowledge that I've taught to you in the last couple of days, including who we are and where we come from. Do you remember them? The young man tilted his head and thought hard for a moment. Then, he nodded solemnly and replied, I do. We are demons. We are indeed demons. Then what exactly are demons? I read the legends of ancient demons to you yesterday. Do you remember what it said, brother? Lei Qi asked, her voice shaking and full of hope. The young man coughed lightly and said unhurriedly, according to the legends of ancient demons, the demons are created by the primeval Lord of Heaven. Long, long ago, before the universe was born, we and the creator of the universe were all floating in the endless nothingness. He was the primeval spirit of the world, known as the primeval Lord of Heaven. The primeval Lord of Heaven floated for billions of years in the nothingness. One day, he thought of something and decided that he wanted a change. Then, an immeasurable Big Bang took place in the endless nothingness. In a moment, the universe was born in the Big Bang. The universe that was born was seething like magma in places and freezing like a glacier in others. The planets collided into each other heavily and ripped each other apart, turning into raging nebulas. The nebulas then swirled and condensed rapidly, turning into uneven planets again. The universe was exactly such a pot of hot soup. Chaotic, disordered, and utterly devoid of any pattern. The primeval Lord of Heaven admired pattern, order, and tranquility. He made the most original regulations for the chaotic universe, which were known as the Great Tao. There were 3,000 items of the Great Tao in the beginning, which included the most fundamental laws of nature for the functioning of the universe. Triggering the Big Bang and establishing the 3,000 items of Great Tao drained almost all the energy of the primeval Lord of Heaven, who was about to enter hibernation. He was not satisfied with the rough and messy world. Before he fell asleep, he created the Pangu clan, the first intelligent species in the universe, with the last bit of his spiritual energy. He also entrusted an arduous task to the Pangu clan, which was to calm the furious and chaotic universe. During the long time while the universe was being calmed, since the environment of every world was different, the Pangu clan evolved as they modified all the planets. They turned into 12 different clans, which were the 12 ancient demon clans, our ancestors. In the scorching planets full of volcanic eruptions and magma, the Pangu clan evolved into the Bajurong clan, which could manipulate fire freely at will and even live inside magma. In the planets that were wreathed in oceans, the Pangu clan evolved into the Bgongon clan, which could manipulate the undercurrents and tides and rein the undersea creatures. In the desolate planets that had nothing but mountains and rocks, the Pangu clan evolved into the Huda clan, which was enormous in size and could lurk deep below the ground to absorb the microconstituents inside the rocks. In the gaseous planets without continents or oceans, the Pangu clan evolved into the Tianwu clan, which could control the wind, and the Qiangliang clan, which could feast upon thunder and lightning. In the worlds with few resources and sources of energy, the Pangu clan evolved into a new clan named the Kwafu clan. The Kwafu clan chased after stars throughout their life. They built great rune arrays outside the stars and collected every bit of spiritual energy emitted by the stars, which they would use to build other worlds. It was a grueling job. Countless members of the Quafu clan were unfortunately burnt to ash when they were swept by the solar prominence and the solar storms while they absorbed the energy of the stars. Some of stars of the Quafu clan even failed to resist the high temperature of the stars and lost their momentum, only to be captured by the gravity of the stars and fall to the center of the stars. However, the next generation of the Quafu clan would still carry on their predecessors' duty and chase after the stars. In their prime years, the Quafu clan could even enshroud a star with a great rune array, producing a Quafu sphere, thereby absorbing every drop of spiritual energy from the star. Just like that, with the collective endeavors of the Quafu clan, the Zhurong clan, the Gonggong clan, and all the other ancient demon clans, a great number of sectors were created, and everything was flourishing. The golden years at the beginning of the universe are known as the primeval era. However, when there is sunlight, there is shadow; when there is birth, there is death; when there is righteousness, there is evil; when there is order, there is chaos. The primeval Lord of Heaven represented the order, pattern, rules, and the great Tao of the entire universe. However, the ultimate existences that stood for mess, disorder, and destruction were born during the Big Bang too. They were chaos. Life stands for hope, but life gives birth to mess and disorder, too. While the 12 ancient demon clans established the sectors where billions of creatures developed, the chaos was slowly expanding in darkness and corrupting the creatures' hearts, too. In the end, the Pangu clan made of the 12 ancient demon clans had an earth-shaking primeval war against the species under the control of chaos. In the primeval war, the skies of countless planets were torn apart, the ground collapsed, and the atmosphere was broken. Many planets were even directly absorbed by the stars and turned into insignificant solar storms. The primeval war lasted tens of thousands of years. In the end, the Pangu clan defeated the species controlled by chaos and sealed chaos completely. However, the primeval war consumed the potentials of the Pangu clan and drained their vitality. The broken planets could not be restored quickly either. In order to mend all the sectors that were bordering on destruction, the 12 ancient demon clans combined all their essence and produced a 13th ancient demon clan, the Nuwa clan. When the 12 ancient demon clans fell asleep, the Nuwa clan would carry out the sky-fixing plan and repair all the sectors. In order to repair the sectors that had been damaged as quickly as possible, the Nuwa clan created a brand new species as their assistants, the human beings. Human beings were a species that was full of energy and desires. Although they did not boast the powerful techniques that the 13 ancient demon clans did, their curiosity and ability to reproduce were unlimited. More importantly, they could learn things and evolve on their own. Therefore, they could repair the sectors without being commanded by anyone. The Nuwa clan was very satisfied with the species that was designed to modify the worlds. Therefore, with the strength of the spiral arm of galaxies, they tossed the human beings to all the sectors that were scattered throughout universe. The newborn human beings, as expected, started to learn promptly. They reproduced at a high speed and expanded their species. Meanwhile, they repaired the worlds with the spiritual energy. Gradually, all the sectors were revived again. However, maybe because of the natural deficiencies of the human beings, or maybe because chaos had polluted the first batch of human beings at the very beginning of the sky-fixing plan with endless lust and desires, human beings grew more and more ambitious and greedy while they repaired the worlds. They were gradually lost and forgot their mission. They considered themselves to be masters of the sky and the earth. They changed from repairing the worlds to modifying them and eventually to exploiting them. They went against the great Tao of living in harmony with nature and exploited every bit of spiritual energy on every planet in the most extreme ways possible. Later, when the human beings discovered the secrets of the 13 ancient demon clans, they took the opportunity when the 12 ancient demon clans were in hibernation and the Nuwa clan was the weakest to betray their creators ruthlessly. They found most of the ancient demon clans and destroyed them. Without the suppression of the 13 ancient demon clans, the human beings lived an even more lawless life. A reign of darkness that lasted tens of thousands of years thus began. Under the cruel reign of the human beings, the forests were burning, the earth was moaning, the sky was never clear, and hydrilla and oil were floating on the oceans all the time. Most of the species other than the human beings either ended up being their slaves or were entirely wiped out. 40,000 years ago, human beings were finally a victim of their own greed and ambitions. A destructive civil war broke out. The civil war seriously undermined the evil civilization of mankind. It also created the best opportunity for the renaissance of the demon race. Overthrow the tyranny of the human beings and restore the great Tao of the balance of nature in the universe. Motivated by such beliefs, the descendants of the ancient demon clans that were scattered everywhere in the sea of stars stood up against human beings. After endless blood and efforts, the human beings were successfully suppressed for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years of rest, the worlds that were riddled with holes because of the human beings' pollution finally regained part of their vitality. However, the human beings came back again and established the Star Ocean Imperium, planning to restore their evil reign. Thankfully, the Star Ocean Imperium was just a freak that was piled up by the might of a tyrant. When the tyrant died abruptly, it soon collapsed. Today, 10,000 years later, the human beings and the demon race are both resting. Neither party can seize control over all the sectors in the universe. Ostensibly speaking, the population, resources of the human beings, and their control over the worlds are much higher than ours, but we must not give up easily. Evil can never suppress justice for long, as history has proved. One day, we will overthrow the cruel reign of human beings and set the universe back to the track of balance of nature again. The young man finally concluded his long speech. He felt that his mouth was dry, so the cat-eared girl handed over a wood bowl to him. He drank the sweet water, which was mixed with honey, in great satisfaction before he licked his lips and smiled. "Excellent. Brother, you do remember all of it," the cat-eared girl Lei Qi exclaimed in joy and jumped up in a high mood with the wood bowl. "I'm going to make something delicious for you. We have fresh fish. It will taste good if I blend them with ear-folding grass." The young man bathed himself in the glowing morning sun comfortably. Scarlet brightness covered him like a hazy red mist, making him look somewhat mysterious. After the cat-eared girl turned around and left, the young man's right eye immediately turned from amber into a cold, deep black color. His left eye, which was covered in a bandage, seemed to be emitting redness despite the blockage of the bandage. The primeval Lord of Heaven? The 13 ancient demon clans? The sky-fixing plan? Very interesting Genesis mythology. However, what is more interesting is, why does this family of demons have to ask me to pretend to be this Lei Qi? Li Yao scratched his left temple, which was covered in bandages, softly and mumbled to himself. It had been half a month since he landed in the blood demon sector. On Firefly, the formidability of the blood stripe virus and its infiltration on his soul were beyond his expectation. Even the explosion of the soul bomb failed to destroy the blood stripe virus completely. Later, Li Yao's soul and the remaining strength of the blood stripe virus had a soul-stirring fight. The destination of Firefly was not as good as its companions. Although it reached the blood demon sector safely, it was too close to the planet. Captured by the tremendous gravity of the planet, Firefly's power Runa rays lost control, and it was pulled into the atmosphere and crashed into the ground. The only thing that was lucky for Li Yao was that he crashed at the depths of the 100 Desolation Mountain, which was far away from the center of politics of the demon race. He did not catch the attention of the strong demons, either. The immense blast of the crash not only destroyed Firefly completely but also triggered a forest fire. While Li Yao was slowly recovering in the burning 100 Desolation Mountain, he found the team of demons who came to put out the fire. When he saw the team, who all had different appearances, Li Yao thought of something. Although he had planned to stay in the Blood Demon sector and not to return to the Heaven's Origin sector until he completely purged the Blood Stripe virus, it was quite a tricky problem for him to survive in the Blood Demon sector, which was brimming with demons, as a human being. Before Li Yao left the Heaven's Origin sector, the experts of the Blood Demon sector had been on par with those of the Heaven's Origin sector. They were classified into 4 levels, namely Demon Soldier, Demon General, Demon King, and Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, which was the strongest of all, equal to the nascent soul stage for the cultivators. In terms of combat ability, Li Yao was not scared of any top experts of the Blood Demon sector. However, his opponent would not solo him. The most famous strategy of the demon race was their tides of insects and beasts. Even in the Heaven's Origin sector, reports were not few of high-level cultivators being surrounded by a large batch of low-level demon beasts and eventually dying of exhaustion. He was now at the heart of the Blood Demon sector. Should his identity be exposed, without the collective attack of several demon emperors, the rushing beast tides alone were enough to crush him into smithereens. Therefore, when Li Yao discovered that the demons who came to put out the fire were not exclusively ugly snakes or rats, and that many of them carried distinctive features of human beings, he slightly rectified his plan and burnt his body with the flames on purpose. With his cultivation at the superlative height of the core formation stage, he was able to control the speed of his metabolism. The cells all over his body could be replaced at a high frequency. With enough spiritual energy, it would only take him a few hours for him to replace all the cells on the surface of his body. The fire burn of such a degree was not a big deal for him at all. As for the change of the length of his canine teeth and the color of his pupils, it was not too difficult either. Li Yao had once accepted the spiritual seed of Yen Ba, a body fundamentalist in the nascent soul stage. The training approach of the body fundamentalists was to trigger the primordial strength hidden in their bodies and force their cells into a temporary atavistic state so that the strength of the primordial ferocious animals, which were the ancestors of human beings, could be activated. Many body fundamentalists would grow intense hair or scales while they were at the highest point of their training, and it was not unusual for their body size to triple or for them to grow sharp horns and claws. After all, human beings evolved from monkeys, and monkeys evolved from all kinds of primordial animals. Human beings, who called themselves the wisest of all creatures, were just another kind of animal. It was not usual for the features of an animal to be activated again. Although Li Yao was not a real body fundamentalist, the blood stripe virus was an expert in the refinement of living creatures. After absorbing most of the abilities of the blood stripe virus, it was more than simple for Li Yao to slightly alter the appearance of his hair, iris, fingernails, and teeth. Li Yao's original plan was to pretend to be heavily wounded and see if he could sneak into the villages of the demons to gather more intelligence. If the strangers were malicious, he would attack them first and slay all the demons, save 1 or 2 captives for interrogation. But what happened later was quite beyond his expectations. After the demons found him seriously wounded and out of shape, they neither went up to him and gave first aid or attacked him immediately while he seemed feeble. After a while of whispers, one of the tiger demons who was particularly tall and strong went out and carried him back home, stating that he was Lei Qi, the pillar of his family and the best hunter in the village. What was that all about? Li Yao could not have been more confused. He could easily tell that, except for his canine teeth, which were slightly sharper, his half-golden hair, and his right eye that had gone amber, there were absolutely no similarities between him and the tiger demon. Even a blind person would not have mistaken them for blood brothers. Over the few days when he faked his coma, the family that brought him back did not show any happiness that a family member had luckily escaped a disaster at all. Instead, they were sighing and living in fear every day. Sometimes, the tiger demon, Lei Qi, would fiercely argue with his sister, Lei Lan. It appeared that Lei Qi was unwilling to bring him back, but the demon simply had to. An old demon whose legs had withered and looked like both a fox and a legless wolf dropped by the tiger demon's house with an enormous turtle as his vehicle several times, too, and talked to Lei Qi in a low voice. It seemed that accepting Li Yao as their big brother concerned the fate of not only the family of the tiger demon but also the entire village. Without the demon named Lei Qi, dire consequences might happen to the village. It is getting interesting now. All the 50 or so households of demons in the village know clearly that I am most certainly not Lei Qi, but everyone pretends that they are blind. Why? Li Yao pondered in silence. Other than the identity of Lei Qi, the village in the 100 Desolation Mountain was weird, too. Although Li Yao did not know much about the demon race, he had some basic common knowledge. Hierarchically speaking, the demons could be classified into 4 levels, namely Saint Blood, Silver Blood, Bronze Blood, and Black Blood. The Saint Blood demons were the royal families in the dynasty of demon beasts that had lasted 30,000 years. They boasted mysterious and unpredictable strength. It was said that they could even communicate with the gods and trigger the powerful techniques of the ancient demon clan temporarily. However, in the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Saint Blood demons had all been slaughtered, if not exterminated, by the Supreme Emperor. After 10,000 years, the Saint Blood demons were rarely seen, if they still existed at all. The Silver Blood demons were the ruling class. Most of the demon kingdoms and demon cities in the Blood Demon sector were mastered by the Silver Blood demons. On Boneyard, Li Yao had slain Wang Ji, the prince of the kingdom of lion butchers. He had been a Silver Blood demon. The Bronze Blood demons were the warrior class, and the Black Blood demons were the peasants, miners, and farmers at the bottom class. The higher a demon's social class was, the more human features they would carry when they were born. The demons of lower classes had to train themselves hard in order to grasp the ability of polygraphing to make themselves look like human beings. In the small village deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain, the residents could neither be the Silver Blood demons with honorable bloodlines or the experts with profound expertise, but Li Yao had discovered the distinctive features of human beings on them. For some of the villagers, except for the horns on their head, the long tail above their bottom, or the membranes between their fingers, they were almost identical to human beings. It was also one of the most important reasons why he could hide himself among the villagers with minimal disguise. Other than that, there was one other thing that was extremely odd. Besides the hierarchical classes, the demons could also be divided into different parallel clans. Even in the roughest way and not counting the subcategories, the demons could still be further classified into the Feather Clan, the Sea Clan, the Insect Clan, the Claw Clan, the Horn Clan, and a bunch of other weird communities. Generally, demons of the same clan would live together. The tiger demons would live in the same village, and the rabbit demons would live in another one. Their habits were different, and their demand for the environment varied, too. Would it not have been a mess if they were all put together? The only exceptions were the large cities that had a large population. They were almost the only places where demons of different kinds would live together. However, in the remote mountain village that had only 50 or so households, more than 10 different demons lived together. Maybe the snake demons were the next-door neighbor to the rabbit demons, and the tiger demons were living in harmony with the cow demons. How strange. Chaotic was exactly Li Yao's first impression of the village. It was not just the village. The households were even more so. Li Yao discovered that, in many households, the demons of the family had vastly different appearances that not just resulted from their genetic expression. Some of the demons were even displaying features of multiple genera. Maybe horns that belonged to the bull demons were growing on the head of a tiger demon, and the teeth of the bull demons were as sharp as those of a tiger demon. Li Yao frowned deeply when he noticed the phenomena. He could not help but wonder how chaotic the relationship of the previous generation of the demons was. But it was not right. Ignorant as Li Yao might have been, he knew the basic concept of reproductive isolation. Even if a tiger demon and the bull demon could not contain their libido and their certain organs boasted certain functions, it was impossible for a child mixed with features of tiger demons and bull demons to be born. Odd. Really odd. The so-called demons were refined by human beings 40,000 years ago based on animals. If so, essentially speaking, they should still be animals. Animals of different genera cannot have children after all. Alright, the tiger demons and the bull demons are all mammals. Let's say that the reproductive isolation was broken when they were stimulated by the demon god virus. I'll believe it for now. But yesterday in the village, I clearly saw a female snake who had rabbit ears. It really does not make any sense. Li Yao scratched his head and doubted the history that he had known since he was a little kid for the first time. Over the past few days, Lei Lan, the cat-eared girl, in order to help her brother regain his memories, had read a lot of tales from the Legends of Ancient Demons to him. The Legends of Ancient Demons was a classical book that was very popular among the demons. Li Yao, for one, had discovered that the old demons in the village quite liked to interpret the legends of ancient demons to the young demons while they enjoyed the sunlight. In Li Yao's opinion, the Legends of Ancient Demons was a collection of folklores and the most elementary textbook. It was perhaps compiled by the leadership of the demons for the ethic education of the public. In the Legends of Ancient Demons, the descriptions about the origins of the demon race and human beings were not surprising. That was exactly how myths should be written. Everything was all about bluffing and tracing the ancestors back to heroes and gods. The stories could never be too exaggerated, and the clan for which the myths were written always stood for justice and righteousness. After all, it was not like the demons would acknowledge that they were evil weapons created by human beings, right? As for the stories of the primeval Lord of Heaven, the Pangu clan, and the Nuwa clan, they were quite understandable, too. Essentially speaking, the demon race was a parasitic civilization. Before them, human beings had already created a brilliant civilization. During the 30,000 years when the demon race reigned the Sea of Stars, it was impossible, and unnecessary, for them to build a set of whole new civilization system from scratch. They simply inherited everything of the civilization of mankind, including the language, culture, social classes, national structure, and everything else. Modifying the myths of human beings into the demon's own was only natural for the demon race. Therefore, the fancy stories on the Legends of Ancient Demons did not shake Li Yao's belief after all. But he was truly puzzled by the fact that the same demon was showing the features of multiple kinds of demons. It was also why he dawdled and had not left the village even though he had completely recovered 3 days ago. He was intending to find out the secrets behind the demons. What exactly were the so-called demons? For the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, they called all animals that had trained themselves into the appearances of human beings demons. But in the modern society 40,000 years later, evolutionism had prevailed. Human beings had acknowledged that they were also animals that had evolved from monkeys. In other words, human beings were all animals that had trained themselves into the appearances of human beings. Therefore, the definition of demons had changed, too. All species whose evolution was not natural but boosted manually and by force were known as demons. But on second thought, wasn't the training of cultivators unnatural and boosted manually and by force, too? When the body fundamentalists trained themselves to the highest stage, they would trigger the potential in the deepest part of their cells, and they would show the features of primordial beasts. Those body fundamentalists in the primordial state looked less like human beings than many demons. Maybe there is not an essential difference between human beings and the demon race, is there? Everything is defined later. Right now, the minor apocalypse of the Imperium of true human beings is coming near. The war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector must be concluded as quickly as possible. But the Blood Demon sector has enormous forces, and the demon race is adept at survival. A total war will not be finished in a couple of years. Even if the planet of the Blood Demon sector is burnt to the ground with the joint effort of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, and the surface of the planet is occupied, the remaining demons will still hide below the ground and stall most of our forces with prolonged guerrilla warfare and harassing battles. At that time, 1,000 enemies may be killed, but 800 of us will die, too. What can we fight the Imperium of true human beings with? What do I do? What can I do to finish the war within a few years? Maybe, I can switch to a different method. I now have the strength of the blood-striped virus. I can train myself in brand new ways on the cellular and even genetic level. I can even absorb the essence of the demon beasts and the demons and insert it into my genetic chain. My body will be repaired, and I will be able to produce an unparalleled, apocalyptic body. If I have such an ability, maybe I will be able to turn into an expert demon by training in the ways of the demon race at a high speed without resorting to the strength of a cultivator. I might boast certain influence on the planet soon, and I can even become the master of the Blood Demon sector. By then, won't I have the ability to manipulate the course of the war? Li Yao's lips curled into a cold smile uncontrollably. He seemed unaware that his withered left arm, which was tied up in bandages, was gradually expanding in size, as if a certain mysterious strength was proliferating inside it. Suddenly, Li Yao sniffed. His soul triggered an electric arc and slashed toward the center of his brain like a lightning sword. Screams echoed deep inside his brain. A small bloody person was cut in half by Li Yao's soul power and turned into two pools of blood. The two pools of blood slowly melded together into a bloody person again, only this time much smaller. The bloody person had all the appearances of a human being despite its small size. Its facial organ was particularly vivid and identical to Li Yao. It was grimacing and jumping up and down in pain. Li Yao's soul sneered. "It's been only 2 days, and you are trying to stir trouble and affect me again? As I said, I will slay you every time you tempt me. I will kill you 100 times if you tempt me 100 times. One day, I will execute the bloody devil in my heart." The small bloody shadow in the deepest part of Li Yao's brain was Li Yao's mental devil after melting the blood-striped virus. After the fierce battle against the blood-striped virus on Firefly half a month ago, although he could not purge the blood-striped virus completely in the end, he was able to drive the virus out of his soul and condense it into such a mental devil that he sealed in his left eye and left arm. As a result, Li Yao's left eye and left arm became cages for the mental devil. Li Yao could monitor its status at any time without worries that it might flee and cause trouble to the world. However, the blood-striped virus was attached to his mental devil, and the mental devil was invisible and unpredictable. It appeared whenever he had negative emotions and could not be removed at all. In the first couple of days, Li Yao would slay the mental devil whenever he sensed it. However, it could only cure the symptoms, not the disease. One moment of carelessness, and the mental devil appeared again. When he was uncalm, the more he killed, the more times it would show up. In the end, he had to acknowledge the existence of the mental devil, however unwilling to, and let it survive temporarily as long as it did not mess around. The persistent mental devil gave Li Yao a major headache. He swore that he would purge it completely one day. However, his anger and discontent turned into red streaks and flooded toward the mental devil. They repaired the mental devil's deformed body like the best tonic. The mental devil giggled and danced inside Li Yao's brain. It even smirked to piss him off knowing that Li Yao could do nothing about it. Li Yao was more than angry. The wretched blood-striped virus was indeed a haunting ghost. The mental devil declared, its hands on its hips, "Kill me as you will. After all, I don't have the ability to fight back at all. You can butcher me however you see fit. However, don't blame the blood-striped virus for everything. On Firefly, your soul clashed against the blood-striped virus heavily. I believe that you must have found out a lot of secrets of the blood-striped virus. You know that the blood-striped virus does not have self-awareness, any thinking ability, or any kind of moral standard. The blood-striped virus does not necessarily feed on the lust for killing. All intense emotions are food for the blood-striped virus. The blood-striped virus does not only boost the host's killing intent either. All emotions are significantly enhanced. It's a pity that, the most intense emotions for most intelligent creatures in the universe are the desire for killing and destruction. It was so for the Titan warriors, Yen Shibai, and the Iron Plateau natives. Now, are you any different? So, stop fooling yourself by saying the blood-striped virus tempted you and brought about the mental devil. You have had the mental devil for a long time. The blood-striped virus only gave it a hand and helped it to reveal itself. I did not tempt you just now. The previous thoughts were all your own. I merely brought them out of your subconsciousness so that you could see them more clearly. Li Yao hated everything that his mental devil said, but he failed to come up with a response. The mental devil laughed hard in triumph. Shaking its head, it said, "In fact, it is very simple if you want to annihilate me. As the saying goes, a fire can burn wild grass to the ground, but they will rise again in the spring breeze next year. How can you execute me by slashing so straightforwardly? I will be back to life the next time you have negative emotions. However, if there are absolutely no negative emotions in your heart, and you become a positive man who walks in brightness all the time, you will be flawless, and I will be purged into a kind of pure and positive mental energy." I'm afraid that you can't. Li Yao had enough of the mental devil's racket. He raised a storm with his soul and blew it to the deepest part of his brain. Although it would not be long before the mental devil showed up again, he was at least granted peace for now. Li Yao exhaled, somewhat in depression. He had to admit that the mental devil was right. All right. Other than the guy's ill intentions, it is true that I'm very curious about the origin of the demon race and want to find out their secrets. Besides, in order to deal with the demon race, I have to know the demon race first. Now that I have snuck into the blood demon sector, although I did not want to, I should at least gather enough intelligence on the demon race so that the odds of success of the Heaven's origin sector can be increased. Although I have the combat ability of the superlative height of the core formation stage and the mystic skeleton battle suit that is almost immaculate, they both have distinctive features of the cultivators. If I utilize them in a battle, I will immediately be noticed by the demons. Therefore, studying the methodology of the demons' training and moving to the center of the demons are musts for me. Deep inside his brain, the mental devil crawled out again. There is this trick that I would like to get lost. At the consumption of his brainwaves, Li Yao slapped the mental devil away again. After breakfast, Li Yao went to the training field of the village. As Lei Qi, he was doing rehabilitation exercises every day. The demons in the dry leaf village had various kinds of residences according to their living habits. For tiger demons such as Lei Qi, Lei Lan, and Lei Chuang, they were fond of climbing trees. Therefore, they lived in a woodhouse in the dense forest. The snake demons liked it next to the river where it was darker and damper, while some of the insect demons preferred to live in caves and only left mounds that were riddled with holes on the ground. At first look, the entire village was a dazzling mess. Lei Qi, morning. Lei Qi, going to train yourself again? Lei Qi, you must get well soon. When the young boys are away, the entire village will count on you for our safety. All the villagers he met were greeting him with a smile, as if they had truly been friends for decades. But Li Yao's eyes were keen enough to see through the deep worries behind the sunny smiles. To the east of the dry leaf village, through a garden of dense ghost teeth flowers, was the training field of the village. The ghost teeth flowers were enormous planets around 5 meters tall with flower discs more than 4 meters in diameter. They looked like nepenthes magnified countless times. Sharp teeth were growing on the edge of the petals, and the leaves and some of the roots had evolved into tentacles. It was said that they could drag even lions and tigers into the flowers and eat them. They were one of the most infamous carnivorous plants, but dozens of precious lumps grew on the roots of every ghost teeth flower. Bright golden juice would flow out when the lumps were cut open. The bright golden juice, known as gold stamen liquid, was a great natural medicine for healing wounds that was very popular among high-level demons. The dry leaf village was too remote. Farming and hunting could only ensure that they did not starve. It was the garden of the ghost teeth flowers that all the villagers counted on to make their living. In the appropriate seasons, the gold stamen liquid could be gathered 3 times a month. 70% of their harvest would be taken as tax, and the remaining 30% would belong to them. They would trade the gold stamen liquid for daily and living necessities in the towns outside the mountain. However, the ghost teeth flowers were extremely brutal and dangerous. Except for the sharp petals and the tentacles that were full of thorns, they could also release paralyzing gas. Even the toughest demons would not grow them for a living. Only the demons who had no other options because of the barren land would risk developing the ghost teeth flowers and gathering the liquid deep inside the shrubs. In the dry leaf village, only the fastest, strongest, and most agile demons were entrusted with the important task of collecting the gold stamen liquid. Those demons were usually also the mentors for the young demons in the village. Therefore, the training field was right next to the garden of the ghost teeth flowers so that the mentors could enlighten the young demons while they were tending to the ghost teeth flowers, and the young demons would realize the difficulty of their life. When Li Yao walked onto the training field, an old, slender demon who had arms resembling the forelegs of a mantis was dashing swiftly among the ghost teeth flowers that had opened their bloody mouths. Before the petals closed, he threw hairs at the stamen as the food for the ghost teeth flowers so that they would secrete more gold stamen liquid. The countless wounds on the mantis demon in his missing left arm, which was just a bare bone bump now, all indicated the risk of the job. There was not a teacher in the training field right now. Lei Qi, Lei Qi's younger brother, was training with more than young demons. He. Lei Qi was muscular and more than 2 meters tall. At first glance, one might have thought that a ferocious tiger head had been attached onto a human body. Bright golden hair covered his greasy skin. Illuminated by the morning sun, glamorous bloody mist was rising from his body. Behind him was a splendid tail with golden rings. It was sometimes as straight as spear and sometimes as tensile as a whip that was slapping the air. After his every punch, not only was the air in front of him torn apart, dazzling electric arcs on his arms also condensed into the shape of tiger claws, which flew to 3 meters away without dispersing at all, as he snatched down. After a crack, broken pieces were spluttering from the giant rock full of green moss, and deep claw marks had been left on the rock. All the young demons nearby applauded for him. Lei Qi was apparently quite respected among the young demons of the dry leaf village. As half a mentor, he flicked the forehead of quite a few young demons uncourteously and roared, "Do you see? You must be full of fury and killing intent when you punch. Only such attacks are powerful enough to rip apart the crystal tanks of human beings easily. Train yourselves hard just like I did. Train yourselves at the cost of your life. The third call of this year is arriving very soon, but not every demon is qualified to go to the battlefield. The identities of the chaotic blood demons are different from other demons, and the requirements for us will only be more rigorous. Only by working 100 times harder than other demons and becoming much stronger than them can we be qualified to join the army, resist the evil human beings in the battlefield, and defend the glory of the demon race." Seeing that Li Yao had showed up in the training field, Lei Qi thought for a moment and waved his hands, gesturing for the young demons to take a rest. He then picked up a calabash and poured half of the water into his throat, before he wiped his mouth and said, "Don't complain about the difficulty of your training now. The chaotic blood demons were not permitted to join the army in the past at all. Right now, we finally have a chance to. Do you deserve yourself and your village if you cannot seize the opportunity by training yourself with your everything? He. I can see that many young demons here are still confused. You don't understand what chaotic blood demons means at all. Then, let me explain it to you clearly. Big brother, please sit down and listen. It was you who told me the knowledge, but since you've forgotten it now, I can certainly help you review it. The 20 or so young demons, some sitting and some crouching, surrounded Lei Qi in their most comfortable positions. Lei Qi narrowed his eyes and gnashed his teeth. The name of the chaotic blood demons is a curse that we are born with. It is also the greatest responsibility on our shoulders. Rebirth. Immortality. When he spoke of chaotic blood demons, there was a hint of embarrassment in Lei Qi's narrowed eyes, which was soon replaced by excitement. Waving his paws, he roared, "The primeval Lord of Heaven established the 3,000 rules of the Great Tao. He prized order and stability. The things that represented the 3,000 rules of the Great Tao were classified into different levels and duties. The demons, according to the different purposes of the Great Tao, are divided into 4 classes, namely Saint Blood, Silver Blood, Bronze Blood, and Black Blood. The Saint Blood demons are the most honorable and sacred ones. They do not need to care about the daily trivia and need only communicate with the gods. The powerful Saint Blood demons can even wield the strength of the ancient demons such as Zhurong, Gonggong, and Quafu. They can move a mountain, drain an ocean, or even destroy a planet easily. The Silver Blood demons are in charge of governing all the demons and managing all the worlds as assistants of the Saint Blood demons. The Bronze Blood demons are the most excellent warriors. They do not need to participate in the arduous labor work, and their sole responsibility is to better their combat skills to kill and to protect. All labor, basically the farming and the hunting, is taken care of the Black Blood demons, who need to think about nothing and just obey their commands dutifully. The demons of the 4 classes have their designated duties. Only by maintaining the order of the Great Tao can the harmonious functioning of the world be ensured. It is a matter of course. Other than that, the demon race is also classified into different species such as the Feather Clan, the Sea Clan, the Horn Clan, the Claw Clan, the Insect Clan, and so on. The Feather Clan defends the sky, the Sea Clan is responsible for the water areas, the Claw Clan and the Horn Clan govern the plateaus, the mountains, and the forests, and the Insect Clan manages the soil and the rocks. Billions of creatures have their own arrangements and duties that they need to fulfill. This is a perfect world. Now that the Great Tao has been settled, it should live on to all eternity and never be changed. The descendants of the Saint Blood demons will always be Saint Blood demons, and those of the Black Blood demons will always be Black Blood demons. How could they be mixed together? By the same logic, the posterity of the Claw Clan will always be the Claw Clan. I am a tiger demon, and my children and grandchildren will absolutely be tiger demons, too. His whiskers shivering violently, Lei Qi gnashed his teeth. However, just as the primeval Lord of Heaven stood for the Great Tao and order, chaos represented disorder and pandemonium. After the primeval Lord of Heaven fell asleep, chaos took the opportunity to confuse the demons with its strength. Bewildered by chaos, many demons who were less determined grew lustful and more ambitious than they should have. Some of the members of the Horn Clan and the Claw Clan did unspeakable things, and some Black Blood demons even tried to transform their descendants into Bronze Blood demons and even Silver Blood demons. Therefore, they did whatever they could to hide their bloodline and to steal the life seeds of high-level demons. Slowly, many hybrids that carried the features of multiple species were born during the thousands of years of development of the demon race. They are us, the chaotic blood demons. Many young demons lowered their heads in shame. Some of them even cried sadly. Lei Qi coughed for a moment and continued. There are 3,000 rules of the Great Tao, but none of them are fit for us. So, we are at the bottom level of the world of the demon race. It is our own fault. Nobody else is to blame. However, don't give up on yourselves yet. Right now, we have the best opportunity ever to wash away the sins and disgrace that we were born with. It is the war. Before, the lowly chaotic blood demons who have mixed bloodlines were absolutely not qualified to join the war. But do you know what human beings, our enemies in the war, are exactly? Human beings are a brand new species that the Nuwa clan created by integrating the essence of the 12 ancient demon clans. If we get to the bottom of it, human beings are a kind of chaotic blood demon, too. Ah! It was the first time that many of the young demons had heard such a theory. They could not help but exclaim. Lei Qi sneered. Now you see. Human beings are the traitors among the chaotic blood demons. Therefore, the pantheon of demons specially granted us permission to join the war. We now have the chance to participate in the greatest war in history. All that probably sounds dull and boring. So, let's talk about something more practical. Because of the identity of the chaotic blood demons, not only are we charged with the heaviest taxes, we are also despised everywhere. Many of you have been to the towns outside before, haven't you? Are you not clear how other demons treat us? Now, the chance to change our fate has come. The blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector are about to merge. An earth-shaking final battle is going to break out soon. Therefore, the pantheon of demons has issued a call to arms and even bestowed the right to be part of the war upon the chaotic blood demons. As long as you fight valiantly and make contributions to the war, your taxes will be waived, and your family will no longer starve. We will never struggle to make a living by reaping the ghost teeth flowers anymore. If your accomplishments are distinguished enough, it is not unlikely that territory that solely belongs to us in the heaven's origin sector will be granted to us. If so, we will be able to establish a town whose residents are exclusively chaotic blood demons. Or, you may be appreciated by a high-level demon who will take you as a servant. Even better, Lei Qi paused for a moment. His eyes full of hope, he went on. For the chaotic blood demons who have made the most contributions, the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons will work together to cleanse their blood and purge the dirty constituents in their veins so that they will become the purest demons. At that time, we will be able to find our place in the 3,000 rules of the Great Tao. Black blood or bronze blood, it is better than chaotic blood, which absolutely belongs nowhere. All the young demons were fascinated by the story. They could not help but sit up or stand straight. A young demon, who had pure white wings on his back but had a forked tongue, asked hesitantly, "Brother Lei Qi, hiss, I'm told that human beings are quite strong." Hiss. They've defeated 2 enormous attacks on our side. We seem to have suffered heavy losses in the latest attack. After my father returned from the fair in town, he said that the demons in the fair were only half of those who came last year. The young demons of several villages have been entirely wiped out. Do you think we can win the war? Hearing his words, all the young demons were talking. Yes, I've heard that, too. My uncle lives in the Broken Leaf village. He said that 20 soldiers were called in their village but only 3 returned with their limbs or wings broken. Quite rough. I'm told that the firepower of human beings is much fiercer than ours. When our army pushes forward like a tide, they will be blown out of shape and forced to retreat in less than half a day. Even the awesome silver blood demons have been bombarded into piles of meat by the crystal warships of human beings. What's there to be scared of? Listen to me. Lei Qi bellowed to quiet all the young demons, before he waved his paws and said, "Of course, human beings are quite tough. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stir trouble again after being suppressed by us for 30,000 years. Honestly speaking, we will not necessarily be the winners of the war. It is very likely that we will fail, die, and be obliterated. But failure is not important, death is not scary, and obliteration is certainly not our destination. As recorded in the mutation of demons, the demon race will have to be obliterated and reborn 3 times before we find immortality eventually. Zhurong, Gonggong, Quafu, Nuwa. The fallout of the 13 ancient demon clans was the first obliteration. 40,000 years ago, they are reborn as the modern demon race. 10,000 years ago, the demon beast empire collapsed, and human beings restored their reign and established the Star Ocean Imperium. It was the second obliteration of the demon race. After 10,000 years of rest, we are reborn again today. We are very likely to experience the third obliteration, but it will be the last obliteration we go through. After the obliteration, we shall be reborn again and embark on the real path of immortality. At the end of the path of immortality is the splendid, magnificent pantheon of demons, where all demons with a firm belief will be gathered. In the pantheon of demons, we will recover the perfect form of the 13 ancient demon clans, or even the Pangu clan in the very beginning, and destroy human being in chaos. Do you understand now? The war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is the beginning of the last obliteration. The outcome of the war is not important. We may die, and we may fail. But as long as we try our best to demonstrate the valor and courage of the demon race, we shall be reborn in the glorious pantheon of demons with the most perfect body and the most marvelous strength, which will destroy our enemies. When all the enemies are destroyed, all the demons will gather in the pantheon of demons and claim their rewards while they enjoy the eternal ecstasy. The bravest and most fearless demons will ascend from the identity of demons into existences of a much higher level. All the demons held their breath, hooked. After a long while, a young demon with a pig nose asked cautiously, "Brother Lei Qi, what are the existences of a much higher level exactly?" Lei Qi smiled. "Gods. Real, eternal gods." All the young demons gasped and jumped to their feet in excitement, waving their hands and talking to each other. That explains a lot. No wonder the slogan of the pantheon of demons is obliteration. Rebirth. Immortality. As long as we kill our enemy bravely, we will get fertile land in the Heaven's Origin sector and be freed from the identity of chaotic blood demons if we win the war and make great contributions. Even if the war fails and we die, it does not matter because we will be reborn in the glorious pantheon of demons. Pantheon of demons, pantheon of demons. What does the real pantheon of demons look like? Can they have 2 delicious meals every day in the pantheon of demons? Can they enjoy a bowl of the sweet root water every day? I want to go there and look now. Idiot, why are you drinking sweet root water in the pantheon of demons? They certainly drink their water with candy directly. But you are too weak and timid to go to the pantheon of demons anyway. You will only be entitled to go to the pantheon of demons and die a hero's death after you kill many evil human beings on the battlefield. Another young demon was amazed. You do know a lot of stuff, Brother Lei Qi. Then do you know what Blade of Chaos is? I accidentally overheard my father and my uncle talking about it the other day. They looked worried and said that it was likely that our village would not be called for soldiers because of the Blade of Chaos. Is it true? The words Blade of Chaos were like a whip that slapped Lei Qi right on his face. His smile suddenly disappeared. The simmering vibe suddenly turned weird. Lei Qi spat hard, and his saliva pierced deep into the earth like a nail. He replied fiercely, "What about the Blade of Chaos? It doesn't matter to tell you their story. But those traitors of the demon trace and the heretics who believe in chaos are scumbags that are forbidden from the pantheon of demons forever. It will be enough that you stay alert and learn a thing or two about them. Don't ask around anymore after you leave the training field." The young demons looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw Lei Qi's gloomy face. Their merriness had entirely disappeared, and it was not until a long time later that they nodded their heads. Lei Qi thought for a moment and said, "The Saint Blood demons serve the gods, the Silver Blood demons govern the earth, the Bronze Blood demons fight bloody battles, and the Black Blood demons mine and farm. Those are the rules of the Great Tao and the ultimate laws of nature. Although the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons are too humble to pick up the more decent jobs, it is all a test of the Great Tao and part of our training. As long as we are content with ourselves and loyal to the Great Tao, we can consider all the suffering and the pain as our training. When we claim our rewards in the pantheon of demons in the future, it is equally possible for us to get rid of the lowly bloodlines and realize the brilliant immortality. Besides, the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons have been granted the right to fight for the first time ever so that we will be able to accumulate more battle accolades. How merciful, how benevolent. However, under the enchantment of chaos, a tiny proportion of Black Blood Demons and Chaotic Blood Demons are not satisfied about their class. They claim that the bloodlines of all demons are the same, and every demon is equally noble and humble. Listen to what they are talking about. That's truly insane and unpardonable. When the demons who believe in chaos gathered, they gradually established an evil organization named Blade of Chaos for the propaganda of their theories of equality of demons and break of social classes. It is said that they also have secret arts that allow them to change their appearance. They can change from a tiger demon into a snake demon, or from a snake demon into an insect demon. They can even shift from multiple kinds of demons freely at will. It is indeed creepy and evil. Over the past 1,000 years, the Blade of Chaos has been lurking in the darkness, fanning flames and fooling folk. Occasionally, they caused minor problems, too. But things cannot go evil's way all the time. Even when such a cult led a riot with the disobedient believers, it was suppressed by the army of the pantheon of demons very soon. However, things changed over the past few decades. Since the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector were gradually melding, a few large-scale bloody battles have broken out. As a result, a lot of elites were mobilized to the front lines, and the defense of the Blood Demon sector was weak. The Blade of Chaos took the opportunity and developed very fast. You all know the Battle of Dawn, don't you? It was the first head-on clash of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. A great army was summoned in the Blood Demon sector. The 12 demon emperors, the 36 demon kingdoms, and all the elites of our world attacked the Heaven's Origin sector. A large batch of Black Blood Demons and Chaotic Blood Demons were enlisted, too. When the battle was fiercest, we occupied more than half of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Grand Desolate War Institution, the Human Beings Bureau on the Grand Desolate Plateau, was demolished. Our vanguard even reached the edge of the Grand Desolate Plateau. As long as we broke through the Giant Blade Pass, the last stronghold in our way, we would have been able to enter the most prosperous area of the Star Glory Federation. Hee hee. Those sordid, timid, and weak human beings were absolutely no match for the warriors of our race despite the aid of their crystal suits and their crystal warships. The best they could do was hide behind their defensive lines, shuddering. We were on a winning streak over the 1 year of bloody battles. Just when our army was about to break the last defensive line of human beings and sweep the prosperous area of mankind, the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons who served as the vanguard could not persist any longer and collapsed. Damn! Those fearful cowards! As Black Blood Demons and Chaotic Demons, what a great honor it was for them to fight in a war. But those scumbags wavered at the critical moment. Not only did they collapse on the front line, putting the army into an awkward situation, they also mutinied when the high-level demons demanded them to return to their posts. Eventually, our army fell apart and was crushed. Less than 30% of the soldiers returned to the Blood Demon sector. After everybody returned to the Blood Demon sector, naturally, the soldiers who defected at the front line needed to be tried. But those fellows did not stop there. They started a revolt known as the Riot of Bloody Blade. It was half a year ago, but our village is too remote and only got the news last month. It was not until the revolt that the Silver Blood Demons discovered that the evil influence of the Blade of Chaos had infiltrated the army. In the past, the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons were scattered in the Blood Demon sector. No matter how the Blade of Chaos developed, they were still loose sand and could not cause any serious problems. However, the war against human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector had concentrated the low-level demons in every part of the Blood Demon sector. The Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons were grouped into the same legion to learn battle formations and combat skills. The Blade of Chaos developed crazily in the army and disseminated their evil and dangerous theories everywhere. The low-level demons lost their fighting will and their belief. In the end, unprecedented damage was caused. I'm told that, when the Riot of Bloody Blade was most severe, even Bone Sand City, the famous town in the north, was broken by the rebellions of the Blade of Chaos. All the Bronze Blood Demons in the city were killed, and the honorable, sacred Silver Blood Demons were savaged, too. What? Many young demons exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Several young demons even spat and stomped on the ground in fury, as if they were trying to step on the insane rebels. Lei Qi sneered and said, "No need to fret, everybody. The members of the Blade of Chaos are just mobs, and their victory could not last." When the army arrived, the revolt was extinguished immediately. Several secret bases of the organization were uprooted, too. The leaders high and low have all been captured. Only some stray dogs are still on the run, living in fear all day long. The young demon all heaved a long sigh in relief. It is certainly not good news for the chaotic demons who are loyal with firm beliefs, Lei Qi said. Because of those goddamn traitors, it is even more difficult if we want to join the army, and the vetting is become ever more rigorous. Therefore, we must train ourselves harder and improve our capability in order to wash away that disgrace we are born with. Obliteration. Rebirth. Immortality. All the young demons were shouting in frenzy. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, somehow feeling cold. At night, in a quiet woodhouse, several fireflies were emitting a gentle, red glow like giant lanterns. Li Yao pondered inside his sleep bag of vines calmly. I got it. Deep inside his brain, his mental devil was sitting cross-legged in the golden, giant tree that was Oyezi's memory pieces. It shouted, I know the origin of the chaotic blood demons now. The chaotic blood demons are the mixed blood of human beings and the demon race. Think about it. During the Great Dark Age that lasted 30,000 years, human beings were not exterminated by the demon race but captured as slaves and servants. They had close contact with the demon race. In the dynasty-shifting wars between different clans of the demon race, human beings even had the opportunity to go to the battlefield. Then, is not it normal and reasonable that, during the 30,000 years, some of the demons mated with human beings and had children? 30,000 years are enough for the hybrids to reproduce into the chaotic blood demons today. The assumption perfectly explains why the chaotic blood demons carry so many features of human beings and why their social status is even lower than that of the black blood demons. It is because they are half demons. They are half human being and half demon. Li Yao frowned. Nonsense. The assumption cannot explain the reproductive isolation. Besides, the aesthetics of different species are vastly different. Perhaps the most beautiful human girls are just a pile of meat in the eyes of demons. Why would they be interested in them anyway? Anyways, in the Great Dark Age, the demons were the rulers, and human beings were the slaves. Even if such relationships did exist, the demons must have taken the initiative. Therefore, their posterity after generations should have more features of the demons, and the features of human beings might just be the adornments. But as far as I can see, features of human beings prevail in the chaotic blood demons. For some of them, they look absolutely no different from human beings as long as they keep their mouths shut. Therefore, even if there were hybrids of human beings and demons, there were certainly enough to give birth to such a large number of chaotic blood demons that look so similar to human beings. There must be a deeper reason. The mental devil was dazed. It tilted its head and pondered for a long time, mumbling to itself, on second thought, it is indeed strange. Why do you think the monsters in ancient classics and the high-level demons in modern times have to train themselves into the appearances of human beings? The build of human beings is not particularly suitable for fighting, nor is it handsome or anything. Are there special benefits after they turn into the appearances of human beings? Or maybe... Li Yao scratched his head. Deep inside his brain, his mental demon was scratching its crimson long hair at the same time, with an equally baffled expression. Right then, sounds came over from the neighboring woodhouse, which belonged to Lei Lan. She was talking with her brother, Lei Chuang. Although they kept their voices to a minimum, they could not escape Li Yao's ears. Today, the guy can walk on his own and seems to have remembered a lot of things, Lei Chuang said. It seems that his brain was not damaged in the accident. It is quite likely that we can fool them. But I'm still missing our real big brother, Lei Lan said. Lei Chuang gnashed his teeth. Do not mention the name of the traitor. From the moment he joined the Blade of Chaos, he was no longer our big brother. But, Lei Lan said. Lei Chuang interrupted her coldly. No, but. Do not mention him again from now on. Our big brother is right next to us. He was seriously burnt in the forest fire half-month ago. His head was hurt, resulting in the loss of his memories. Pausing for a moment, Lei Chuang lowered his voice and almost whispered to his sister, the mayor went to the town yesterday. A lot of things are going on outside. In the north, the army of the Gold Crow Kingdom has settled the riot of Bloody Blade. The rebels have been battered, but some of them fled all the way to the south. The 100 Desolation Mountain extends to almost 10,000 kilometers away, with forests, swamps, and underground caves everywhere. The terrain is extremely complicated. It is very likely that the survivors of the Blade of Chaos have run to the depths of the 100 Desolation Mountain. Therefore, the villages and towns near the 100 Desolation Mountain, especially those habituated by the chaotic blood demons, are all undergoing thorough investigation. Should the villagers be found related to the Blade of Chaos, not only will the qualification to join the army be cancelled, the suspects might even be executed instantly. What? Lei Lan exclaimed in shock. Keep your voice down, Lei Chuang urged. Naturally, to deal with a cult such as the Blade of Chaos, decisive approaches are necessary to remove them once and for all. It is inevitable that some innocent individuals will be hurt. It's fine that Lei Qi went to join the Blade of Chaos himself, but he is causing great trouble for us, too. Damn. Thankfully, we were lucky enough to pick up a chaotic blood demon who lost his memory in the forest fire. He appeared to be a wildling deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain, didn't he? But it does not matter now. All in all, the entire village agrees unanimously that he is Lei Qi. Before Lei Qi left the village to join the Blade of Chaos, he was hunting in the forests all the time and barely went to outside world. His acquaintances must be few. Investigations for such a small, remote village like ours cannot be very thorough either. I assume that a few high-level demons will take a trip here when they issue the call for soldiers from the city. Those high-level demons will already feel that the village is stinky enough the moment they set foot in it, and they will only look down their noses at us. How will they know who we are? We are definitely going to fool them. As long as we prove that nobody in our village is involved in the Blade of Chaos, there will be no reason to stop us from joining the army. After hearing this, Li Yao finally understood his role in the entire incident. Sister, sleep early, Lei Chuang said. The call should be arriving in a day or two. You must keep your spirits by then and make sure that nothing goes wrong. I'll train for another hour while the moon is red. Ah Chuang, don't be too hard on yourself, Lei Lan said. Lei Chuang smiled. The chaotic blood demons are low-born in the first place. How can we break the ceiling without hard work? The land of the village is too barren, and the taxes are too heavy. Everybody's life is difficult. We cannot change our fate by hunting and harvesting. Only by making more contributions on the battlefield can we all live a better life. I'm told that, in the Heaven's Origin sector, prosperous, fertile farmlands are right behind the Grand Desolate Plateau. Human beings there do not need to work at all. They can sunbathe comfortably while they wait for their magical equipment and machines to plow and reap the crops for them. If we have a slice of the fertile land or a small mine in the Heaven's Origin sector, we will be able to move the dry leaf village there. We will plant the ghost teeth flowers with the magical equipment of human beings. While we enjoy ourselves in the sunlight, the magical equipment will collect the gold stamen liquid automatically for us. What a fantastic life it will be! Is there such magical equipment in the world? Lei Lan was amused. Lei Chuang laughed, too. The sister and brother whispered to each other for a while, only to be interrupted by feeble howls in the east of the village. Li Yao could tell that the howls were made by one of the 2 moon shadow wolves that were the guardians of the Garden of Ghost Teeth Flowers. But they fell silent again after only a short howl. Naturally, the Ghost Teeth Flowers were too brutal to need protecting, but the gold stamen liquid that was collected had to be dried in a special bed of the reed grass in order to maximize its effect. There were too many wild, disobedient beasts in the 100 Desolation Mountain that would often harass the village. Therefore, 2 moon shadow wolves were tamed as guardians to resist not the potential thieves but the beasts that could easily sabotage the gold stamen liquid that the villagers collected. Lei Chuang left the woodhouse. His eyes glittered again like 2 shining lanterns, with dangerous brightness beaming out. His nose flapping, Lei Chuang took a deep breath. Suddenly, he rushed to the east of the village on all fours. Li Yao thought of something. He felt that the howl was unusual, too. Therefore, he simply followed Lei Chuang closely like a weightless shadow. Who? When Lei Chuang rushed to the Garden of the Ghost Teeth Flowers, he found a black shadow digging something out of the reed grass in the cone-shaped warehouse. 2 moon shadow wolves the size of calves crouched nicely next to the stranger, like 2 pets that had been fed up, quiet and satisfied. Lei Chuang burst into fury. He bellowed. The golden hair all over his body suddenly rose up, his body size expanded significantly, and his tail became as straight as a spear. Shwa! He snatched forward. Electric arcs were spluttering from his claw. The attack was almost the level of a demon soldier now. If he were on the front line, he could have served as one of the squad captains in the Beast Tide. However, the demon who was stealing the gold stamen liquid was extremely agile. Just like a giant cat, he dashed back to the forest after only a few leaps. Lei Chuang sniffed and chased after the thief. The forest extended into the depths of the 100 Desolation Mountain. Even during the day when the sun was most enthusiastic, they were still wreathed in faint mist. When the sunlight pierced through the gaps of the branches, it was practically dyed black. Now that at a hazy night with a bloody moon in the sky, there was nothing but horror inside the forests. On a giant tree, Lei Chuang glared. Dangerous brightness, as well as a drop of blood, was shining on his paws. Lei Chuang licked the blood on his paw with his tongue that was full of thorns. His voice was even gloomier than the moonlight that illuminated the forests as he said, "It's you." In front of him, on the branch of another giant tree 1 meter away, a tall and slender young demon was lurking. The animalistic features on the young demon were even fewer. Except for the dense, bright golden hair and the mark on his forehead, there were barely any chromatistics of a demon on him. But the demonic energy emanating from his body was much thicker than Lei Chuang's. An invisible yet fierce tiger seemed to be crouching right next to him. Lei Chuang laughed, in the most scornful, hateful, and furious way. I found it hard to believe when I smelt the familiar scent just now. Lei Qi, you are bold to come back to the village as a traitor. What are you doing here? To get every one of us killed? Li Yao was not hiding far away from them. His body seemed to have disappeared into thousands of dry leaves all of a sudden, as he listened to their conversation quietly. Although the two brothers were both the strongest hunters in the forest, the gap between their levels and his was too huge. Even if Li Yao was only half a meter away from them, they would not have been able to find Li Yao with their eyes wide open. Li Yao curiously observed the real Lei Qi, who was allegedly a member of the Blade of Chaos that was made of the rebel demons. Lei Qi was wearing a ragged soft armor with dried bloodstains all over the surface. There was also a giant hole deep to the bones on his belly. The skin had been corroded by acid, and his internal organs could clearly be seen. The brief combat had opened his wounds. He was apparently in pain as he spoke in a deep, coarse voice. "Ah Chuang, don't stand in my way. I have to escort an important item to the center of the 100 Desolation Mountain. But we were ambushed by the enemy, and many of our warriors were heavily wounded. We were in desperate need of a batch of gold stamen liquid to heal their wounds. I would not have returned to the village if I had a second option. Just pretend that you did not see me and go back to sleep now. I'll go away immediately with the gold stamen liquid. Nobody in the village will be burdened by me." Lei Chuang's eyes widened further than those of a bull, and he roared furiously, "Lei Qi, you have indeed been spellbound by chaos. You've lost your mind. Do you know that the life of the entire village counts on the batch of gold stamen liquid? The call is about to be issued. Other than soldiers, a lot of war assets will be gathered, too. The assets that were demanded this year are 70% of the gold stamen liquid we harvested. And now, you are stealing half of the remaining 30%. How is everybody in the village going to live in the next year? No. I won't allow it. The gold stamen liquid was earned by all the villagers with their sweat and blood. To nourish those goddamn ghost teeth flowers, we had to go hunting every day before dawn, and the prey we got after all trouble had to be fed to the ghost teeth flowers first instead of ourselves. Not just that, we had to fertilize the soil, clear the wild grass, and drive away the bugs for the ghost teeth flowers every day. One moment of carelessness, and our hands or legs might have been bitten off. In the harvest season, when we had to reap their lumps right below their bloody mouths, we were passing the test of life and death every day. This year alone, 4 villagers have been crippled by the ghost teeth flowers. We've gathered a tiny bit of gold stamen liquid after all the trouble, and you are taking it away with a few words? In your dreams. Tell you what, Lei Qi. From the moment you joined the Blade of Chaos, you were no longer a demon of the Dry Leaf Village. If you are sensible enough, just get the hell out of here. I will not report the issue to the town. However, if you want a drop of gold stamen liquid, you must step over my dead body." Tears in his ears, Lei Qi covered the wound on his belly and bellowed, "Of course, I know how dangerous it is to tend to the ghost teeth flowers. It is the only reason I joined the Blade of Chaos. I want to change everything. Why are the silver blood demons qualified to live in splendid cities comfortably and carefreely every day while they ask us to shed our blood and work for them? Why do the bronze blood demons not need to work, and why can they get sufficient resources just by exploiting us brutally, only to exploit even more from our bones after they train themselves to be stronger? The black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons till the most barren land and work in the most dangerous mines all the time. What we have been eating are the leftovers that they accidentally dropped. We live in fear all through our life, and if we die and rot in mud, we do not even have a tombstone. In the end, our earning is less than 1% of what they get. Even though we endure everything, they are still unwilling to let us go. They want us to go to the Heaven's Origin sector as cannon fodder to fulfill their ambition. Stop it. That is the great Tao for us." Lei Chuang said coldly. "Everything in the world is part of your training. As chaotic blood demons, all the pain and suffering are tests that the primeval Lord of Heaven bestowed upon us. As long as we hold on to our belief and devote our everything loyally, when the glorious pantheon of demons appears, we will be able to get rid of the filthy blood and embark on the path to becoming immortal gods just like the silver blood demons and the saint blood demons. Lei Qi laughed so hard that his tears were almost dropping. Ah Chuang, you are so naive. Do you really believe in the glorious pantheon of demons and that the bloodlines of the high-level demons are different from ours? Lei Chuang sneered. Of course, I do because, it was you who told me everything. Wasn't it you who told me a long time ago about the stories of the primeval Lord of Heaven, the 3,000 rules of the Great Tao, the glorious pantheon of demons, obliteration, rebirth, and immortality? Wasn't it you who told me that we must train ourselves crazily so that we can rush to a brilliant obliteration on the battlefield and embrace a magnificent rebirth? Wasn't it you who told me that, faced with the contempt of the silver blood demons, the exploitation of the bronze blood demons, and the bullying of the black blood demons, we must bear in mind that we are walking on the path that the primeval Lord of Heaven chose for us and that it is our most important training? Speak now. Wasn't it you, my brother whom I admired and trusted most, who told me everything? Brother. What happened to you exactly? Why did you leave the village half a year ago with an uncanny letter stating that everything was false and you joined the Blade of Chaos? What did you run into exactly while we were lost in the 100 Desolation Mountain during the hunting trip because of the heavy fog? Have you been enchanted by chaos and lost your mind? Tell me, brother. Lei Qi took a deep breath and smiled, somewhat miserably. I'm sorry, Ah Chuang. The things that I used to firmly believe in and taught you are all false. The saint blood, silver blood, bronze blood, black blood, and chaotic blood demons are all the same. Nobody is born to be nobler, or humbler, than anybody else. I don't buy it. Lei Chuang gnashed his teeth, anger all over his face. The feather clan flies in the sky, the claw clan roars in the forest, the insect clan lurks below the ground, and the sea clan dominates the ocean. The high-level demons look magnificent, graceful, and inviolable, while the chaotic blood demons carry the features of multiple demon species and could not be uglier. The differences are so obvious. How can our bloodlines be the same? I knew that you wouldn't believe it, Lei Qi said. I didn't believe such an absurd theory in the beginning myself either, until I saw it with my own eyes. Do you know why I left home to join the Blade of Chaos half a year ago? During our hunting trip in the 100 Desolation Mountain, we were parted because of the heavy fog. Then, I discovered a heavily wounded demon below a cliff who was a member of the Blade of Chaos. Then, he enthralled you, Lei Chuang said coldly. With an indescribable expression, Lei Qi said, maybe, but not in the way that you imagined, but, he struggled to stand to his feet on the branch. Lei Chuang crouched in alert, ready to attack. Lei Qi smiled and did not move. He simply touched the center of his eyebrow with his hairy fingers. A weird scent spread out in the forest. Gua! Gua! Two bizarre birds soared to the sky with tails as long as whips toward the bloody moon. Who? Lei Qi's fingers seemed to have pierced deep into his head, because he was shaking and soaked in sweat while his bones emitted cracking noises. The abrupt changes that happened next greatly surprised both Lei Chuang and Li Yao, who was lurking in darkness. The few features of a demon in Lei Qi were absorbed into his body. His golden fur fell to the ground, his sharp canine teeth and claws all retreated, his fingers turned long and slim, and his skin could not have looked smoother. Judging from the appearance, he was an out-and-out young human being who was a bit hairy. Lei Chuang was dazed. You've grasped the ability of polymorphing after just half a year? The so-called polymorphing was a technique with which the demons could conceal all the features of a demon and turn into human beings. Many high-level demons could assume the appearance of human beings when they reached a certain level. It was also a great ability for many demons to sneak into the heaven's origin sector for intelligence or sabotage purposes. Therefore, the Star Glory Federation had particularly strict quarantine measures against the human-looking demons. Li Yao had experienced a high-level fully enclosed medical inspection after the beast-tied incident on the train. Lei Qi seemed to be in his 30s at best. He was not a high-level demon in terms of bloodline either. However, he had grasped the ability of polymorphing nonetheless, which made Li Yao frown. Lei Qi managed a smile. Then, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he bellowed. Goosebumps appeared on over his skin and, after a while of terrifying sound of skin being torn apart, bright golden scales quickly grew. In the center of every golden scale was a green, greasy round spot. At first glance, Lei Qi had grown countless green eyes all over his body that were glittering in the dim forest with mysterious and enticing colors. Li Yao and Lei Chuang were both shocked. Green-eye dragon scale? Lei Chuang stammered. That is the most distinctive feature of hundred-eyed dragon, a type of silver blood demon. Such a feature is unique. Only a hundred-eyed dragon can possibly demonstrate such a pattern. How did you? Lei Qi seemed to be unable to maintain the new form for long. After a shudder, the golden scales were absorbed by his skin, and he resumed the appearance of a human being again. The changes just now were apparently very exhausting for him. His face was paler, but he could not have been more excited. He laughed. Do you see? This is how the member of the Blade of Chaos enthralled me. We are blood brothers. Nobody knows it better than you that, although we are chaotic blood demons, we never had a hundred-eyed dragon as our ancestor. We do not have the bloodline of the hundred-eyed dragons, but after a while of training, we can trigger the features of the hundred-eyed dragons. What does that mean? It means that the blood of all the demons is the same. Hundred-eyed dragons, phantom wolves, thunderous lions. The same blood flows in every demon's brain, except that it is activated in a different way. Why are some of the demons nobler than the rest? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Lei Chuang was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue. I was told that the members of the Blade of Chaos know the evil art that could change their appearances freely. Even though you look like a hundred-eyed dragon, your blood is still different. It's just a camouflage. Believe me, Chuang. Lei Qi said earnestly. I'm still incapable right now, and I can only reshape what I look like. But many experts in the Blade of Chaos boast the ability of 36 changes or 72 changes. They can freely switch between different types of demons, and after they take each form, they will be able to utilize the naturally endowed arts of the new form of demons. Since they are using the naturally endowed arts of a different species, do you think their blood has changed or not? Lei Chuang was dumbfounded, unable to say anything for a long time. Li Yao felt that thunder was echoing non-stop inside his brain. All his knowledge about the demon race had been blown apart by the few words. Are you kidding me? 72 changes? Freely switching between 72 different species of demons? What kind of skill is this exactly? It does not make any sense. Lei Chuang stammered, can all the demons change their form freely? Yes, they can. Lei Qi nodded and said, as long as you memorize the tricks and practice hard, every demon can change their form freely. A silver blood can turn into a black blood, and vice versa. The Feather Clan can turn into the Sea Clan, and the Sea Clan can turn into the Claw Clan. However, the chaotic blood demons are better at the changing than other demons. With preliminary training, we will be able to change into several forms. How should I put it? It's like there is a solid lock in the cells of every demon that fixes us to a certain form, but the blocks for the chaotic blood demons are weaker than those of the other demons. This is why the high-level demons are scared of us. Lei Chuang was dumbfounded. Scared? Yes, Lei Qi said coldly, they are scared of us. The high and mighty silver blood demons and bronze blood demons fear the filthy, lowly bastards that are us. In the entire blood demon sector, the silver blood demons take up only 5% of the population, and the bronze blood demons 10%. But the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons take up 85%. In the past, they claimed that they were born nobler than us and that it was a matter of course for them to reign us. But if everybody's blood is the same except that it is displayed in different ways, is there any reason they should stay on the top of us? Therefore, they are scared of us, and they have been exploiting and diminishing us however possible. Isn't the war between the blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector a method to weaken and moderate us, too? Why do you think they are allowing us to join the war? And why are they deceiving us with the lie of the glorious pantheon of demons? Because there are too many low-level demons in the blood demon sector who can potentially threaten their reign. Organizations such as the Blade of Chaos are making them cold to the bones. That's why they are resorting to all possible approaches to fool us into fighting human beings as cannon fodder. It will be excellent if we can take over the heaven's origin sector. But even if we fail to, it does not matter either. At the very least, the steel sabers of human beings will have eradicated a lot of potential threats for them. There was no telling whether or not it was because the polymorphing affected his wounds, but Lei Qi was sweating hard, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with bloody tears. He said, his voice shivering, although I did not join the coalition army of demons to fight human beings in the heaven's origin sector, many of our brothers in the Blade of Chaos were in the heaven's origin sector during the goriest Battle of Dawn. Those who luckily escaped told us the details of the Battle of Dawn. You have no idea how the battle was fought. Human beings were on the defensive side. They had solid city walls, crystal cannons, and fierce crystal warships. But the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons had to strike their deadly defense line with just our bodies for nothing other than to consume their crystals and ammunitions. The bronze blood demons and the silver blood demons would not take action until their magical equipment was worn, their crystals drained, and their soldiers tired. At that time, our countless brothers had already collapsed in the ocean of blood. During the year of the Battle of Dawn, we seemed to be on a winning streak and swept across the grand desolate plateau, but the bloody victories were actually founded on the corpses of the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons. The legions made of more than 10,000 black blood demons and chaotic blood demons could be annihilated within half a day when they were deployed in the front line with absolutely no survivors. Just like that, our army marched forward and reached the Giant Glade Pass at the edge of the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Giant Glade Pass is the greatest stronghold for human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. It leans against a mountain and rises high into the clouds, and it covers hundreds of square kilometers, including crystal cannons and hidden fortresses. Countless human experts were guarding the place. How could it be broken into quickly? But those high and mighty generals and commanders cared nothing of it. They simply urged the soldiers to march forward. The superintendents were even standing right behind the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons. When the horn was blown, there was no retreating and only going forward. Whoever hesitated would immediately be executed by poisonous arrows and acid from behind. After a month of suicidal attacks, the Giant Glade Pass was utterly unharmed, but the desert before the stronghold was dyed red with blood. As the gruesome battle went on, neither the glorious pantheon of demons nor the superintendents worked any more. Also, since we marched too deep into enemy territory, it was difficult to transport food and weapons from our rear. The morale on the front line could not have been lower. Those high-level demons, in order to coerce the low-level demons into selling our lives for them, came up with an insane move, which was to poison the food of the low-level demons. Lei Chuang's eyes bulged, and he exclaimed, "What?" Lei Qi gnashed his teeth, his face full of pain. "They poisoned our food. We had to have an antidote every 3 days. Otherwise, our skin would all fester, and we would die a miserable death. Only the demons who participated in at least one charge in 3 days would receive one antidote pill. However, the antidote could only slow the activation of the poison instead of curing it. We would not get the real antidote until the giant Blade Pass was taken. There were many brothers of the Blade of Chaos in the army. They made a lot of friends during the 1 year of life and death battles together and gradually spread the ideas of the Blade of Chaos. The poisoned food had crossed our bottom line. That was why our brothers of the Blade of Chaos mutinied, killed the high-level demons, and got the real antidote. Lei Chuang was quiet, so Lei Qi continued. This is the truth of the Battle of Dawn. After the remaining soldiers returned to the Blood Demon sector, the high-level demons were scared that the truth would get out and hunted the members of the Blade of Chaos among the survivors. However, they did not bother to investigate properly, and as long as one soldier of a legion was suspected to be related to the Blade of Chaos, every soldier in the legion would be executed. As a result, whenever one real member of the Blade of Chaos was killed, dozens of innocent low-level demons would be slain at the same time. That was why we rose up and raised the riot of Bloody Blade. Soaked in sweat, Lei Chuang panted and said, "The riot of Bloody Blade has been suppressed." Lei Qi held his chest high and laughed. The riot of Bloody Blade may have failed, but the Blade of Chaos has not been destroyed yet. In the riot of Bloody Blade, many of our brothers were awakened. They clearly recognized that the seemingly magnificent, invincible high-level demons are unbelievably feeble. As long as we stick together and work hard, the lowly, filthy black blood demons and chaotic blood demons can occupy their cities and destroy their reign, too. Even if the Blade of Chaos is wrecked someday, it will not be the end of our cause. As long as the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons keep being oppressed, we will be awakened sooner or later, and a second or a third Blade of Chaos will be born. Ah, Chuang, I know that you are too stubborn to change your mindset when you already believed in something. I cannot convince you so quickly. But I'm not asking you to join the Blade of Chaos right now. I'm merely asking you to get out of the way and go home, pretend that you've seen nothing wrong. We are currently escorting a very important item that can potentially change the fate of all the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons and even the future of the blood demon sector. Many of our brothers have been seriously wounded. They cannot hold on any longer inside the 100 Desolation Mountain without timely treatment. Just let me take a bit of the gold stamen liquid. Just a bit. I'm begging you. Please. Lei Chuang was silent for a long time. There was not a sound in the dim forest, except for the rattling noises when the wind passed through the branches, as if countless invisible bugs were gnawing the leaves crazily. Zeng! 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 Lei Chuang's claws, which had been folded, extended out again, emitting dangerous brightness in the starless night. No! I cannot let you go. Taking a deep breath, Lei Chuang shook his head and said, "Everything is just your side of the story. I do not believe it. Your polymorphing might be a certain evil technique of the Blade of Chaos or because you've contracted a terrible disease. The truth of the Battle of Dawn of yours came from somebody else's mouth, too. Maybe you are not lying to me, but the leadership of the Blade of Chaos who told you the truth lied to you. They made you abandon the real Great Tao and embrace the shameless chaos in such a way. I will not be fooled whatever you say. I stand by my words. Big brother, if you want to go, step over my dead body." Lei Qi gave no response. The invisible intimidating aura around him became intense again, and dark golden hair that looked like both needles and swords grew out of his smooth skin. The air between the two brothers was quivering, as if two invisible tigers were roaring silently before a huge clash. Right then, a deafening shriek echoed in the sky not far away. Golden streaks of brightness rushed close from the horizon and darted toward the dry leaf village at an amazing speed. The long shriek was like a sharp piton that shattered Lei Qi's resolution. He grunted, with depression all over his face. The intimidating aura around him swiftly disappeared. He dashed to the top of the tree and observed for a moment before he went back and said in a hurry, "The pursuers are here. It is possible that they will take a rest in the village. Go back now. Remember, don't show any weakness and don't mention anything about me. The pursuers are led by Jin Xinyue, the first princess. She is cruel and ruthless and has killed countless brothers of ours. If you are incautious, the entire village might be wiped out by her. Lei Qi gasped. The first princess Jin Xinyue? I'm told that she is a saintess of the pantheon of demons and the youngest demon king of the blood demon sector. She was sent here to capture such an insignificant person as yourself? What are you escorting exactly? Lei Qi smiled bitterly but gave no answer. Li Yao lurked in the darkness and listened to their conversation. He felt that he was getting the gist of what was going on. The political system of the Blood Demon sector was different from that of the Heaven's Origin sector. In the Heaven's Origin sector, there was only one country named Star Glory Federation, which adopted the parliamentary system. The three parliaments were the highest authority, and the speaker was the representative of the supreme power. In the Blood Demon sector, since the demons varied in appearance and living habits and there were too many species, it was difficult to integrate all of them into one country. Therefore, dozens of countries existed in the Blood Demon sector. There were also countless relatively independent cities and caves. The social form was somewhat similar to the Flying Star sector, which was vast and unpopulated. After thousands of years of battles and conflicts, 4 demon kingdoms distinguished themselves today and became the greatest forces. On the land, the most powerful force was the kingdom of Lion Butchers, which commanded the Claw clan and the Horn clan. Wang Ji, whom Li Yao had killed on Boneyard, was a prince of the kingdom of Lion Butchers. Underground, the Nether Spring Kingdom was the strongest of all, which governed billions of insects. Although insects did not boast a high combat ability as individuals, they could be really appalling when the number of them was large enough. In the overwhelming beast tides, insects were usually the majority of the constituents. In the oceans, the greatest country was the Sea Dominator Kingdom. It was the most mysterious of the 4, and there was no telling how many experts the country had. In the sky, the strongest country was the Gold Crow Kingdom, which was mostly made of the feather clan that flew high in the sky. They were the fastest of all the 4 countries and were sort of the rapid response troops of the demon race. However, although the 4 demon kingdoms had their own territory, the supreme power of the Blood Demon sector was not in the hands of the kings. The kings of the demon kingdoms large and small, the leaders of the demon cities, and the masters of the demon caves and mountains were just puppets. Above the demon kingdoms, there was an organization named the Pantheon of Demons, which reigned over all the demons as a theocracy. In the legends of the demon race, the Pangu clan split into the 12 ancient demon clans including Zhurong, Gonggong, Pangu, and so on. Therefore, the Pantheon of Demons was managed by 12 demon emperors. Every demon emperor had a certain number of kingdoms and cities under their control, but normally, they would not be involved in the decision-making processes of the kingdoms and merely serve as their reliance. If they were compared to the political system of human beings, the Pantheon of Demons were the supreme parliament for the demon race, and the 12 demon emperors would be 12 special representatives that could decide all the important affairs of the nation. The 12 demon emperors represented the interests of different demons. Naturally, there were a lot of internal conflicts both in open and below the table. In order to maintain a united front, the 12 demon emperors would elect a Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens one, just like the ancient 12 demon clans created by the Nuwa clan in the legends. Theoretically speaking, the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens boasted the capability to communicate with the 13 ancient demon clans as the spokesperson of the Pantheon of Demons. All important decisions had to be approved of by the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens before they were announced to the demons. The Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens was the equivalent to the Speaker of the Star Glory Federation. However, faced with 12 strong and powerful demon emperors, the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens was nothing more than a puppet and a rubber stamp. Their real power was absolutely incomparable to the Speaker of the Star Glory Federation. The pantheon of demons established branches in every demon kingdom and demon city. Whenever the royal family and the nobles among the demons gave birth to female descendants, they would often select the smartest and strongest to be sent to the pantheon of demons. The children, after a series of cruel and rigorous training, would turn into saintesses that were loyal to the pantheon of demons. Every new dark lady of the 9 heavens would be selected from among the saintesses. Therefore, in the political system of the demons, the saintesses who could mobilize the strength of the pantheon of demons and were deeply connected to many demon kingdoms enjoyed special privileges. They were the sharpest claws and teeth of the pantheon of demons. Even the masters of many demon cities and demon caves dared not mess around with the lowest saintesses. Right now, a saintess of the pantheon of demons, and the first princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom, had come to pursue a bunch of members of the Blade of Chaos in such a remote village in the middle of nowhere? Were Lei Qi and his companions really carrying an item that could change the future of the Blood Demon sector? Seeing that his brother was still suspicious, Lei Qi raised his voice and said sincerely, "Ah Chuang, you must believe me. Do not be fooled by Jin Xinyue's appearance. The witch is more horrifying than you can possibly imagine. Her father, Jin Tui, is one of the strongest demon emperors in the pantheon of demons. He is known as the fastest demon emperor of the Blood Demon sector. After the brutal failure of the Battle of Dawn, Jin Tui became the new commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons. He is now planning a round of new attacks against the Heaven's Origin sector. In the meantime, he commanded the suppression of the Riot of Bloody Blade. Many brothers of the Blade of Chaos were killed miserably by the Butcher. The man's hands both reek of the stench of blood. He is not a demon but the craziest devil. Jin Xinyue is as horrifying as her father, if not more. Besides, her appearance is more deceptive. You must not believe whatever she says. She is an absolutely merciless, cold-blooded demon. The golden streaks of brightness had gradually moved to the middle of the sky. They would arrive at the dry leaf village very soon. After saying that, Lei Qi looked at his brother with complicated feelings and crawled into the forest. Lei Chuang did not know what to do for a moment. He hesitated for a moment and simply ran back to his village. Li Yao returned to the woodhouse one step faster than him. He curled up in his sleep bag and concealed his scent, pretending that he was just a random chaotic blood demon. However, he was not confident that he could fool the newcomers at all. Right now, he had basically come to understand the whole thing. The residents of the Dry Leaf Village wanted him to pretend to be Lei Qi in order to fool the recruitment officers. They were scared that the recruitment officer would not allow the demons in the village from joining the army after learning that a resident had joined the Blade of Chaos. Chances were that there would be even direr consequences should it be known. Those who came to enlist soldiers in such remote areas were most likely bottom-level officers in the demon army. Perhaps it would only be 1 or 2 bronze blood demons. So, the odds were quite high that they would be fooled. However, it was one thing to fool a bottom-level recruitment officer, and it was quite another thing to fool a saintess of the pantheon of demons, the princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom. Li Yao felt a headache because of the dilemma. He thought of running away, too. However, since the Feather Clan all flew in the sky and were the fastest demons, he might not necessarily get away from the hunt without his crystal suit and black wing. But if he resorted to using his crystal suit and black wing, traces of spiritual energy would definitely be left, and it would be even more difficult for him to get rid of the pursuers. I'll observe Jin Xinyue's capability first. According to Lei Qi, she is just a demon king, which is equivalent to the core formation stage of cultivators. Even though she has a few other demon kings as her guards, they are not going to stop me. However, it will be quite troublesome to kill all of them without leaving any traces. Years ago, Wang Ji of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers carried a lot of bizarre weapons and magical equipment with him, which gave me quite a headache. Since Jin Xinyue is a saintess of the pantheon of demons and the first princess, she must be in a very high position in the Gold Crow Kingdom. Chances are that even the king of the Gold Crow Kingdom has to show her some respect. Therefore, her gadgets will only be more impressive than Wang Ji's. If she notices me and is determined to run away, it is possible that I will not be able to stop her. Deep inside Li Yao's brain, his mental devil was expanding in hideous laughter. It summoned tremendous computational ability, concocting sordid, cruel, and shameless battle plans. Right then, noises erupted outside, followed by a prolonged horn. It was an emergency summons. In a moment, the several hundred villagers were all gathered in the center of the village, which was used to air the petals of the ghost teeth flower. The petals of the ghost teeth flower were extremely tough. After 3 days of drying, they could be ripped into shreds and sewn into soft, ventilating armor that was most suitable for the hunting in the forest. The sky of the dry leaf village was wreathed in magnificent golden colors. As it turned out, dozens of giant, golden eagles were hovering at a low altitude. Every eagle was dozens of meters wide when they stretched out their jade, metallic wings. Whenever their wings moved slightly, 1,000 invisible swirls seemed to appear in midair, which interweaved and covered the entire village like an impenetrable dragnet. Suppressed by the daunting aura of the golden eagles, not only were all the villagers shuddering in fear, even the animals domesticated by the villagers were crouching on the ground obediently, not having the courage to utter a single sound. Just now, one of the moon shadow wolves snarled accidentally, only to turn into food for the golden eagles in the blink of an eye. It was now being chewed by one of the golden eagles in cracking noises. Below the golden eagles, in the center of the empty ground, dozens of high-level, elegant demons in robes made of golden feathers were standing. Within the crowd, Li Yao observed the high-level demons in secret. They were all beautiful and graceful, and their facial organs and limbs were immaculate. They seemed to be enshrouded in dazzling halos that made all the villagers struggle to keep their eyes open. Although they were all carrying demon feathers, such as enormous wings and sharp talons, and the pupils of several demons were even 2 vertical lines, there was not the slight feeling of abnormality or disguise on them. On the contrary, they gave every impression that they were the most natural and perfect creatures in the world. Li Yao secretly compared the high-level demons to the low-level demons that he had seen in the beast tides. He found it hard to believe that they were the same species. No wonder the demons were classified into 4 different classes. Standing in their shoes, Li Yao would not admit that he was the same as the ugly, weirdly shaped snakes, insects, rats, and ants at all if he were such a high-level demon with shining gold halos. The dozens of demons were beautiful and eye-catching enough. However, when Li Yao's eyes moved to the demon who was standing in the middle, he suddenly felt that the halos on all the demons nearby were eclipsed. It was a female demon who was short and wearing soft, pure white armor. Judging from her young face, she seemed to be a girl less than 20 years old. Her eyes were so clear that one might even catch a glimpse of her soul directly, and her facial expression was as frank and na-square-root-ove as a newborn baby. A pair of dark golden wings were growing on her back, and bright golden feathers could occasionally be found on her fair, flawless skin, too, like a perfect garment that outlined her shockingly sexy body figure. The innocent and sacredness of her face was a huge contrast to her curvaceous body. Together, they brought about a weird enchantment that made others wanted to both worship her as a goddess and savage her on a bed. Deep inside his brain, the mental devil whistled for the longest time possible. Li Yao bit the tip of his tongue hard and forced him to wake up. None of the saintesses of the pantheon of demons were easy to deal with, as made clear by Lei Qi just now. If the demon was really Jin Xinyue, the princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom, she would be one of the trickiest opponents. Another demon that was tall and handsome with wings on his back flew back from the garden of the ghost teeth flowers and landed next to the female demon, whispering something to her. Li Yao sensed that the watery eyes of the demon slightly blinked. The male demon immediately held his head and asked solemnly, "Who's in charge here?" The mayor made his way to the high-level demons, half rolling and half crawling on his wheelchair, with his legs shaking and his back sweating hard. Many high-level demons took a few steps back intuition ally before they covered their mouths and noses with their handkerchiefs. They were clearly unwilling to stand so close to the lowly chaotic blood demons, nor did they want to breathe air that had been corrupted by them. The male demon took out a badge from his pocket and shook it slightly. Mystic rays immediately beamed out of the badge and soared into the sky. The brilliance blossomed and dispersed into a complicated pattern of a three-legged giant bird that was about to fly into the sky. The male demon declared proudly, "We are the Gold Shadow Guardians. Her Highness here is Princess Xinyue of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons." The villagers immediately exclaimed in shock. Many of them had never left the 100 Desolation Mountain in their entire life. They had never had the chance to meet a real-life silver blood demon, much less such an honorable noble. The villagers did not know what to do at all. The legs of many of them were shaking hard, as if they could not hold themselves from kneeling down before the Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons. Li Yao looked at Lei Chuang. The youngster was blushing and breathing heavily, fascinated by Jean Xinyue. Had Lei Qi not given him warning a moment ago, it was very likely that he would be kissing her toes on all fours right now.